After 3 rounds, more than 150 days, and over 2,500 kilometers from Spain to Belgium via Italy and Germany, it is time for the conclusion of this year's IAME Euro Series. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to Karting Genk, the home of champions in northern Belgium, where this weekend we will see our 3 series winners crowned. This is one of the classics in our sport. Opened in 1983, heavily refurbished in 2005, and good pace so far this weekend has seen an event record from Vince van der Hallen yesterday in timed qualifying of 53.762. Will we see similar times today? We'll wait and see. There's been a little bit of rain overnight. Here is a little bit more info on this circuit. 1.36 kilometers in distance, some long straights, heavy braking zones. It's a flat circuit, a little bit of a 3-meter rise up to the chicane. It's going to be a good weekend of action for us. In terms of the corners around this circuit as well, so many famous ones for us to enjoy. 15 in total, 9 to the right, 6 to the left, and 2 hairpins. Plenty of overtaking zones here as well, but in particular into turn 2, that first braking zone, into turn 6, that wider hairpin. We're definitely going to see some action into turn 7. Turn 12 and 14 are also good opportunities to overtake around this circuit. It's a fast one as well for the drivers out there in terms of their top speed. 125 kilometers an hour down towards the kink of turn 1 before they hit the brakes into turn 2. Average speed 90 kilometers an hour in the dry. But today, Guillaume, as you stand alongside myself, Andrew Mather, in the box, we've had a lot of rain overnight. The track is very, what we would call in England, green. A lot of the grip has perhaps gone out of it. The drivers have had warm-up this morning ahead of the 3 rounds of qualifying heats that are going to be taking place today. You're a native to this part of the world. How is it going to drive today, this track?
Good morning to you all. Bonjour à toutes et tous. Goedemorgen iedereen, and welcome along in the home of champions. What a pleasure, Andrew, to be back here 2 years after we've been here with RGMMC for the IAME Euro Series. Once again, the big finale coming up, and a lot of people already filling in the grandstand of the track, the home of champions. Well. On schedule, on the forecast, we should have a bit of rain coming our way in about an hour or so, with the first race of the 18 that we have today on schedule. X30 Mini qualifying heat E versus B coming up in just a few moments. Still dry as for now. Talking to the drivers in the paddock before making our way up here, it seems to me that the racing line has been drying out during the warm-up session, which is good news indeed. As you can see, the slick tires are very much on, and that should be the case for all categories as long as the rain doesn't show up. But in less than an hour, maybe things will be slightly more complicated.
As Mason Hibbert on your screens, had a great run last time out at Wackersdorf. Very different conditions here today from the heat waves that hit us for round number 3. Let's catch up with what Mason Hibbert had to say after his timed qualifying session yesterday. Mason, tell us about that qualifying session.
Yeah, went out, got a good track position, then just kept going, pushed my way through, and yeah, qualified P1.
And a continuation of the form that we saw from Wackersdorf. I mean, we know you've been doing this in your national series as well. How confident are you going into this weekend?
Yeah, I mean, no pressure on me. I'm 3rd in the championship. If it was 2nd, it would be a little bit more, but no pressure. So let's see what I can do this weekend.
How much of the team discussed things with you? Because we were talking in the box about how Chester and Ilias, they're both on the same team. They both go for a championship now. They could be focused on one another, but you've got teammates who could possibly help you here this weekend.
Yeah, they could, to be fair. Just push me away, and then hopefully it could be a European championship.
Who do you want to thank for today's result?
My mechanic, Marcus Medcalf, Jimmy and Johnny Shocks for doing such a good job with the engines. The team, the effort they put in all day long is just really good.
Good to hear from Mason there. We'll bring you up to speed in terms of the championship situation in a moment. Should note as well, we are racing with heavy hearts this weekend. This is the first IAME Euro Series meeting since the sad passing of Lynn Geidel. I know there's a lot of people wanting to give their support and their wishes. There is a condolences book in the RGMMC office. Do take your time to put your messages of support and love into there. We will also be having a minute's silence tomorrow ahead of the X30 Mini final. So for the teams in the entrance, keep an eye on your formal messages. The information regarding all of that will be on there, and we do miss her dearly. Right, let's get into this first qualifying heat then for X30 Mini. Here is the grid. Mason Hibbert and Ilya Sami, 2 of the 3 championship contenders, start in the front row. LBJ Stubbs and Arthur Ponte go from row 2. Charlie Page and Ben Eiton on row 3. Adam Al-Sheikh and Martin Rodriguez, they go from row 4. The first half of the grid is completed by row 5, Harry Chapman and Caden Hakura.
Row number 6, we have Mathis Pissens and Lucas van der Heeren, Eloane Poissonnet, Amar Tabaza, row number 7. Row number 8, Laurent Sommerfin et Martin Checking-Gomez. Row number 9, Gabin Léger, Alfie Davidson and Milo Cornil. Running up the first grid of the day. Milo Cornil, one of the contenders on national level, disqualified from his qualifying session yesterday, having to start from the back end of the grid.
Yeah, technical non-conformity for Cornil yesterday. Here are your scores on the doors for the IAME Euro Series X30 Mini class going into the final round. Chester Fawkes, not in this race, will be part of the next one. 255 on the scorecard already. Ilya Sami also has 252.55, and we should note as well their drop score situation is the same. So when we always do that thing of all the arithmetical, the rest of it kind of goes out the window for those two because they're in the same situation. Mason Hibbert, though, your pole sitter in this one, 209. So if he has another kind of weekend like we saw in Germany, Mason could really propel himself into the situation. Remember how the points are calculated at the end of the season. Once everyone's done all 4 rounds, you drop your worst final, intermediate classification, and your worst intermediate classification. So a round's worth of scores. The championships are so tight today, they cannot be decided here on Friday. It will go to the final day of the season, but these races, overlooked by race control, David Manchester in the background, Joanna Falcao in the foreground. These qualifying heats today, these 3 rounds for everybody, could be pivotal. They could make the difference once we get to the end of racing tomorrow. But that is all the talk. Let's get into racing. Martin Bean, our race director, overlooks the X30 Minis as they go into turn 14. They're in nice formation here. Once they get towards turn 15 and into those tram lines, it'll be over to Dan Ashton to get us going for the first time in a racing capacity here this weekend for the IAME Euro Series at Karting Genk, the home of champions. The race to the title is underway. Mason Hibbert will head into the second corner in the lead of this one. Will he be able to hold on to this one? LBJ Stubbs is having a good go. For the DK Academy is up to P2. Ilya Sami has had an okay start. It's another one of these kart circuits where it's difficult to start from grid 2. He's done pretty well there, Guillaume, to lose only 1 spot.
Yeah, pretty good getaway start for everybody in the field. That's what we like to see on the dry track still. But Mason Hibbert from pole pulling away already slightly from the rest of the field as the drivers make their way up with the 484 of LBJ Stubbs indeed. Putting himself in second, Ilya Sami down in third, protecting himself from the Frenchman, Arthur Ponte from TB Kart. First round in the last sector of the track in front of the grandstand for the first time into this race. 7 laps to go through for the first of the 3 races that all the drivers will have to go through. 3 races for the juniors and the seniors as well up until the end of the day. 1 lap completed. Mason Hibbert, LBJ Stubbs, Ilya Sami. Already 1 move coming up for first or third. No one dares to move just yet. We stay as it is with Martin Rodriguez up to P5. 3 places gained for the Portuguese driver up to the top 5 from Adal Al-Sheikh. Ben Eiton, Eloane Poissonnet climbing up to P8. 5 places gained for the newcomer of the championship, and a great first lap as well for Gabin Léger. 8 places gained up to P9 in front of Charlie Page.
Yeah, Poissonnet and Léger, 2 of many drivers here at this last round of the championship who know this circuit very well. And surprisingly, lots of drivers who know this circuit from the Belgian National Series, the Benelux Series as well. Good representation from the Netherlands and from northern France. So we're going to see some new names getting in amongst it here this weekend. Harry Chapman's had a moment, has dropped down the order to P16 as Ilya Sami down the inside up to P2. Good positive move. I think the team tactics are going to be really interesting here this weekend. Guillaume, particularly. Oh, in fact, forget team tactics, because that's a massive move. Has Mason Hibbert got a problem? Because Mason Hibbert had no pace at all there by the looks of things. He's lost 3 positions. Through goes Ilias Sami into the lead of this race. Well supported now by LBJ Stubbs. No, there's no problem at all for Mason Hibbert, because he's immediately back on the counter-attack. Back up to P3. Ponte still there in 4th. Good scrap going on for 5th place between Rodriguez and Al Sheikh. Well, it only took 2.5 laps here, Guillaume. The title fire has erupted here at Genk. There is Hibbert down the inside for another move past Stubbs, back up to P2.
Yeah, incredible move indeed, as Mason Hibbert finds himself under pressure now. That gives a bit of a breather to Ilias Sami, pulling away with a few meters advantage now. Mason Hibbert is going defensive. Arthur Ponte in a good pace as well since the start of that race. The freshman might be willing to go for the move, coming up to turn at number 1 and 2. A bit of speed trying to be cut by the drivers there, with the tips of the mechanics from the sideline as well. Some of them not so happy with the way things are going for some of them drivers onto the track. But in terms of gap, almost half a second between Sami and Mason Hibbert. Ponte is waiting in the wings. Ilias Sami the fastest from the lead. After Ponte is staying in 3rd, with Stubbs dropping a bit of momentum, clipping the curb on the outside of turn number 6. As for the down 3 drivers close together, Adam Al Sheikh, Martin Rodriguez and Ben Eitem up to P7. Alfie Davidson just made his way up to P8. 10 places gained for Alfie from Fusion Motorsport, getting ahead of Elan Poissonnet and Charlie Page, still running at your top 10. One of the new names, Charlie Page, impressive in 3 practice sessions all throughout the start of that weekend, trying to stay alive within that midfield. As coming to turn, the last turn of the track here, one of the many opportunities for overtaking here in Genk. But Arthur Ponte, very smartly, is waiting suddenly for maybe the last 2 laps or the last lap to surprise with a move. And there he goes. Mason Hibbert is trying to take Arthur Ponte on the inside of Ilias Sami, but Sami shuts that door.
He does indeed. This is good stuff from Ilias Sami, who's really transformed himself as a driver in the last 12 months and put himself in the discussion for becoming X30 Mini IAME Euro Series winner at the end of this weekend. There's a long, long way to go in that regard. New fastest lap has just gone in from Alfie Davidson. Alfie Davidson, who was on the podium last time out at Wackersdorf, did not have the qualifying that he would have wanted, but in terms of race trim, he's in good form, has had some very good results in his national series, won the British Kart Grand Prix in this category less than a month ago. This is a stage of the weekend where Davidson's just going to need to keep doing all this overtaking. I don't see him featuring at the very front of the order too much today, but let's see where he ends up in terms of the final intermediate classification. There he is in the orange and blue Fusion Motorsport 477. Davidson has got the speed to be a factor later on in the weekend, and his teammate has got the speed to go down the inside and take first position. Good fighting there from Mason Hibbert. This is how Mason Hibbert has reformed himself over the last 6 months or so. Previously, he would fall down the order, but he's got that tenacity now that even though he fell down to 4th place earlier, he fought back to the front of the lead. But here comes Ilias Sami once again with a bit of support from Ponte. Ponte is going to push Sami through. Sami back into the race lead ahead of Ponte. Hibbert down to 3rd. LBJ Stubbs still there as well in his first season at this level, in this mini category. Running nicely there in 4th. Looks like Davidson has got through past another driver. Guillaume is up to P5.
Yeah, good start to his weekend for Arthur Ponte, who we didn't have last time out in Wackersdorf, so he's back for the final of this year's series and is willing maybe to go for that move on lap number 5, at the end of lap number 5, entering what will be the last 2 courses around the track. A quick look over the shoulder for Ilias Sami. Arthur Ponte and Mason Hibbert might want to go first. Oh, he's sniffing around. Oh, could have seen a small touch. Arthur Ponte goes on the inside. A little bit of a jump for Ilias Sami, who tries to go aggressive and shut that door. But Ponte goes around the outside of turn number 3. Beautifully made. The Frenchman is in the lead. Sami stays in 2nd, but Mason Hibbert very much on his rear bumper. A good exit. Sami goes defensive. That's early in the weekend. Into that final lap it is already. Mason Hibbert holds on and takes 2nd place and takes as well stuff with him up to P3.
Good stuff there from the drivers, and this is going to be another aspect for Hibbert, Sami and Chester Fawkes in the next race. Drivers who've got speed this weekend but aren't part of the title fight. Arthur Ponte, as you correctly mentioned there, Guillaume, Has only done one round so far this year at Franciacorta, was very solid at Franciacorta, a regular in the top 10, but is not part of the title fight. He's going to go all out. And look at this, Alfie Davidson down the inside. We said he wasn't going to feature at the front. That was an incorrect prediction. Ponte takes the checkered flag. Hibbert, P2. Ilias Sami fights through to P3. But my, oh my, Alfie Davidson's race pace is looking pretty good from that first heat. He started pretty much at the back of the field, got all the way up to P4, only finished 1.7 seconds behind the race winner. But there is first blood then in the championship battle to the Fusion driver, Mason Hibbert. Now, how that result compares to Chester Forks in the second race, well, we'll find out in the next 15 minutes or so. But that was an entertaining scrap, Guillaume. Exactly what I think we expected from the X30 Minis, a positive start.
Yeah, positive start indeed. Mini always provides, as Arthur Ponte from PB Kart is picking up his first win of the weekend in great fashion for almost a second on Mason Hibbert, while the rest were busy battling towards the conclusion of that first race. Ilias Sami down in third with the biggest mover in the race. Alfie Davidson, he started 18, finished fourth. 14 places collected for the Fusion driver. Well done to him from LBJ Studs in P5. And we have Adam Alsheikh in sixth place for Martin Rodriguez, Charlie Page, Elwan Poissonnet, and Ben Item running up your top 10. A quick hello to the camera as well from the other side of the circuit in turn number 7 and 8. As further down in the classification, Milo Cornil in P11. A good recovery as well for the one who is competing this weekend with Spirit Racing. Not so lucky in qualifying, but was able to climb through the field. Harry Chapman P12 for Mathis Pissens, Gabin Léger, Teden Akura, Lucas van der Eren, Martin Chicken Gomez, Laurent Sommerfin, and Amar Tabaza. Here's your classification in full.
Indeed, so we'll see those drivers later on for their next heats. The second heat for Groups C and D will be up shortly. And then we'll go into the juniors and into the seniors. Nice, easy format for everybody today. Everyone has 3 heats, A versus B, C versus D in the first round. In the second round, it'll be B versus C and A versus D for all categories. And in the third round, it will be A versus C and B versus D. Do keep up to date if you want with all of the timing and scoring. That's available over on the IAME Euro Series website. All of the races today broadcast for you live, free and on demand, and the same for tomorrow. Here are some of your highlights from that first race of the weekend in X30 Mini. Good start for Mason Hibbert down into turn 2. A little bit of shuffling of the pack there, but all 19 drivers navigated their way through the first couple of corners successfully back in the early part of the summer and some of the tracks that we've had in the UK. I wasn't having to do that thing of pulling my feet up off of the circuit. And that was before the rain shower, so I imagine the track is running quite green out there.
Yeah, certainly so. And as you could see, there's not a lot of wind, actually. So that means that clouds overhead here at the Homo Champions. Maybe stay with us for a little bit of a while. The Orange Army is saying hi to the camera. And without you guys' passion and dedication, well, motorsport would not be possible. So once again, hartelijk bedankt. Thank you, everyone out onto the track, both the marshals and the officials, to make this all event possible and to allow us to go racing, whatever the conditions. And hopefully, well, let's touch wood and try to keep the rain as far away as possible from this track. But this is Belgium, and very much like Britain, this can be unpredictable. But as for now, still the drivers are ready to go for battle. The 464 onto the track from PGM, Arthur Jassogne, under the tutelage of Jeremy Peclers, who needs no introduction in the recent history of Belgian karting on the international scene as well, running his own structure with the likes of the RSD karting team. So let's see what Arthur Jassogne will be doing in this race. He's going to be starting alongside Leo De Javive Garcia on the front row. Here comes the grid.
Indeed. So Leo De Javive has pole position for this one. Has had some good results so far. Starts the weekend. Jassogne goes from the outside of row number 1. Championship leader Chester Forks saved his weekend, maybe, in qualifying yesterday. Before the last lap, he was 15th in the standings and gets himself back onto the second row for this one. He'll start this race alongside Matt Cooper, one of many wildcards here this weekend. Sirbol Basalama and Timmy Uzunov go from row number 3. Darren Gani and Ollie Surley go from row 4. Ollie Telsted and Leo Corcoles. They go from row 5.
Row number 6, Buddy Batch and Aaron Bordanova. Row number 7, Ivan Voronins and Arthur Bauers. Row number 8, Axel Linders and Luis Paternette. We have Guilherme Aguiar and Gilles De Waal on row number 9. Talking about wildcards, a couple of new names in this class for this weekend, as you mentioned, Andrew, as we have a total of 10, so to speak, rookies. Not so much rookies, but appearing for the first time in this year's IAME Euro Series. And we have quite a lot of them as well in the other classes, the juniors and the seniors that will come up just after this second race. First rotation of qualifying heats. There will be 3 for all the drivers in all classes combined, as we have more than 150 competitors this weekend alone. But the name of the game for those youngsters and for all the drivers is to be able to score as much as they can, to build on the confidence, to build on the momentum, and to establish the classification for the points in the championship and the starting order for the super heats taking place tomorrow. As we mentioned, Andrew, calculations will be made throughout the weekend because there are drop scores to take into account in order for the champions to be known. Dan Ashton, our Deputy Race Director, on the bridge, ready to give the start. So at this point, it's still very early in the weekend, so as we move along, we'll keep you up to date as much as we can about the championship situation. Keep in mind for now that all that matters is to get the hand on the pole position for the superheat and the maximum points for the championship.
Just to mention those drivers making their Euro Series debut: Matt Cooper, Leo Corcoles, Guilherme Aguiar and Arthur Bowers. Arthur Bowers, who's just secured the British Cadet title in X30 and Water Swift-based racing, so, well, provisionally, okay, to the end of the season and all of that. So best of luck to all of those drivers. Great to have them along. Let's get into racing then, into the tram lines, waiting for those lights to go out, and they're not going to go out this time. That is a falsie. We will go round again. The pole side of the grid, by the looks of things from our vantage point there, Guillaume, just a little bit too eager on the loud pedal, and the parity that Martin Bean and Dan Ashton are looking for across the front row.
We see some drops of rain already.
It's never a good sign, is it? Anyone out on circuit with their hand, they're not pretending to be a teapot. Oh no, I think it is. I think we saw a drop of rain there. This could get a little bit exciting across the course of the next few minutes if the rain does start to fall with a bit of ferocity. The drivers in much better formation now as they pass through over the red line to indicate no more overtaking, no more moving yourself up the order. You've got to start where you are because we look good for race start. Does look like everybody is in the correct position for this one. So Deverhive and Jassonge on the front row. Jassonge, one of many very strong Belgian runners here this weekend. This could be the very conditions for one of the home drivers. We're into the tram lines, waiting for the lights to go out. They do go out, and we're racing once again in X30 Mini. Even start down towards turn number 2, the first braking zone. Chester Fawkes trying to get down the inside and has immediately taken the lead of this race. Great start from the co-championship leader. Deverhive trying to fight back there. Spot on from the DK Academy driver who takes the lead of this race. Graham, all drivers through the first couple of corners, but no, spoke too soon.
Jassonge,
the 464, Jassonge has gone round. Involved as well was the 455 there of Guiar. There was another driver who also got caught out, and I think it was Paternotte. Luis Paternotte has been held up through the first sector. Oh dear, that is what can happen into turn number 6. And if the weather is coming in, I can suspect that a few of these drivers are thinking, right, let's get on with this. No waiting around. You never know. We could have heavy rain, a red flag, things like this, and you don't want to be sitting at the back of the field.
Yeah, that's a bit of a shame for Arthur Jassonge. We didn't get to see clearly if he was caught up in the contact that sent him into a spin. Was it a driver error? Was it maybe due to a little bit of a slippery part of the track due to rain slightly falling on the Europalane? Remains to be seen, but Jassonge is at the back end of the grid as much as Luis Paternette and Guilherme Aguiar. Confirmation of the drivers involved into that coming together. But with one lap down, Chester Fawkes did the first part of the job. Elias Sami is the closest rival for the title, didn't win his opening heat. He has a chance to do it and already gain a psychological advantage in the quest for the title. But Dimitar Yuzunov down in second place has other ideas in mind, already giving him the chase. in front of the Havive, opposite Balasalama. Then we have Ole Sorli, Darren Gani, Leo Corcoles Vicario, Oli Tested, Aaron Bordanova, and Matt Cooper running up your top 10.
That's a good move there from Basalama into turn number 6. Doing things the old-fashioned way of what is the rain doing. Forget radars and technology. There's a nice puddle outside our commentary box. What I can tell you right now is just spitting a little bit with fresh rain dots. It's not enough to be worrying the drivers. Slick tyres are still the weapon of choice right now. The 412 is under investigation. That is going to be Dimi Uzanov. So Dimi Uzanov currently in second place. Something's happened there that the race officials want to have a closer look at. That'll be going to race control for potentially causing a collision for the 412. So we'll wait and see what the verdict is on that one. There's Arthur Bowers in the 421, one of the youngest drivers in the field, racing for the BMR squad, Ben Platten's team, as the battle towards the back of the field between Agria and Jassange. This is not what Arthur Jassange would have wanted. Started on the front row of the grid. There's a change for 4th place. Oli Surley in the... I love that livery. The action racing livery with the blue and the orange and that flash of green, just to denote it from other teams that run with a bit of blue and orange. Really does stick out. And, well, Oli Surley, the driver from Norway, up to P4 with that move past Thibaut Basalama. There are your points at the moment, still early stages. As things stand, it would be Arthur Ponte and Chester Fawkes with a tie of the lead in the intermediate standings after this first round. Still a few laps of this race to go here.
Indeed, as Aaron Bordanova is putting up the fastest lap in the race. He's currently in P9, chasing Olderstedt for that P8. They split by half of a second now. In the middle of the pack, onto the Europalan between turn number 6 and 7. As battle the 439 further down. This is Evans Vornins and Axel Linders from RSD chasing as well for P14 down. After Jasser at some point was the fastest on track. The fastest now Aaron Bordanova. Jasser nothing to lose yet in this race after that trouble. As Leo Corcoles seemed to be in a bit of a trouble, losing a pile of positions all the way down to 13. So for the Spaniard from Auto Club Vallis, things are not going the right way. As I'm looking over my shoulder for the skies, Andrew, and the rain is slightly coming back, so it's picking up in terms of pace above our heads. Hopefully, this sudden change of weather will leave the mini drivers alone up until the end of the qualifying heat. As the battle still up plenty, the 479 of Leo Corcoles, the driver in trouble just one lap earlier, trying to fight his way through. Surrounded by 2 other drivers in Gilles de Waal and Axel Lenders in P14.
A question for you, mate, because you know this circuit better than I do. Back in the UK, when we have these conditions, there are certain corners where you go, that's where things are going to kick off first. Is that the case here? There's certain corners that when the rain comes down, it's always, say, turn 2 or turn 7 where things start to go a little bit awry?
Well, I would say turn 2 at the end of that start-finish straight. Turn number 14 and 15 right here is a tricky one as well. But the trick with turn number 1 and 2 is that after this one, it comes at the end of a long straight when you're picking up the fastest of speeds. So once you lose the braking point, if it starts to get slippery, you'll see it straight as drivers will go around and maybe lose positions onto that specific corner. Turn number 6 at the and number 7 as well, especially turn number 7 on the other side of the Europalan is another spot as well to keep an eye on, because this is where the drivers tend to go at full speed to try to overtake. As around the inside, one of the RSD was trying to make his bit, but having to stay behind. Axel Lenders on Leo Corcoles, still 14 and 14. But as for now, even though we see some spots of rain, the racing line seems to keeps on staying dry. No trouble whatsoever for many drivers, and that they should see the checkered flag without too much trouble. Yeah, at the moment the track's running maybe about a second slower than what we saw in the first race, but no kind of delta that would mean that they're on the wrong tyres per se. Just see the back end of Chester Fawkes' kart was moving around a little bit there. Now this is going to be interesting. 2 DK Academy drivers at the front of the field. We've praised this team throughout the course of 2026 on their teamwork and how they've maximised their opportunities. Chester Fawkes leading this race.
sharing the lead in the intermediate scores, and of course sharing the lead in the championship. We'll be hoping at the moment that Dimi Uzanov stays in line there and just acts as rear gunner for the remaining half of this race, half lap of this race. Should note as well, for later in the season, top 3 in the championship do earn paths to the IAME Warriors final, the biggest race in IAME X30 karting around the world. That will be in Italy this year. We'll be heading to the Viterbo circuit. Great track, very different kind of track to many of you other Italian circuits, so they'll be looking to make that trip. Chester Fawkes, though, has first got to get this championship sewn up if he can, and that is a very positive start for the young driver from the southeast of England. That is a win over his teammate Dimi Uzanov by just over a quarter of a second, but crucially, that is 6 intermediate points more than Hibbert, 9 intermediate points more than Ilyas Sami. The first haul of championship points will be awarded for this weekend at the end of today, based on the scores in those intermediate points, to put into context of how much that would make a difference. Right now, Fawkes second in the scores, because remember, a tiebreaker on intermediate scores is decided by how they did in qualifying yesterday. So that would be 22 championship points to Fawkes. He'd gain another 3 over Hibbert. He would gain, what would it be, another 7 points over Ilyas Sami. So that is a really, really good start for Chester Fawkes. And I think if you'd offered Chester and his dad, Matt, that at the point of qualifying yesterday where they were P15 in group, they would have gone, yes, we'll take that very nicely. But still, a lot of work to do. Still another 2 rounds of heats to go today before we even get into tomorrow's super heats and the big one, the final. But Chester Fawkes takes that first race of the day for these drivers by a quarter of a second over Dimi Uzanov. Good start for Leo Davahive as well. Solid points in third. Ali Surle fourth. Siebel Basalama with a solid drive into P5. Darren Garney, Aaron Bordenova, Bodie Batch, Ollie Telsted and Arthur Bowers all in the top 10. Gilles Davali in the 11th place there, gaining 7 spots. I think was your biggest mover in that race. Yep. Leo Korkeles, Matt Cooper, Axel Leenders, Ivan Svoronins, the driver of Latvian descent based in the UAE. Luis Paternotte, 16th, Arthur Jassange and Guillaume Aguiar involved in that first lap incident. Will not be happy with those results. But Chester Fawkes will. And just see how focused he's looking here. They say it's not the stage of the day to start getting overexcited. It's the first round of the heat. It's a positive start. More work to do. Here are your highlights. Yeah,
let's see once again how things played out. It was a good start indeed from Leo David Garcia from the inside, but an even better start. Look at him dive onto the curb of turn number 2. Chester Fawkes already making a statement this weekend, pulling away from that point on for almost a second in front of the rest of the field, around the outside of the Spanish pole setup, finishing in P11. As battles were happening at plenty on a dry track, despite some of the rain spots that we've seen coming up, and is still falling onto the karting track as we speak, but that should be still dry enough for the junior drivers coming into play in just a moment. In the end, Chester Fawkes had built enough of an advantage, but Dimitar Uzanov came back at him to make it a 1-2 for the DK Academy, the DK train up until the end. But Dimitar Uzanov, not having a play in this year's championship, stayed in second, allowing Chester Fawkes to respond to Ilyas Sami. Even though Ilyas' closest rival didn't win, well, Chester did, and that's the start of the battle for the mini title. Now, we're going to leave the youngsters on the side for a while. We'll have them back at 1:20 after the lunch break for the second rotation of the qualifying heats. But now, Andrew, we give place to the junior category.
We do indeed, and we'll be getting groups A and B out on circuit in the not too distant future. I hope I've done my first commentary curse of the weekend, Guillaume, because I said it was going to rain, and now the skies are getting brighter. You see, reverse psychology on the weather. It works.
So that's a thing. No more jinx, but reverse psychology.
Yeah. So let's talk X30 Junior. This is another category where the championship cannot be decided today. 4 points is the difference between Max Endicott at the top of the order and Ivan Gonzalez in second place. Endicott is in this next race. Gonzalez is in the second one based on how they did in time qualifying yesterday. Teo Polican is a driver I think we need to keep an eye on. Not in this race, Teo's in the next one. He's third in the standings. Now here's a driver who performed brilliantly yesterday, Rari Pascu. Racing with Premium Karting this weekend. He had a very quick time qualifying. We caught up with him after it.
Thanks very much, Andrew, here with Rari Pascu. That's the first time, Rari. Congratulations. Pole position here for the final of the IAME Euro Series. How do you feel?
Yeah, it's quite nice, especially because I didn't race any IAME this year. I mainly do road tax. But yeah, it's great.
First appearance at the best time, certainly, of the championship to put yourself on pole. Confidence must be high. You're ready to go for the fight?
Yeah, of course.
What can you tell us about the track of Genk? Are you much familiar with the layout and what it can bring you to the races?
Yeah, obviously the first lap is a bit chaotic with all the exit roads. But yeah, it's a really nice track to race on and gets really grippy.
Lovely. Best of luck to you.
Thank you very much.
Good to hear there from our pole sitter in this next race. The instruction from pre-grid officer Ross Upton to clear the grid has been given. This is an A versus B race, so you also have your other driver who was top of their group in time qualifying. There he is, Zoltan Koini. I was very impressed with Zoltan's attitude yesterday. He got his head down, delivered a very strong performance. Wasn't quite as quick as what we saw from Rari, but hey, you know, it's still very early stage of the weekend, and they'll start all of these races from the front row. This is the only one where Koenig will start on the outside run into turn 1 and turn 2. There's a little bit of a scene down on the tribunes. Great facilities here at Karting Genk. If you're in the area, do come down. It'd be great to have that that tribune area, that grandstand area, as full as possible, especially for the finals tomorrow. There's Miko Schurers on your screen, the number 26 Monlau Motorsport at Karting, as you see on the front of the NASA panel there. Many of the drivers and the teams showing their support for Lynn Geidel and the Geidel family, and everyone affected by the passing of Lynn a couple of weeks ago. There's a lot of support. It's a different atmosphere in the paddock here this weekend, Guillaume, but a very appreciative atmosphere, I would say, this weekend. And as mentioned earlier, there will be a minute's silence tomorrow ahead of the mini final. So thank you very much, everybody, for your continuous support.
Yeah, the emotion has been certainly been felt in the karting Hovel family and the motorsport family as a whole. And I'd like to extend as well my support from the IAME Belgium family, as 2 weeks ago we had the national race here in Genk, and when the news broke, well, everybody could share the emotions as well and share the condolences as we pay tribute to Linz as well during our broadcasting of the weekend, and we'll keep on doing that for the course of this season.
So formation lap underway then for the qualifying heat for Groups A and B in X30 Junior. Rari Pascu starts on pole position. It's an all-Swiss front row with Zoltan Koini on the outside. Miko Schurers and Lorenz de Kock go from row number 2. Ludwig Gromquist and championship leader Max Endicott go from row number 3. Antoine Venon and Jules de Creen starts on an all-Belgian row 4 on home soil. Mason Kwong and Nilas Malik go from row 5. Last of the first half of the grid, Freddie Wood in good form at the moment, starts on row 6 alongside Hugo Bernard.
On row number 7, we have Noah Grenier and Lewis Boats, Orion Meta and Joris Barterk, row number 8. Row number 9, Tim Zalik and Mathis Mouche. Row number 10, Teddy Soyek and Victor Reitz. Philippe Massard and Milan Chekin on row number 11. Row number 12, Santiago Barros and Charles Candil. And Dorian Grosjean on row number 13. A total of 25 drivers, half of the almost 50 that we have competing this weekend in the junior category, 12 to 15 years of age, to get a shot at the junior category in the IAME Euro Series. But for now, this is the first of the 3 rotations of heats, same as for the minis, same as for the seniors. There's a couple of new names as well popping up this weekend, as in the juniors we have a total of 13 rookies in brackets, as always. Lucas Perizari, Teddy Sewek, as well as Dorian Grosjean, Teddy Higgs, Rari Pascu, our pole sitter,
Oh.
is making his first appearance of the season as the 28th.
Nilas
running into
Malik.
trouble. Yeah, Nilas Malik indeed. That's not certainly your way of starting a weekend. You can see the drivers sliding across to get temperatures into the tires. Talking to the drivers this morning, they reckon that because of the weather and the rain that we had last night, the track was very cold for the first practice sessions of this morning, which means more time to get those tires up to temperatures, more sliding around, more heavy braking, and that's the reason why you see them dancing that much.
Half a second slower is the number or the amount that I had quoted to me by one driver this morning. That was from the warm-up. We have had these spots of rain. It is still just spitting a little bit. It's that what we like to call psychological rain. It'll get on your visor and make you think as a driver, oh dear, this isn't going well, but you've got to trust the grip underneath you because it is still there. Now, has Nilas Malik been able to get back into formation? We'll wait and see on that one because we are ready to go racing into the tram lines. X30 Junior for the final round of the season is underway. Good start for Pascu, who's able to check across. 2 drivers left. Is unchallenged into the first corner. There's a spinner. It's one of the RSDs, I think, who's gone round. Is it Matis Mouche? Yes, it is. The number 82 has gone round at the first braking zone. Definitely a little bit of a wetter surface. Everybody really fighting for grip as they run through turn 4 and turn 5 into turn 6. Goes round there is Ryan Meta in the second of the premium karting karts. He had a great run in similar conditions early on in the season at the IAME Winter Cup, but he's going to have to do a lot of work now. Down the inside there is one of the victory lanes. It's really starting to come down now, the rain. Looking at our puddle on the outside of the commentary box. This is where it's getting tricky. We were quoted 11 o'clock for the rain to come. It's come 3 minutes after. But how are the drivers going to deal with this now? This is going to be one of the tricky corners into turn number 12. You can see everybody trying to go to the outside now, off the rubbered-in racing line, or hook it on the inside of the curb there to get their karts around the corner. Who is going to be leading at the end of this first lap? It's one of the VDKs that's come through. It's Anton Venon. Well, step forward. Belgian racing conditions with the rain. What do you need? Well, get a Belgian in. As Venon has taken the lead. Off there was Miko Schervers at the last corner. Venon leads from Pascu. Freddie Wood up to third as Venon's had problems again. Venon wide. Was there a bit of a touch there with Pascu? Behind the number 83 has gone round as well. That's Dorian Grandjean. That is one of the locals in a bit of bother. This is very tricky now, Guillaume.
Yeah, it is very tricky. And drivers going off left and right. Unfortunately, Dorian Grandjean once again losing the grip at every turn. As you can see, indeed, Antoine Venon has lost that first place with the return of Rari Pascu. Enjoying this by the look of it, at least. There might have been a slight touch. I don't think it was intentional, as Noah Grenier in the meantime up to P3, the Belgian driver, is indeed liking those conditions as Dorian Grandjean, the 83, once again into the grass. One of the teammates at Euro Karting of Noah Grenier, one in the grass, one up to P3, having climbed 10 positions in the course of just one lap. Watch out, Antoine Venon is back on the rear bumper on the outside, almost in slow motion between the two. Slight contact by the look of it with Rari Pascu on the outside of the track, and the last turn. I told you about this particular part of the track that could get tricky with the rain falling down. Watch out into turn number 2, but the battle is on. Rari Pascu, Antoine Venon responding to the premium karting driver on the inside. Well, there's no more racing at this point. It's about survival with the rain falling the hardest it has been so far this weekend. And you can see different racing lines with Rari Pascu clipping the curb at every turn. Trouble even more so for Dorian Grandjean.
I've got a feel for Dorian Grandjean because in these conditions, as Venon retakes the race lead, Pascu's going to go back down the inside. Grenier's going to get involved. If you lose tyre temperature in these conditions, you are stuffed as... Oh my God, Pascu nearly fell off there in a straight line. Grenier managed to get through and into second place. The problem for Dorian Grandjean, you have one off, you lose all tyre temperature, you get back onto an increasingly damp, wet track surface, which causes you to look at the level of rain now. This has taken us back to IAME Winter Cup with the heavy sudden rain that we had in Valencia. Everybody is just in survival mode. Forget tyre temperature. Everybody's going to have lost it now as Grandjean comes into the pits. That's the sensible thing to do. Even the best driver in the world would struggle with that machine right now, and the state that the tyres are in. Meanwhile, back at the front of the order, Grenier all over the back of his compatriot Antoine Venant. These two drivers who know each other so well, and Grenier just had a little bit more grip down through turn 14, nearly 3 wide as they come out of 15. Venant nearly loses the back end of the kart there, and red flag. Yeah, that is the right decision. It is at that point now where if this rain gets any worse, and I think it is going to get worse, that this is not safe. The red flag has been shown. So we will go back to the end of lap 2. We'll confirm on that one. We'll wait for our instructions on the screen. That was a bit exciting, Guillaume, but we knew it was coming.
Well, I was talking earlier to some of the drivers, indeed. Andy Rattel was telling me about the rain coming up, and he said, that could get messy. And I did tell him, hopefully not to the point of a red flag. Well, there it is, ladies and gents. And as we said that, the sun is piercing through those clouds while the rain keeps on falling. So typical sort of Belgian weather. It feels like fall all over again here in Genk. But as a result, as you said, things were getting a little bit too dangerous for drivers to keep on going at that same pace, and that's the most logical of decisions from our race directors. Remains to be seen if the drivers will stay on track, waiting for an improvement of the weather. But I see that Dan Ashton and Martin Beal both onto the track. Let's see if they're going to come down to the back. Yes, they're coming back into the pit lane now. As you can see, this is a race done and over before the halfway point of the distance. We are on lap number 3 out of 8, which means that we're going to keep that classification as it is. With before the red flag, I see that Noah Grenier was leading. Was he leading before or after the red flag? Needs to be confirmed. Yep. But that battle with Antoine Venant and Rory Pascoe was very much on the edge, and at some point a little bit too much on the edge, as some of them came almost to the point of losing it completely in some of the turns. But now with the sun coming up, maybe the rain won't last that long. Hopefully, fingers crossed.
I'm glad you said the words that this is very Belgian weather, mate, because you'd only have this in this part of the world. That it is absolutely, if you're sat at home, nice and in the dry, in the warm, and you're looking at the visibility levels and you're going, what's going on here? Honestly, folks, it is absolutely hammering it down here, but it's still sunny. Yeah, go figure how that occurs. Let's have a look at some of the highlights from that race. Well, this was before the race had even begun. Nilas Malik having a spin on the formation lap. We got underway in relatively dry conditions. It was a good start for Pascoe, who was able to get across the front of Coyne and not need to go too tight into hairpin 2. There were thrills and spills in the second half of the field. That was Mathis Rouche, the first driver to have a problem. Look at Venant down the inside there, going on the attack up to P2 immediately. As we say, with these kind of conditions, it really, really is going to play into the hands of the Benelux drivers. This was how Ryan Meta got in a bit of trouble. There's the first spin for Dorian Grandjean. So yeah, so Dorian Grandjean had his first spin in an incident that was not of his doing at all. Other drivers coming through as well. The number 78 of Louis Butz. It was all the host nation drivers coming through the field in the early stages. Max Endicott did well there to keep control of his machine. This is not the kind of conditions you want to be in when you're a championship leader. Off at turn 14 would go Miko Schervers. Dorian Grandjean would also have a second incident, and then it would just get worse and worse and worse as all the tyre temperature is gone from the number 83 at this point. So when you're in this situation as a driver, you see there, he tries to get back on track, tries to get on the power to get a bit of speed upon a very fast part of circuit, and the rear end of the kart just says, nope, not complying with that request, driver, and off again and again and again. This was a close moment between Pascoe and Venant. Venant out on the curb, trying to draw alongside. That's mighty brave driving there from Antoine Venant. Those curbs will be very, very slippery in these conditions. They went back and forth across the course of the second lap. This was Venant down the inside of Pascoe into turn 2. Another aspect of these conditions and this circuit, it being a classic circuit, when you get to the edge of the circuit, the edge of the track. That's where you need to be in these conditions, searching for that grip. You overstep it by 1 inch, straight into the grass and into the verges that line this track. Noah Grenier came through as well, up to second place. You can see Venant there trying to find grip, going right out to the edge of the circuit there, just right on the edge of the line. That's where you want to be, but if you just step over it, you get that little problem that Venant had there, where you're no longer on the tarmac, and the dirt is not as grippy, even in these conditions, as the black stuff. This was Grenier getting down the inside just before the red flag came out. So there is the scene down in the pre-grid and scrutineering area, the assembly area. So everybody will be fitting wet tyres now. And if I have my rules right in my head, and always remember, commentators are not formal officials of the race meeting, they will all be changing onto wet tyres now, and I think we will resume this race for the remaining number of laps. This is where the mechanics earn their money, where their euros come into play, because they will not have an unlimited amount of time to get these tyres changed. The really nimble mechanics will be looking to maybe make some setup changes as well. The drivers often get involved also in this situation. If you can have 2 people working on the kart to get it dialed in for these conditions, well, you stand a much better chance of doing nicely when we do go back to racing. There's some of the marshals around the circuit, umbrellas up. Folks well prepared today for these conditions. It was forecast, this rain shower, and it has come on us absolutely on schedule. Still more racing to come up today. We'll have the second heat for the X30 juniors. They will have all switched on to wet tyres. The seniors will be getting ready as well, as the sun starts to come out again here, but the raindrops continue to thrash pretty firmly out of the sky here. And big thanks once again to all of our officials and our marshals. That kind of sums it up, doesn't it? What can you do? What can you do when the weather does this? Let's head down to Guillaume. He's disappeared out the box, so I wonder where he is. Guillaume, over to you.
Thanks very much, Andrew. Well, welcome everybody here into the Parc Fermé under the rain. You know, we couldn't be in Genk without a bit of rain, and it just fell just a few minutes ago. As you can see behind me, it's very busy down in Parc Fermé, because indeed the repair area has been open for 15 minutes, which means that the race, the first of the junior qualifying heats, is still ongoing. So all the drivers have been authorized by the race director to switch tires from slicks to wets, as you can imagine. So we're gonna come back on track with the same field before allowing the next one to make their way onto the track for the second rotation. So we can have a look a little bit closer to the situation as it happens. Maybe if we can grab a quick word with one of our race directors, if they're not too busy, to give you a clear view about the situation. Mr. Martin Bean.
How are you?
Yes, Martin. You know, I felt like I needed to come down and have a bit of a conversation with you guys. For the viewers at home, can you tell us what's happening? What led to that decision?
Unfortunately, the conditions changed. I was hoping we'd get the race done without having to go to the wet board, but the conditions changed. Therefore, everybody's on slicks. The situation was becoming unsafe for a lot of them. So to protect everybody, we call a red race stop. We come in now, we have a 15-minute window where the drivers, mechanics can change what they want on the kart to get them ready for the conditions that we're in now, and then we have a restart. It'll be a single file restart.
Single file restart, which means as well we're going to have a slight delay for the next race coming up.
For sure, there are going to be at least 15 minutes plus the length of this race, but it's better for everybody this way.
It is better. It is the name of safety. Thank you very much, Martin Bean, our race director of the IAME Euro Series, along with Dan Ashton leading to that decision, as you heard Martin saying that out of safety, well, at some point the race needed to be called off for the drivers to switch to wet tires. Now it's down to the mechanics to hurry as well. 15 minutes is more than enough on theory, but as you can see, brand new set of wet tires here for Jules de Koen with one of the good fellow mechanics from RSD, very busy and changing, because 15 minutes is one thing, but time is running out when you're busy working on those carts. And you want to make sure that, well, you have all your tires fitted in the amount of time you're allowed to do so. Because after a while, well, the window can close and the race can get back onto the track, and you need to make sure to make yourself onto that grid, because there's still a couple of laps remaining. Don't forget, we had to call the red flag on lap number 3 out of 8, which means before the halfway mark of that race, and then there's what's left on the table for those drivers. We're gonna take a short break. Don't go anywhere, because the race of the junior, the first of the heat, is coming up right after this.
When you're racing out on the track, you need to be at one with the car. You need to sense every minute detail. You need to feel every camber of the curb. And crucially, that moment in the middle of the corner where you feel the grip and put the power down. It all starts with the right seat. Playseat is bringing you closer to the cockpit than ever before, with a range of models for gamers of all abilities and budgets. And I'm going to try 3 of them out here. There's the Challenge, the Formula Instinct, and the Formula Intelligence models. I'm going to see how they measure up to the real thing and how they can enhance your sim racing experience. Let's start with the Playseat Challenge. With a quick 10-second storage and setup, this seems like the perfect gateway into sim racing for gamers of all ages. There's only one way to know for sure though. I like the fact that we can adjust the steering wheel angle and move the pedals around. So actually I could get it the way I would like in terms of the steering position. The steering is really stable. I'm putting quite a bit of force through these fast corners. And likewise for the pedals as well. You keep thinking it's going to slide away from you, but actually I'm pressing the brake pedal pretty hard and it's not moving. So I'm quite impressed. I really do like driving Zandvoort. It's such a cool circuit. Given how roomy this chair feels, I am a bit surprised at how compact it can be. When the Playseat Challenge arrived, I was a bit confused because the box was actually really small and compact, but it does genuinely fold that small. I think if you're new to sim racing and you wanted a first touch point with the game, this is probably a good option for you. And actually, because it's comfy, you could spend hours at it before you decide to commit more money to it. Now I'm going to try the Playseat Formula Instinct F1 Edition. Now as soon as I've got in it, it immediately feels familiar because it recreates the driving position I felt throughout my career. Let's see what it's like when I get going. The X-Adapt frame is really handy because you're able to really customize every part of the seat structure for your own body. You can adjust the angle of the steering and of course move the seat forward and backwards to get it exactly where you want for a long night of sim racing. Just coming through the final corner. Yep, get the DRS open. The Moduform pads that I've got in my lower back are really good actually, which is ideal when you want to get on the brakes, especially for the slower corners. The steering wheel is super rigid on the frame, which is great because when you're going through these fast corners, changing one direction to the other, that's exactly what you want. You don't want the thing moving around. There's a decent lap, let's keep going. The seating position with your bum going low and your legs coming back up high is exactly how you have it in all Formula 1 cars really. On the whole, I think the seat is super comfortable. I think for someone who's a bit more serious about their gaming and simming, this is really impressive because you feel genuinely like you're sitting in the cockpit of a race car. Now I've been excited to try this model for some time, the Playseat Formula Intelligence F1 Edition, because it's been designed with the help of real F1 drivers and also some of the top sim racers on the planet. Let's see what it's like. Being in this seating position definitely makes it so immersive that you feel like you genuinely are in a race. Your mind takes over and tells you that you're in an actual race. You feel very much at one with the car, as a part of the car, and as a part of this race. The Formula Intelligence has the monitor built in and integrated into the frame, and that really means that your field of vision and your depth is very accurate and truly immersive. Tell you what, my palms are sweating, so I think I've gotten a bit too immersed in this experience. The force lock system allows you to move everything around to really create a bespoke seating experience and make it super comfy for exactly how you would want it as a driver. The seat padding is obviously of a very high quality material. It feels very comfy, very supportive on my lower back. Racing is all about chasing the last hundredth of performance and looking for marginal gains. And if you can be comfortable and if you can be fully immersed in the car, you could really unlock some extra speed, I think. So on the whole, it's been very impressive in terms of how you feel at one with the car, how you can be consistent with it as well, lap after lap, because the frame doesn't move. You feel it's solid, so you can just keep working on your own driving and try and improve. Well, as you can imagine, I've had a hell of a lot of fun trying out these 3 different seats today, and there really is something for everyone out there. The Play Seat Challenge is super convenient and user-friendly, and seems like the perfect way to start your sim racing journey. But if you're looking to take your sim racing to all new heights and recreate that true F1 experience, then I have to say that both the Formula Instinct and the Formula Intelligence have really impressed me today. Whatever you're looking for, you can secure your seat for next season at playseat.com. I'll see you on the track.
Welcome back, everybody, to Genk. We're about to become repair area commentators, Guillaume, because there is less than a minute to go before drivers need to have their karts on terra firma and ready to go racing. I think everybody is going to make it, but some of them are cutting this a little bit fine.
Exactly. Jules de Koen from RSD Karting was the last one to join the rest of the field, but right on time, as we said earlier. A 15-minute window is something, that gives you a decent amount of time to work on the kart and make sure that it's fit and ready with the right tires. But sometimes, time flies when you're busy working and don't look at the clock. And we've seen in the past some drivers and mechanics being caught in time and being shut at the door to the entry of the pre-grid. It's not happening this time. Everybody is on board. That's good news.
Yeah, I remember, I want to say it was Zuera 2 years ago. Myself and Anthony Jordan were doing this bit, and a pole sitter missed the gate. Didn't really even have the rear right wheel back on the car. When we were talking earlier about how important it is for the driver to get involved themselves and help the mechanic, 2 pairs of hands, meaning you can get through a bit more work. That is exactly what we mean. But well done to everyone. I do think we've got a full grid once again for this race restart. Now it'll be over to the drivers to get themselves in the zone concentrate once again and get this qualifying heat back underway in a short few moments' time. If you're just joining us, we're under red flag conditions due to weather in the first heat of the day for the X30 Juniors. Last few moments, just a couple of tyre pressures being checked.
Which you're allowed to do.
Which you're allowed to do, yeah.
The only thing you're allowed to do, and replacing the spark plug if needed. But yeah, there's always a bit of tire pressure needed, and there's a bit of pressure as well on the shoulders of those mechanics in those heated moments, with the help of the drivers. You know, the drivers, as you've seen, don't just sit around waiting for the work to be done. They help a lot, just to make sure to have their place back on the grid. And as you heard from our race director Martin Bean, this will be one line going out, so rolling start in one line. As in the order they started this race, not as they finished, by the look of it. Yeah. Oh no, this is the
end of lap
order
2.
End of lap 2 before the red flag.
Yep.
My apologies. So that's how they will be lined up now.
In terms of the conditions, for those not at the circuit, it is still raining, but the intensity of the rain has dropped away. It has clouded over again, though, so that mix we had of bright sunshine, heavy rain has now been replaced by very cloudy skies and light rain. So it's going to be an ever-changing situation for the drivers, for the mechanics, for everybody out there on circuit. Wind has picked up, so you noted the wind earlier, Guillaume. Well, that is a little change that we can see there with the flags of all the nations represented here this weekend. Last few moments for the drivers before they get back into things here. More racing to come up after this. We'll have the C versus D heat for X30 Junior, and then the first appearance of the day for the X30 Seniors. And my oh my, have they got a title battle to be discussed here this weekend. There you can see another little change. Everybody's retreated as far back in the grandstand as possible, and trying to get a little bit of cover there in the cafe, in the restaurant here at Karting Genk. Big thanks to all of the Karting Genk staff. Great to be back here. We were last at this circuit 2 years ago for a really exciting championship finale. I'm sure it's going to be the same here as the instruction is given to the drivers to return to the circuit. So they effectively go into a slow procedure. It's not another formation lap like we had about half an hour ago. The timing and scoring will check us through. They will form up into a 1-by-1 line and then get things going again. So slow boards are out, no overtaking, but the drivers will be ferociously trying to get a bit of temperature into the tyres. These aren't the optimum conditions for a brand new set of wets. It is wet, but it's not absolutely sopping. There's no heavy puddles out there, so you've got to get the release agent off of the tyre and then get it bedded in. We could still see grip be at a bit of a premium over the next lap or so.
Yeah, the rains have definitely diminished compared to the red flag interruption. As the 105 of Rory Pascu from Premium Karting, you can see him sliding around, trying to get some temperatures into those MG tires, trying to be in prime conditions to get his race going again for his first appearance in the IAME Euro Series. The driver from Switzerland, at least driving with a Swiss license, but also from Romania. Rory Pascu in front of Zoltan Koigny, Miko Schwerz, who ran into trouble early on. We go for one more lap still under slow procedure, as the drivers will have a bit more time as it goes by the procedure to get those tires ready. With that's actually in second place, not Zoltan Koigny, but Antoine Venant, who's Antoine Venant is going to have to drop back a little bit or still stay in second place. So we're going to see in which order they will line themselves up. As long as the cock is down there as well with the crankcase. We do have everybody on board, but Dorian Grandjean is with us on track.
And Dorian Grandjean was the driver who was having a bit of a nightmare keeping the kart on the road. At least this pause has allowed him to rejoin. And just to reiterate, these are not racing laps. These are not laps that are counting towards the race distance. So the timing and scoring is just reset to back to the end of lap number 2. So apologies, these are effectively formation laps. But when we get going again, the manner in which the race will start will be like when we come out of a slow procedure. It'll be single file. It will not be 2x2 in the tram lines. Are we ready to get going again now? Out of the final corner, waiting for the green flag. It's ready, it's unfurled. We're racing once again here at Genk. So we go for the remaining laps then. Down towards turn number 1 and into turn number 2. Freddie Wood is immediately on the attack. Down the inside of Noah Grenier in a move that was at least a go for 3rd place, but Grenier dealt with that really nicely. Gets back into position. Here comes the number 62. Well, as Mason Kwong's had an amazing restart. Was behind a number of drivers. And it's, Venon has lost a wheel. Well, that is the risk when you have a quick change of tyres. That one wasn't secured properly. And out of the race is Venon.
Wow, drama, the first one of the weekend in the junior class for Antoine Venon, the returnee in the IAME Euro Series, returnee on national level as well. He won that race, the last one of the IAME Benelux 2 weeks ago, in beautiful fashion. But this time around, well, a wheel going loose. Let's see that again into turn number 6 at the start of the Europa Land. Nothing that can be done for the Belgian driver. DNF for Antoine Venon.
And that could be something as simple as one wheel nut not quite torqued up right during that 15-minute repair window or change window to put those wet tyres on, and it has taken one of the favourites for this heat out. There is Max Endicott, championship leader, down the inside of Mason Kwong for P4, and has got 4th place. Has got the support as well of Nilas Malik. He's had a bit of an adventure in this heat. Ludwig Gronquist going wheel to wheel as well with Lewis Boots. Swedish drivers can be pretty useful in these conditions as well when it gets a little bit slippery. Half of the race pretty much gone then. Plenty has happened. Mason Kwong now under investigation. I mentioned he overtook many drivers. Did he overtake them a little bit too soon, perhaps? Because we've not really seen anything else happen to Mason Kwong since the restart. The 1-1-2 there of Reutz. Victor Reutz trying to find his way past the victory lane number 64 of Santiago Barros. Wheel to wheel go Kwong and Gronquist. Boots is down the inside. They both try and take the inside line. Kwong makes it work. No space for Gronquist to nip through the middle there. Plenty going on, as expected in this race, Guillaume.
Yeah, plenty of contact as well. Not easy to keep a racing line quite clean as Boots on the inside. Different racing lines into the last 2 turns. It's about survival as well. Even though they fitted the right tires, it takes a bit of time to get the temperatures. It takes a bit of time to get the grip of the layout of Genk. As the battle still raging in the lead as well. Noah Grenier up 11th place, the Belgian driver. He had a cracking start to his first few laps before the red flag. Once again, is showing his pace in those difficult conditions, trying to get as close as possible to Rory Pascoe. As further down, Gronquist, look at them going so wide into that turn number 6, avoiding the curbs, avoiding the inside line as much as possible. With might be still some standing water that could take you into a spin. As you can see as well, wider lines for Pascoe from Grenier. Freddie Wood, the number 38, as well coming back up just behind on lap number 5. Still a bit of time, but Pascoe seems to be loving these conditions.
Using the highly technical solution of puddle watch, rain has stopped. So there's going to be another change of conditions here as Wood gets down the inside of Noah Grenier. I've been very impressed with Freddie Wood across the course of this season, but particularly the last month. He seems to have refound the mojo that he had right at the start of the season at the IAME Winter Cup. Took his first win in his national championships about a month ago on a weekend where we had similar conditions to this. It was back and forth, it was wet, it was dry, it was everything in the middle, and he took a good result there. There's Nilas Malik going through past teammate Max Endicott, the BMR squad who've been supreme on the continent so far this season. You think back to that sweep of the podium that they had at Franciacorta. How are they going to be able to deal with these conditions? Endicott goes to the inside line. Malik will try and switch back out of turn number 6 and will retake the position. There is the stranded cart of Antoine Venon in the background, the single retirement in this race, Guillaume.
Yeah, and we had trouble by the look of it for someone else into turn number 1 and 2. The number 51, this is a Teddy Zewek. We didn't get to see that live, but ran into some trouble with, I think that might have been Philippe Massard from VDK Racing down there. Those two maybe clipping each other. We'll get back to that. On lap number 6, the checkered flag is getting near. And the battle between the two teammates of BMR, Nilas Malik, Max Andekot, your championship leader, as we said, currently in 4th and 5th, with a bit of a gap behind Noah Grignier, down in 3rd. Beautiful close-up into that turn number 14 and 15, back on the power, bit of slipstream as well. But Rascu, 6/10 of a second in front of Freddie Wood and Noah Grignier. So look at how tight the pack is behind, with one of the VDKs down there, the 4th-3 as well. This is the battle in the second part of the classification, involving some of the big names out there.
Zoltan Koenig is not having a happy time out there, down 8 positions in this race. Also in this mix, you've got Santiago Barros, who was up 14 positions. I think he's just lost out a little bit there. Wide goes Reutz, Victor Reutz, outside of the top 15 now, as they all go back and forth out of turn number 6. There's the number 19 of Zoltan Koenig now trying to get back up the order a little bit. Hugo Berner there as well in the diamond, the blue and red liveried machine, French team.
Watch out coming to the hairpins. Zoltan Koenig not having the best of race. He was starting from the front row, battling to keep himself alive, as around the inside. That was a close call. We're going to go into the last lap of this first race of the juniors, and the battle for the lead and the victory. It's very much raging. Freddie Wood, Pascu in the lead, going defensive, way before the breaking point of the turn number 1 and 2. It still holds on to that lead into that last lap. Watch out as well from Noah Grignier. Can he maybe switch those positions into that last course? There
Brilliant.
he goes! Brilliant exit on the entering of turn number 3. Here's a response maybe from the premium driver, switching those positions again. What a ballet this is, side by side into the Europalan.
Love that. That's really, really good kart racing between both Pascu and Wood. And it's not done yet. Down towards turn number 7. Wood's trying to feed his way down the inside. Pascu squeezes him. Good manner to keep the race lead. Nilas Malik might get involved in this as well, as caught up to the top 3 is wide. There goes Pascu. Wood gets through. Here comes Grignier now, trying to find the grip on the inside, but he's going to be slow off the corner. Down towards another of the heavy braking zones into turn 12. Wood goes wide. Pascu goes to the inside. Brilliantly done again by Rari Pascu. How did he get that stopped? How did he get the speed off the corner? That could be the key move that gives him this heat win. Into turn 14. Here comes Nilas Malik. Grignier's out wide there. That looked a little bit close to the line. Grignier comes back round the outside. Pascu wins a tremendous heat there in the wet. Freddie Wood P2. Grignier P3, up 10 places from where he started. Nilas Malik needed one more lap there, Guillaume, but that's still solid points with the P4.
Wow, what a race. And the first win at this level in qualifying heats for Rari Pascu, from pole to victory. But suddenly things were not easy for the Swiss driver. And just in front of Freddie Wood for 0.2 of a second on the line. What a great battle, what a great ballet of driving skills. And Santiago Barros, talking about skills, gaining 15th place from 23rd to 8th on the line. This race started and finished for his first part quite early, after 2 laps completed, red flag, and then one heck of a second part after that second start. But Rari Pascu was able to manage his lead and protect his position, unlike Antoine Venant. What a despair this is for the VDK driver. He was so strong when he came back in the IAME Series Benelux 2 weeks ago, looking so strong as well to compete on top of the classification, but a wheel going loose at the restart decided otherwise. Here's the classification in full. Rari Pascu, Freddie Wood, Noah Grignier, Nilas Malik, and Max Andekot, your championship leader, P5. Quite recoveries as well. So Louis Granke is down in P6. Lewis Boots climbing 7 places to P7 from Santiago Barros. Mason Kwang, Orion Meta running up the top 10. 11th place for Hugo Bernat. Zoltan Koenig dropping all the way down to P12 after a difficult qualifying heat from Joris Verkerk. Lorenz de Kock, Tsemzalik, Mathis Mouche. That's a good recovery as well for Mathis. whose early part of the race didn't go according to plan. Still able to see the checkered flag in P16 from Victor Reutz, Milan Cekin, Charles Candil, Mirko Sweerts, Jules de Koen, Philippe Massard, Teddy Zewick, and Dorian Grandjean, with one retirement for Antoine Venant. But for Rory Pascoe, you heard him earlier in the interview, the confidence is very much strong for the premium karting driver for his first appearance in the championship. Let's see how things unfolded, as that was the early start of the race with a good getaway from Paul from Pascoe and a little bit of a trouble for Mathis Mouche from LSD, as we said. Antoine Venant fighting his way through as well. A couple of contact into that turn number 2, and some of the drivers forcing their way on the outside onto the curb. That was before the rain came into play, as some of the drivers down there, the number 57, got into trouble as well. That was Orion Meta, one of the teammates of Rory Pascoe, as the tussles would keep on going into turn number 7 at the end of the Europa Land. The number 26, as the rain made his appearance, Mirko Sweerts was the first driver into trouble. Dorian Grandjean, with the track conditions degrading, didn't have any grip left at any part of the track, and look at him going sideways. Certainly no way on slick tires. That's no easy task at all. But Dorian Grandjean from Euro Karting, was certainly happy to see the race coming to an early stop, change those tires, as in the lead Antoine Venant and Rory Pascoe gave us one heck of an early battle as well, switching racing lines with Noah Grenier coming back at him very, very close indeed, with Ninas Malik down in 4th place. And while some of them, like Dorian Grandjean, were fighting for their life, well, others were trying to stay on the racing line. Then the red flag came in, 15 minutes period to switch to wet tires, and at the restart, Rory Pascoe managed to pull away from Antoine Venant in second, while Noah Grenier, Ninas Malik, Max Endicott and the rest were busy battling. And then, as we expected, Antoine Venant to give the chase to the leader. This happened. A wheel going loose, the right rear wheel, unfortunately for the VDK driver. DNF in turn number 6 for Antoine Venant. Is going to have to work twice to gain the confidence back in his next qualifying heat after the lunchtime. In the meantime, the ballet of drivers between Freddie Wood and Rory Pascoe, with Noah Grenier and Ninas Malik just behind. But in the end, for only 0.2 of a second, Rory Pascoe was able to control and get his hands on his first victory in the qualifying heats at this level of competition. But that was a close call, as Freddie Wood and Noah Grenier gave him a hard time up until the checkered flag of that heavily disputed qualifying heat. Good news is, as you can see, the rain has stopped from now. Let's keep it that way as we get down to Parc Fermé with you, Andrew.
Thank you very much, Guillaume, here with Rory Pascoe. Rory, well, that was a different last 25 minutes or so. Tell me about before the red flag. How was it going from dry to wet?
I mean, obviously it's quite hectic. No one knows really where to brake, how wet it is going into every corner. You're taking a chance to go off. But yeah, it really brings out what kind of driver you are.
And the team have done a great job there, because it's not easy in a 15-minute window like that to turn the kart round. I mean, you had a bit of a close affair with Antoine Venant, who had problems. How proud are you of the team?
Yeah, very proud. Thank you so much to my mechanic, Jamie Tyler, and obviously everyone else who's involved.
Quick word on the battle with Freddie Wood. How was that?
It was quite cool, to be honest. It was a nice scrap. I thought I almost finished second, but he opened the door and I just went in.
Good stuff, Rory. We'll let you get back to your team. Guillaume, back to you in the box.
Thanks very much, Andrew. Thanks to Rory as well. No time to lose, as we're going to try to catch up with the delay. Here comes the C versus D qualifying heat and the grid in full for that first rotation of junior races, with Ivan Gonzalez and Colby Pattinson side by side on the first row of the grid. 8 laps to go through, 11 kilometers through the track of Genk. Aurelio Langitano and Theo Polican on row number 2. Row number 3, Sukmani Kera and Milan Deku as well. That's going to be an interesting one. Milan Deku, first appearance this season with the EGP Racing Team. Behind him is going to have Alejandro Campos and Tony Cacciaferro on row number 4. Row number 5, first appearance as well with EGP. Keito Lloyd from Japan. Josh House, last year's mini champion, stepping up in juniors by his side on row number 5. Row number 6, Brian Bruno from Victory Lane and George Kinlan by his side. Row number 7, Samuel Hugon and Joshua Lorison. Row number 8, Andy Stewart and George De Smet. Row number 9, Aaron Buhofer and Lucas Penizari, a new name as well in the IAME Euro Series this season. Further down, row number 10, Carl Lundberg and Jacob Bachelor, followed by Christian Corby, George Clark, Jonathan Stewart and Abdenour Al-Majidi. A total of 24 drivers, the second half of the close to 50 competitors in the junior category. Now, as you might imagine, all the drivers decided to go for wet tires, at least that's in theory. But looking at how wet the racing line still is around this part, well, that would be the most obvious of choices. Ivan Gonzalez will be leading the pack. Ivan Gonzalez currently sitting down in second place in the championship. Max Endicott took a P5 finish in his first qualifying heat. Ivan Gonzalez is just second for 4 little points in the junior ranking. So the task for Ivan Gonzalez is simple. He needs to win that one just to get his weekend going on the right path. But Colby Pattinson from Excel Motorsport, Aurelien Longitano, and also Theo Polican. Watch out from the Dream Racing driver. Theo Polican third in a championship. He has a bit of a gap in points on both Endicott and Gonzalez, but from what he's been showing all throughout the course of the year on national and international level, don't count him out, because Theo Polican still have a shot at the title for depending on what would happen to his closest rivals.
If he can replicate the kind of form through the heats that we've seen earlier on in the season, the reason why he's a bit further back is he had a DNF in the final at Franciacorta. Now, that could end up as a drop score. With big scoring, he could really, really propel himself back into the title discussion. That's all for later in the weekend, though. Let's lock in for this next race in X30 Junior. Into the tram lines, waiting for the lights to go out. They do go out. We're racing once again here at Genk. Is there enough grip for the drivers to get it stopped into turn 1? It's looking okay as they feed their way through turn number 2. Look at the start that Ivan Gonzalez has got. Gonzalez is gone. There's still a long way in this race to go, and it's tricky conditions. They're finding where the grip is all the time, but that is spot on from the Spaniard. Brilliant stuff.
Yeah, brilliant stuff indeed. Watch out into the Europa line. Everybody is taking different line on the inside and both on the outside as well. And one of the EGP is going a little bit too much on the grass and almost coming close to lose it completely. But he was able to keep himself onto the track while Ivan Gonzalez is pulling away at the wheel of that Birelot machine. 63 further down of Victory Lane, trying to stay alive as well. Priam Bruno in the middle of the pack. As it's a good opening lap for pretty much everybody still on board with us. The GP driver might have been either Kato Lloyd or Milan Beku further down. We're going to have to watch that back in a moment. But look at how close this is from the edge into that last corner before the grandstand. One lap already almost completed, and already some drivers trying to find a little bit of space to make the move. But look at the gap in the meantime that Ivan Gonzalez was able to build up to 1.7 seconds.
Good move down the inside there from Sukmani Kira, but Aurelio Longitano is wise to it, does the cut back and returns to second place. One of the victory lanes a little bit wide there. That looked to be Priam Bruno. Priam Bruno, another returning driver to the IAME Euro Series, running with a strong team as well. Victory Lane won this category here 2 years ago in the hands of Just Mulder. Variety of lines being taken through the turn 6 hairpin there as Longitano goes to the middle of the road. Sukmani Kira trying to find a route through. Kira well positioned in the championship heading into this weekend. Currently holds 4th place in a joint number of points with George Clark. Both of them on 136 apiece. And well, depending on how Polican does, they could still get into the top 3. And remember, the top 3 in the championship all earn pathways to the IAME Warriors final at the end of the year. Right now, though, Ivan Gonzalez is leading this race by 2.4 seconds over this growing battle for second place, Guillaume. Longitano having to work really hard to hold on to this second place. Kira's down the inside. They touch a little bit there out of turn number 14. Kira is through. Here comes Bruno as well in the number 63. Polican there in the 55 as well. The white, blue and fuchsia colours on the card. It's all going back and forth. Polican's got back down the inside. Longitano just does not look to be happy at all with the machine right now. He's going backwards.
Yeah, and while he's going backwards, it allows indeed Polican to go with Sukmani Kira. Good move indeed up to second and third. Longitano's going defensive as well as Bachelor. Look at the recovery from Jacob from BMR. 14 places gain up to P6 as well. Enjoying those conditions at the end of the Europa Land. Priam Bruno is going defensive as well in front of Kobe with the 111 just behind. Campos in the middle. Longitano dropping all the way down to P8 after just a while ago he was in second place, so certainly something going wrong for the Belgian driver, Swiss driver, sorry, from Spirit Karting. But in the hairpin as well. A couple of drivers into those battles out there. I think that Kato Lloyd might have been the GP driver in the opening lap. Oh, and a spin for the number 18. What just happened for Aurelio Longitano? That's a shame. Was it the result of a contact? Was it a driver error? Sliding on the greasy part of that track. Rain seems to be picking up, Andrew.
Just lost the back end. Under braking into turn 12. We said that Longitano didn't look happy with the kart and has now lost a number of positions. Bachelor down the inside and momentarily into second place. Polican gets it back. Kira gets both of them on the exit of turn number 2. Good driving there from the Alpine Racer Academy driver as Bachelor and Bruno go wheel to wheel. Bruno trying to get around the outside, nearly finds himself in the dirt there. They both dive down the inside of Polican, who then gets the switch back out of turn number 6. This is what we love about Genk. Yeah. This is brilliant racing. It's wide in places. You can make these cutback moves. As look at this, Christian Kobe's now going to get involved. The Irishman in the 111 started right at the back of the field. The rain is starting to team down again. It's coming for round number 2 here today at Genk. There's Priam Bruno trying to make an opening to get through past Jacob Bachelor. But keep an eye on Christian Kobe. Well, we've talked about the cliches of Belgian drivers and British drivers and Swedish drivers being good in the wet. Well, throw the Irish in there as well. They're pretty used to these conditions from the Emerald Isle. There is Kira still holding second place. Bachelor's down the inside. Will he have speed off the corner? Yes, he will. That's great driving from the British-Austrian driver to get back up into P2. That's 18 places gained now for Jacob Bachelor. Bruno's going to try and come back at Kira here for P3. This is going to get tight into turn 3. Bruno does enough to get back ahead, but he's going to be weak off of turn 3 now. Manages to hold on to the position. Who else is coming up through the order? The number 2 of Lucas Pellizzari, the driver from Luxembourg, has gained 9 places and is up into the top 10.
Yeah, I was looking down as well to see where George Clark is actually in the classification. 5 places gained for the driver in P5 in the championship. Let's not forget that this qualifying went really from bad to worse, only starting 22nd in this qualifying heat for one of the top positions contenders in this year's series. Only P17 at this point. We'll get back to that. In the meantime, on lap number 5, as you can see, the rain is now falling quite hard on the layout of Genk, as Ivan Gonzalez from Spain seems to be enjoying these conditions. Look at the switch from Sukmanikera on Theo Polican. Beautiful piece of driving for the Fusion driver, as Bachelor and Priam Bruno are left battling for second place with a gap already extending slightly. The time for Kera and Polican to fight with Christian Kobe. But the race is still going. No reason for any stoppage. Everybody is on wets. But all you need to do is to see the checkered flag as Theo Polican once again on the inside of Sukmanikera. 2 battles at once between Priam Bruno and Bachelor on the inside in turn number 3. Oh, that was a close call, but Priam Bruno is fighting already. Switch of positions, and yes, the Belgian is making his way past once again. That's a close call, but that's about dancing in the rain between Priam Bruno and Jacob Bachelor. And Priam is furious, is gesturing to his opponent and already trying to shut that door halfway through, and contact. Bachelor is having none of it and takes second place back. Priam Bruno must be certainly fuming beneath the helmet. He was gesturing to his opponent. That's about as reckless as it might be. Let's keep that result in the bag. Let's stop that fighting, because that might allow the rest of the drivers, Theo Polican and George House as well. He's the one coming at them very quickly. We're going to have a 3-driver battle, and House is taking advantage of that and finds himself into P3, P2 now.
Well done, George House. He's one of the youngest drivers in this junior category. Last year's X30 Mini champion, who's just gone, do you know what? You two keep having that fight. I'm going to take those positions from you, like taking candy from a baby. That was really well done. Bruno and Bachelor just a little bit too attentive to each other right now. There are another 22 drivers out there on circuit. Now they've started to get back into a rhythm. Bruno back down the inside of House. House does the switch back through turns 3 and 4. Bruno does the double switch back there into 5, nearly loses the back end of the car, nearly 3 wide as they run into turn number 6. Who's going to have the best run off of turn number 6 here? It's going to be Bruno. No, it's going to be House. House draws back alongside. Isn't able to get through there. Here comes Teo Policon as well in the Dream Racing number 55. Is on the outside to the inside through the double chicane. This is crazy stuff here at Genk. There is a race leader in this one, by the way. It's Ivan Gonzalez. He's disappeared up the road by 6.5 seconds in a brilliant drive. House gets back down the inside of Bakler there, back up to 3rd place. Polican has got through past the BMR driver as well. Pellizzari's waiting for his moment. Bakler back on the attack again into turn 12. This is lap number 7. 1 more to go. Bruno looks to have cleared this pack now, Guillaume.
And Pellizzari just made his move on Teo Policon, but the Frenchman is responding, going the inside. He's going to have a slightly less better momentum than the rest of them as we go into the last lap. Last lap it is. Priam Bruno, while all that battling is happening behind him, was able to get himself a bit of a gap as Bakler dives around the inside of Josh House. Still battling with Luca Pellizzari. That's the best we've seen the Luxembourg driver at this level. Run the outside he goes. That's his chase.
Oh, no.
Contact with Jacob Bachler. Watch out, those two in the middle of the track. Jacob Bachler going the wrong way around, but fortunately no the contact. But that slight touch of the wheels was enough in those greasy conditions to send them both spinning.
You knew it was coming. That was inevitable at any stage of this race. But how about this for a drive? Well, we've talked about the cliched countries of being fast in the wet. Spain is not one of those, but that does not matter right now to Ivan Gonzalez because, well, it doesn't matter where you're from. If you've got the talent, if you've got the skill, if you've got the determination, you will produce in these kind of conditions. And Ivan Gonzalez is going to take first blood in the championship fight here today versus Max Endicott with a marvellous, brilliant, measured win in this first heat of the weekend for Ivan Gonzalez, and he won it with ease. 4.3 seconds. He could back off big time there, take care of the kart, the materials himself. That is brilliant work. Brilliant, brilliant work from Gonzalez and the Monlau Motorsport team. They have delivered. There's a long way to go in this competition here this weekend, Guillaume, but when the title is so close, the title battle is so close, 4 championship points between Gonzalez and Endicott, automatically, if you finish the day top of the tally, which right now Gonzalez is sharing with Pascu, even if Endicott was to say finish second, that's 3 of those 4 points gone. That is a really, really good start for the Spaniard.
It is indeed. With Christian Corby, the Irish driver, 16 places gain up to P5 after starting 21st on that grid. So a couple of good climbers as well, including Luca Pellizzari, still able to finish P8 despite that contact early on, fortunately with Jacob Bachler. This is how they finished. Ivan Gonzalez, 4.3 seconds on the line. Priam Bruno saving that second place with a 9 positions gain. In front of George House, 7 positions up to P3. From Teo Policon, Christian Corby, your best recovery of the race. From Sukmani Kera, bit of a shame for the Fusion driver, finishing only P6 as he was battling for second place potentially. Gator Lloyd, after what have been, I think, a bit of an incident, at least a bit of a scare into the opening lap, finishing a good 7th place. From Luca Pellizzari, Alejandro Campos, Samuel Hugon running up your top 10. 11th place for Aaron Buhofer from Andy Stewart, Milan Beku, Aurelio Longhitano, George Clark, P15 from Jacob Bachler, all the way down in 16 after that contact earlier with Lucas Pellizzari. Then we have further down George Killian, Johnson Stewart, Colby Pattinson, George Smith, Tony Cacciafero, Joshua Lorison, Carl Lundberg, and Abdenur El Mahidi. They all made it to the checkered flag, and let's see how they did that, Andrew.
Well, this was the start, which was always going to be a little bit busy in conditions like this. I mean, this was the point of the race. The field were the closest to Gonzalez. He got a great start, and then just pulled away from the rest. Aurelio Longhitano in the early stages was in second place, but really, I put this down to maybe just the setup not quite being there. Aurelio is a very talented driver, but he never looked comfortable really with how the kart was performing. You could see it there. This was the spin, the rear of the kart wanting to become the front of the kart, and that's never really conducive to a good result. Big scrap going on involving the likes of Sukmani Kira, Teo Policon, Jacob Bachler, Priam Bruno for second place. Gonzalez was well clear by this point. Bachler down the inside took second place from Kira. This was really good driving from Sukmani Kira. Didn't panic at all at this stage. The second half of the race maybe just got away from her a little bit, but there was some good speed at this point. Here was Bachler versus Bruno, round one of many across the course of that heat. They very much got embroiled with one another across several laps in this race. This was Bachler down the inside of Policant into turn number 7. And an impressive drive as well from Christian Kobe. You just saw at the back of the shot there a few moments ago. Up from the back of the field was your biggest mover in that race. This was another one of the battles, and another of the battles between Bruno and Bachler, who communicating to one another there, but all the while Gonzalez well clear of the rest of them.
Yeah, you could see, you can feel the frustration in both the drivers. First from Priam, which is just into Jacob Bachler, and a bit of a wheel banging there, allowing Josh Hauser to make his way past for that second place finish. At that point, what would be second place before Priam Bruno would make his return, slightly pushing away Jacob Bachler. But that was still a good racing with Lucas Perizari getting involved in number 2, and then that contact, sadly, Jacob Bachler going a bit wide into that turn number 4, and Lucas Perizari was on the outside line. Nothing he could have done there, sadly. Remains to be seen what the officials will make of that incident. Seems to be like a racing incident from our position, but that's not down to us to decide. Now, the juniors are going to be left on the side for a while. We're going to have them back in the afternoon for the second rotation of races. Now, here come the senior driver, the Warriors, the prime category of them all, with the A versus B qualifying heat, which means the fastest drivers in qualifying are going for battle.
They are indeed, but it's not necessarily the drivers that you would have expected at the very front of the field. Vince van der Hallen, on debut, at least for this season, has taken pole position from yesterday's time qualifying. Roxanne Lantinga as well. A good qualifying, gets on the front row. Dan Alaman and Danny Carinini, 2 of the championship contenders. They go from row number 2. Emmanuel Lidakis and Otto Pirkkinen go from row 3. Mark Granada and Eva Dorstein go from 4. Elvis Krzauskas and Maurice Verkreuse complete the top 10. Row 6, Julien Sauvillo, one of the surprises of the season, a breakthrough star in the 2:45. Starts on row 6 alongside Switzerland's Albert Lombard. Senville Hayden and Luke Taylor, they go from row 7. Row number 8, Rafa Boulard and Adrian Canal. Dylan Patel and Pep Einsteiger complete row number 9.
Row number 10, Gabriel Teixeira and Mirko Witters. Anthony Bogarts and Sjoerd de Vries, row number 11. Row number 12, Angelo Meli and Javier Broscar. Row number 13, we have a returnee, Belen Garcia. It's been a while since she has been part of the IAME Euro Series. Charlie Glum as well for the first time this season. Seira Kojima and Bo Alrich on row number 14. Row number 15, Yana Rodriguez and Eloy Gonzalez, all the way down after difficult qualifying. Then we have Paco Miguel Sarmiento and Thijs van Wijk on row number 16, and Eddie Dax from Luxembourg running up the top 33 competitors. These are big grids in the senior class, as we said. One of the best showing this season with 65 competitors and only 3 qualifying heats. They had 5 to start with in Zuera, then we came down to 4 in Franciacorta, and since Wackersdorf, bigger grids, 3 qualifying heats, which means that each of those races will count double, especially when it comes to the battle for the title, Andrew.
And talking about that title battle, this is how it looks on the scores, or in the scores going into today. So Aaron Garcia, reigning champion, 201 points on the board. It's a 19-point advantage over Danny Carinini. Those of you who know your IAME Euro Series recent history will remember this is the venue where Danny Carinini sealed the 2024 title, so he's got good form around this place. Alaman is a little bit further back, so 201 for Garcia, 182 for Carinini, Alaman 153. But remember, back to Wackersdorf, Alaman did not finish the final in Germany and lost out on a good number of points at that point, but that could become his dropped score. And it's going to be a story that runs and runs here this weekend, and it's about to begin in a racing capacity right here, right now. The rain teeming down, and we're not quite going to go yet.
Now, Carinini seems to be in trouble. At least he was on the left side. Yeah, he just put his hand up as we go for one more lap. A decision of Dan Ashton and Martin Bean are race directors and deputy race directors of the IAME Euro Series. One more round to go before the Warriors will be left to go for battle. A couple of interesting new names as well coming across in the senior class this weekend. 21 new names, wildcards, so to speak, competing this weekend for the first appearance in the category. Eva Dorenstein as well is, well, if you've seen a social media post of late, she was in Great Britain up until Wednesday, taking part in her second rookie test of the F1 Academy. Then she decided to fly all the way to Belgium, all the ways, one way to put it, but we're still very close. But to compete this weekend, so good to have her with her. She's with us. She's going to be starting from 8 on that grid. Belen Garcia as well, former driver in the W Series, Formula 4, as well as Freca in single-seaters, competing in GT and endurance racing, competing this weekend with Just Drive as a return to karting with a 25th position on that grid, taking a bit of time as well to get back into speed, but good to have great names in the recent history of motorsport back with us competing in this level.
So the drivers formed up then, looking a bit more controlled than they were about 90 seconds ago. We should be good for a start here then for the first heat of the weekend in X30 Senior. They're into the tram lines and we are racing here in Belgium. Great start for Dan Alleman. Look at him there, down the inside. He's going to take the race lead, but not necessarily keep it. That Roxanne Lantinga fighting through from the outside of row number 1. It's one of the MP Motorsport karts, and it was Roxanne, the sole one of them, at the front of the field. That's a brilliant start for Roxanne. It was a really good moment to see her qualifying come together. She's had speed all season as there's a spinner towards the back of the field. It's Eloy Gonzalez. Eloy Gonzalez in trouble there, who's not had a good weekend so far. I think Roxanne could have a really strong weekend here at Genk. The speed has been there throughout the season, but she has had so much bad luck as there's another driver off towards the back of the field. It's another of the Just Drive racing machines, the 360 of... that was Belen Garcia. Belen Garcia was off at turn number 7. But Lantinga looking to lead this one in the 2-0. As that's all a little bit close. Too close through turn number 12. The 267, that's Javier Borrasca in the middle of all of that. Yes, it is. And the 363 now facing the wrong way. A bit of a tempestuous start to this race.
That's Eva Dorenstein. Fortunately, we had also one of the PGM drivers involved into that coming together. Angelo Meli, I think it was, getting together with some of the drivers just in front of the grandstand. And Eva Dorenstein went into a spin. We might need to see that again, but certainly not the best of start for two of the lady drivers, Belen Garcia and Eva Dorenstein, into this field. And one lap completed. Roxanne Lantinga is having a cracking start in the opening lap. 1 full second in front of Otto Paikkonen. Dani Carinini, Dani up into third. Dan Alleman at some point was leading into turn number 1, falling down to P4. Under the pressure of the MCK drivers, Vince van der Allen and Juan Sorvillo, as well as Maurice Verkreuz further down. 3 of the MCKs in line pretty much. Vince van der Allen, pole sitter, dropping 4 places down to P5. Not so happy with his opening lap. Maybe with a bit of a help, a bit of a push from behind with Juan Sorvillo and Maurice Verkreuz. He might be hoping to get his momentum back.
Yeah, Julian Sorvillo, who burst onto the IAME Euro Series scene back at the first round of the championship in Spain, had a bit of a tough time a month and a half or so ago at Wackersdorf, but back on home soil here is looking to finish the season with a bit of a flourish. Here is the battle between Sorvillo and Dan Alleman. Dan Alleman checking to his right, covers off any kind of move from the MCK at 245. Another of the MCKs just behind as well in the shape of Van der Hallen, your pole sitter, who was pleasantly surprised to be fastest of all the seniors yesterday. He's been doing a lot of preparation here. He's done 3 or 4 races in recent times round this circuit. There's been a couple of rounds of the IAME Series Benelux at Championship here over the course of the summer. And there, once again, Dan Alleman ahead of the 357. Dan Alleman will just try and take things nice and calm here this weekend. His speed was so strong at Wackersdorf, but ultimately it wasn't the result that he wanted as the machinery expired in the final. He knows that he's got some good heat scores already in the bag. What the focus is, I think, for him in his title bid is make sure that he's in the mix come the final, not be starting, outside the top 20. Be up there in the top 5 and go for a big result there. Similar story for Danny Carinini, who's currently having a fight for second place with Otto Pikkanen. This is the traffic jam at turn number 14, and through indeed has gone Carinini there. He'll like that. The Italian up to P2.
Yeah, beautifully made into turn number 2 for the former champion in 2024. Otto Pikkanen down in 3rd place. Going to resist from a possible return from Julian Sorvillo. Otto Pikkanen has been very fast in this part on this layout. Missed out at the end of July in round number 4 of the IAME Euro Series. And a potential final victory. DNF that came at the worst moment for Otto Pikkanen. And he was once again very strong 2 weeks ago on this very track. Let's see if he can... this good momentum can bear fruits this time around as the 2:20.77 from RSD. This is the middle of the pack. A lot of battles for Yana Rodriguez with the likes of Elon Gonzalez, who's fighting his way through. 10 places gained for the Spaniard after that difficult start to his race. We have as well the likes of Bo Ulrich, Luke Taylor and Thijs van Wijk in the middle of the pack, and a bit of trouble for the RSD driver, I'm afraid, as the battle keeps on raging. Julian Sorvillo and Otto Pikkanen. The switch of position for a brief moment. The Finnish driver lost that 3rd place, was able to switch that line, get a better momentum out of turn number 15. And Julian Sorvillo is going to have to do it all over again.
He is indeed, but it does look a little bit quicker than Pikkanen at this stage of the race. Just to have a little look further down the order and update you on some good drives through the field. Mirko Wouters up 12 places so far in this race. For the Eichmanns GP team. You know the circuit very well. And that's P8 now for Wouters. Sorvillo again down the inside of Pikkanen. That one's going to stick into turn number 7 almost, as Pikkanen gets a better exit off of the chicane and back down the inside and retakes 3rd place. Good driving from the Finn. A back will come Sorvillo through turn number 11. The big stop under the shadow of the grandstand is up next through turn number 12. The rain has just dropped again in terms of its intensity. It's still spitting a little bit out there, but at least it's not thrashing down like it was about 20 minutes ago. We're on lap number 5 of this 11-lap heat. Over the line goes Roxanne Lantinga. The gap is 1.8 seconds. Danny Carinini is closing in, though, and is closing in at quite a rate. Here goes Sorvillo again down the inside of Pikkanen for P3. Pikkanen wise to it, tries to cut back. He's going to be on the outside now for turn 3. Switches that to the inside for 4. Side by side through. Round the outside goes Julian Sorvillo. That should be job done. Now, this has been an entertaining scrap between these two for the last 2 laps or so. But the Belgian through into 3rd place. Yeah, let's see if he's going to be able to hold on to that 3rd place. And that the MCK might give a bit of a hard time as well. Otto Pikkanen. This is Vince van der Halen for the down. And one of the MGPs, Boasca.
the 267, Javier Boasca. Well, that's a big and a very sad surprise for Javier Boasca, P4 in the championship. And who is that from Spirit Racing?
Albert Lombard.
We had a bit of a scare.
The same thoughts.
Exactly. Could this be Dan Alleman? No. Dan is still very much with us in P6, fighting for the championship. But one of his teammates, sadly, Albert Lombard, is having to go near the Marshals DNF as well. A second one with Javier Boasca. And that's a shame for the Spaniard driver from MDC Racing. Didn't have the best of outcome either. 0 points in Wackersdorf last time out for the one that stepped on the podium back in Franciacorta. You might remember he already had a brilliant 2nd place in Italy. But it seems long gone now for Javier Boasca. He's going to have to get it all back together as we get into lap number 7 out of 11.
Yeah, I fear for Boasca that this is going to be one of those seasons that's a tale of 2 halves. Boasca was a championship contender in the first half of the season, was giving the MDC Racing squad a little bit of a headache that they had Aaron Garcia, their team leader, and then Javier, both driving very, very well through the first 2 rounds of the season, but it's just unravelled so far after Wackersdorf, and then this weekend so far after the not so good qualifying yesterday. Here's a move down the inside by Thijs van Wijsk and into 15th place. You could see how much Thijs was just fighting at the wheel there, trying to generate a little bit of grip on the front end of the kart to get it stopped into turn 7. That was nicely done.
And some of the senior drivers for the race coming up already watching from the sideline to see how some of the fellow drivers are doing on track, and they're doing quite well. The rain has stopped here. A little bit of a sunny look. Ooh. Oh, one of the PBs, the 214 going wide. This is further down. Adrien Canal, indeed, in his battle with Anthony Bogaerts and Angelo Melli, as dropping a place down to 14. Julian Sorvio once again the fastest in the race. And the battle still raging between Canal and Angelo Melli. Melli driving for BGM, the structure of Jeremy Petlers and RSD. And watch out as well from the return, potentially of Thijs van Wijk just further down. Great recovery for Thijs van Wijk, 17 places gain.
Indeed. Good to see Adrian Canal back, we should mention. Adrian had a bit of an off at Zlera in the first round of the championship and hasn't been back, if I remember correctly, in a competitive sense since then. We did see him at Franciacorta, but I don't think he was medically signed off to compete that weekend. So, yeah, good to see Canal back in the kart and running nicely at the moment in the top 15. We're on lap number 8 out of 11. There are some of the mechanics watching up on the gallery. And right now, everyone doing a very, very good job with these conditions. There'll be another X30 senior race coming up after this. Here is your battle for 4th place. Van der Hallen has come back at Pickenon here, and this is good to see from one of the wild cards, as it were, a driver that we've not seen so far this season but knows this track well. Was going backwards a little bit in the first half of this race, but looks to be finishing strongly here, Guillaume.
Certainly so, as in the meantime, Gian Sorvio is putting another fastest lap in the race, trying to catch up as well with Danny Carinini, and inside goes Sorvio on, Vince van der Hallen on Picconen, teammate of Sorvio, but he just made it stick beautifully on the inside of turn number 7. Picconen is trying to respond, but the pole sitter of that race is trying to pull away up to P4. Dan Alleman further down, still in P6, Mirko Wouters. A strong effort as well for Mirko, up to 13 places, up to P7 from Maurice Verkreuz, Sam van der Reyden, the championship leader in Belgium. Elvis Krasovskas still down in P10 as we're about to get even near to the checkered flag. That's interesting, Andrew. We thought for a second that Oxan Lantinga in the lead, still at 1.2 seconds, so there's certainly no trouble in the house just yet, but you can see that Carinini and Sorvio are giving everything they have, try to decrease that gap, put a bit of a pressure on the shoulders of the MP driver in the lead.
I think for Lantinga, the biggest help in her cause at the moment might be Sorvilo, because Carinini is going to be keen to keep the Belgian behind at this stage. That's just keeping him away from hitting the best kind of sectors, the best kind of lap times to close that 1.1 second gap. Lantinga has responded. We did note earlier on that Carinini was closing in and was closing in by 3 or 4 tenths a lap. So that rate of the gap closing has reduced. We're into the latter stages. What have you just spotted there?
Yeah, one driver going off actually on the corner of our picture. Didn't get to see who it was, but further down in the order as we're going to get into the last lap. As with those two, still a decent gap of more than 1 second for Roxanne Lantinga on the way to her first. Oh, and a bit of an hesitation for Danny Carinini. We thought, he might have clipped the curb a little bit. He just decided a very last and sudden change of line into the middle of the turn, entering that last lap. That might give a bit of a hope to Gian Sorvio, trying still to shake up the Italian in second place.
I think what happened there is Carinini is trying to get the inside of the car into those curbs to hook him round. Just wasn't quite able to do so, and the car just kind of fell off the curb, and the front end again there. The front end of the car really sliding for the Italian at the moment, and that's going to give Sorvilo potentially a chance. Carinini with good speed down towards turn number 7 and is able to hold on to this. This is great for Lantinga, who can just bring this one to a close, because right now Danny Carinini is trying to make that Tony Kart as wide as possible. Not wide enough. Through goes Julian Servillo. Now Servillo has to be the defender. Carinini switches back out of turn 11. Brilliant from Danny Carinini. Back into second place. Can he get it stopped into turn number 12? Well, that was okay. I don't think he's going to be under too much of an attack from Servillo into the final corner, although hold on a second with that one. But for Roxanne Lantinga, what a start to the weekend. From the front row of the grid, Roxanne Lantinga takes the first heat in X30 Senior. Carinini holds on for P2. Servillo impresses again this season with a third place. Really good race there, Guillaume. I think Carinini's going to be quite pleased with that result. That puts a bit of pressure on his title rival, Aaron Garcia, who will be up in the next race. I don't think there was any beating Roxanne Lantinga in that particular heat, and she's looking really, really strong here this weekend for the home team, MP Motorsport.
Yep, MP Motorsport, a new owner to the MP group of this facility since last season. Thijs van Wijk, the biggest mover in this race, up to P10, 22 positions gained for the Dams racing driver. For Roxanne Lantinga, her first victory in the qualifying heat this weekend, from second on the grid. A very commanding drive for the Dutch driver, 1.5 second on Danny Carinini. And Julian Servillo climbing 8 places to make it top 3 in the end. Vince van der Allen, P4 from Otto Pikkanen, Dan Alleman. Mirko Wouters, 13 places gained for the driver from Eijkmans Racing, from Maurice Verkreuz. Sam van der Ede and Thijs van Wijk, as we said, the biggest mover. 11 place for Elvis Kwasolskas from Anthony Bogarts. Angelo Medi, Adrian Canal, Emmanuel Liudakis down in P15 from Rafael Bourlard, Gabriel Texeira. Elo Gonzalez still able to climb those 12 places up to the 18 from Pepin Steger. Charlie Glum for Irish, Mark Granada, Luke Taylor, Dylan Patel, Seira Kojima, Jan Rodriguez, Paco Miguel Sarmiento, Eddie Dax, Dylan Garcia, Evan Dorenstein, 29 and 30th after some early spins, unfortunately for them. And Stuart de Vries, the last one to see the checkered flag, with Albert Lombard and Javier Buscar having to retire from this qualifying heat. Disputed on a drying racing line, even though still wet on most of the parts of this track. But it was a good start on the left side, on the inside on turn number 1 and 2 for Dan Alleman at some point. You see him battling at the front. It was a bit of a nasty start as well for some other drivers. The 360 of Belen Garcia. Not only was she had a contact earlier into that first turn for Belen Garcia, and later in turn number 7 at the end of the Europa Land. So 2 incidents into the opening lap for the Spanish returnee to put an end to hopes of a better result into this race. It was a hectic start of the race, Andrew, with one of the drivers, the 363, at some point facing the one way around. It was Eva Dorenstein. We didn't get to see clearly what happened to the Dutch driver, but as a result, a race was done just before she could start.
Carinini back down the inside of Pikkanen was a move that we saw for second place at the start of lap number 4. Servillo would get involved as well. Driver who has thoroughly impressed us in this commentary box across the course of the season, taking it once again to the more experienced names, the established names such as your Pikkanens and your Carininis at this level of international karting. Back and forth would go Pikkanen and Servillo. It was an entertaining battle for 2 or 3 laps. Eventually though, Servillo would get through and establish himself in P3, would then go after Carinini. But Otto Pikkanen isn't just ready to let any driver through. We had a bit of a scare while the spirits was out. It was Albert Lombard. MDC also lost Javier Broasca from this race. He's going to have good results now in the second and third round of the heats to be able to make it through to Saturday's final. Good racing as well from Ties van Rask. Going through there and into the top 15, and late on as well, Vince van der Hallen, the pole sitter from yesterday, coming back at Otto Pikkanen. Good scrap as well between Julian Servillo, who did catch Danny Caronini. Fought with the Italian for second place in the end. Caronini would take it, but Roxanne Lantinga will be at the top of the standings no matter what going into the lunch break. There is another race to go for X30 Senior, but with it being Group C versus D, those are all drivers who qualified behind Roxanne through TQ yesterday afternoon. So on tiebreakers, Lantinga will be top. The question is, who will she be sharing the 50-point score bracket, the mini bracket right at the top of the table? Who will be that driver there with Roxanne? Well, we'll find out in this next race. Qualifying Heat C versus D, another 11 laps. And there are your drivers, including the reigning IAME Euro Series champion in X30 Senior. That's why he has the number 1 behind the prefix of 2 and 0 on his kart. Aaron Garcia enters this weekend, Guillaume, with a 19-point advantage, which I think he would have taken at the start of the season, at the start of this defence. I wouldn't say it's a totally comfortable lead, though, at this stage of the year.
No, not just yet, considering there's still 100 points left on the table, and then the calculations will be made for the countback. But still, a lot up for grabs. Here's the grid in full. Aaron Garcia and Bran van der Weken, one of the newcomers in the class. Shun Sekiguchi, new name and new face as well in the IAME Euro Series of 2026. Matthias van der Kerkhoff by his side. Row number 3, Egor Ivachenko and Aaron Wida. Row number 4, Gauthier San Juan and Peter Stiller, as well as Ruben Moya and Antoine Duval on row number 5. Row number 6, Max Lacroix and Luna Claret. Row number 7, Kevin Baker and as well as Morgan Moore. Row number 8, we have Zach Green and Elias Lehmann. Row number 9, Tyron Jacquet and Mathis Merschau.
CJ Bennett and Yanis Boulet go from row number 10. Kiana Jolie up to half joins the field this weekend and starts alongside Andy Rattel on row number 11. Rattel, with very good rain predictions, was just off by 3 minutes. He was our driver who told us it was going to come at 11 o'clock. Emilia Pauli and Geims Merkelbach go from row number 12. Alex Martinez and Adam Albassoni have work to do from 13. Harrison Stevens steps up to the seniors. We saw Harrison in junior competition last time out at Wackersdorf and starts alongside Aurelio Gustinelli on row 14. Alex Mercier and Antonio Haddad go from 15. Philip Dino and Leandro Saliai had issues in qualifying. They will start this 32-strong field from the 16th and final row of the grid. Formation laps underway for the drivers. They have sampled conditions like this earlier on in the weekend. There was rain early on Thursday as the drivers were having their first couple of practice sessions. So at least that running was useful for them. The forecast was spot on that this rain would come in. The rain light at the moment, again using Puddle Watch to indicate how heavy the precipitation is. Drivers getting a bit of temperature into their brand new race wet, Guillaume, and wind has maybe just died down a little bit over the circuit given how those flags were fluttering.
Yeah, just a little bit indeed. Still very cloudy though. That would be a good time after this one for everybody to enjoy the lunch break. We'll have the break after this one, and the rest of the schedule. 12 races more to go today, as we'll be live as always. Aaron Garcia, your leader, Bran van der Weken. One driver I'm very curious to follow through the weekend for his first appearance is Shun Sekiguchi, coming all the way from Japan, and a racing family, because if you're not familiar with the name, do check him out on social media as well, because he's the son of Yuhi Sekiguchi, celebrated Super GT driver in Japan, and team owner as well of Gold Motorsports for the past 2 years in karting and motorsports. So racing flows in his blood for Shun Sekiguchi, competing with another strong and celebrated name in the karting history, Eggman's racing team as well. Let's see what he can do with Matthias van der Kerkhoff by his side.
Here we go then, into the tram lines, looking to those lights. Garcia taking it nice and calm at the start of this one, controlling the pace. The lights go out, we're racing here in Belgium. Great start from Aaron Garcia. Oh, there's a spin from Sekiguchi that's going to hold up a number of drivers there on the run down towards turn 1 for rejoin. But that's not the start that Sekiguchi would have wanted. Now, was that driver ever, or was he encouraged into that one? We'll wait and see. Ruben Moyer's had a decent start. You can see him there just cutting to the inside, trying to gain positions as they run through turn number 6, down towards 7. Aaron Garcia has control at the front of the field. Van der Vecken still there in second place on the Bouvin Power machine. They're all wrestling their way through turns 7, 8 and 9. Aaron Garcia, though, will be very happy with that. He had a plan. He executed it. We saw those slow starts earlier on in the year at Zuera. Ruben Moyer mastered the art of being pole sitter and controlling the pace into the tram lines. That was very nicely executed by Aaron Garcia as one of the spirits is off towards the back of the field. I think it's Leandro Saliyai who's had a problem as more drivers having wide moments on the run out of turn 12 and 13 and towards 14. The seniors using every inch of this tarmac.
And one driver who got caught up in the incident is Matthias van der Kerkhove, all the way down in P15. Unfortunately for the one driver who was starting 4th on that grid. 1 lap completed and 1/6 of a second between Aaron Garcia and Van der Vecken. Ruben Moya, cracking start from 9 to P3 in the course of just 1 lap. Kevin Baker as well, take a bow, 4th place, another 9 places gained. That's the classification as it looks for now with Aaron Garcia. If he wins, equaling Roxanne and Finger with 1 win each. There's still a long way to go before the end of that one. Which is on 1 P5 from Aaron Wida, Zach Green, Peter Stiller. Oh, watch out for Ruben Moya on the inside of that double right-hander in 9 and 10. Beautifully made by the PB driver. Ruben Moya up to 2nd place from Brand van der Vecken. Kevin Baker further down. Still missing maybe 1 meter and a bit of momentum to do the same in front of the grandstand. As Peter Stiller, one of the VDK drivers, he won, ladies and gentlemen, his first ever race in the IAME X30 World 2 weeks ago in the IAME Series Benelux. So the momentum is with Peter Stiller, who was certainly the happiest driver I've ever seen after taking such a result. Let's see what he can do this weekend. The position will be strong as round the inside goes one of the spirits, Tyrone Jacquet, I think it is, might be involved there, or maybe this is Gauthier San Juan, sorry, on Brand van der Vecken. Brand van der Vecken at the wheel of that tourniquet machine, still holding on to that 4th place.
Ruben Moyer looking really, really... Oh dear, I think was that another one of the spirits having a problem there. The 345 looks to be off the road. Indeed, Philippe Dini, one of the Crocs, apologies, having a moment. But Moyer won here 2 years ago, still searching for another round win since the final round of the 2024 season, and has had an intriguing season as Ruben Moyer. Starts the weekend 5th in the championship points. Will be wanting to at least take 4th, I think, and depending on how Dan Alaman does, he could still get into the top 3. There's a good scrap going on here with Van der Vecken and Zach Green. Zach Green's another driver we need to keep an eye on this weekend. Moyer's taken the race lead, by the way, away from Garcia. Said he was looking quick, and there's the evidence for that claim. Moyer into the race lead ahead of Garcia. Where has Zach Green gone in all of this? Zach Green now running in P7. Was 2nd here 2 years ago in the junior race, and now trying to go around the outside of Van der Vecken, and a clash there. Pirouettes Green into a 360, takes to the grass, rejoins, but loses 4 or 5 places. Well, that was quite a simple case, Guillaume. It's tight on the exit of turn number 2. 3 into 1 doesn't go.
Yeah, it's very tight indeed. He was able to rejoin just behind Morgan Moore, fighting his way through once again outside of that turn number 6, side by side. 3 of them they go. Zach Green gesturing to his opponent, think as well. Drive with your foot, but think with your head as well, because we still have a long way to go before the checkered flag on the lap number 4 out of 11. As on the inside goes the 366 of Brand van der Vecken in front of Morgan Moore. Zach Green in the middle as well. He just made his way past the 211 of Moore on the inside of Brand van der Vecken just before the grandstand corner. Van der Vecken, different racing line, as you can see, try to protect from Ivanchenko. Not quite able to switch those positions just yet. Entering the last turn. It's going to go the long way around. Watch out from not banging wheels just that early into the race. Van der Vecken protecting the position and trying to get the momentum going. But as for now, Morgan Moore holds on to that place.
I tell you who I'm really glad to see coming up through the order, Guillaume. Car 264. Andy Rattel. I had a very quick chat with Andy this morning as the battle between Morgan Moore and Van der Vecken goes back and forth, and I said, do you reckon he could have a bit of a hack today through from the back? He did not have a good qualifying. It was an epitome of the season for the Frenchman, and he just gave me a little wry smile and said, yeah, we're going to give this a go today. And my goodness me, Andy Rattel is doing exactly that, up 10 places in this race, knocking on the door of the top 10. Here is the battle for second place, Aaron Garcia and Kevin Bakker. This is important for championship and just how the drivers are feeling going into the second round. Remember, Caronini from the previous race has registered a P2. Garcia is going to want to at least match that, if not beat it. Well, the beating it element, that's looking a bit tough right now because Ruben Moya has scarpered off. It's 2.8 seconds up the road. Kevin Bakker is now trying to find a way through past Aaron Garcia, and the KCR Racing team, like your MPs, like your MCKs, they are another team who are going to be really, really strong this weekend for locality reasons more than anything, as Zach Green gets down the inside of Aaron Vader for 6th place. Kevin Bakker, I think, is a proper dark horse this weekend, knows the circuit well. The Dutch have a good record around this place. They've got some famous sons who've raced in this part of the world. There's a good reason why they call it the home of champions here at Karting Genk. Bakker is going to be giving up Garcia quite a few problems, I think, in the second half of this race.
Half of the race indeed gone, as Garcia still trying to get on that racing line. Kevin Bakker getting ever closer to the Spaniard, entering the hairpin in turn number 11, as on the inside he goes. Not quite able to make the switch just yet. He still has time on his hands. The driver from KCR Racing with Karting Center Roosendaal is there. On the inside he goes, trying to clip the curb and doing a Jonathan Tonneau on that curb, but it's not happening just yet. You might want to keep that for the final. But as for now, Aaron Garcia is not being impressed, even though being chased. Ruben Moya having none of it at the moment. He's not looking over the shoulder. 4.7 seconds. Very much on his own planet, the Spaniard has run inside. Kevin Bakker found the spot. Aaron Garcia saw it coming and switches those positions again. And there's no trouble by the look of it for Aaron Garcia, who seems to be in control of the situation as long as he can keep the momentum going and not letting Kevin Bakker get away with this. Different lines once again. Beautiful driving skills at play here. As Peter Stiller, in the meantime, you can see in the VDK up to 4th place, having gone past Zach Green, with Aaron Jacquet, one of the new names as well in the field, up to P6. And then wait out on Juan van der Vecken, as those two still switching those places around. But this time, that could be interesting. There was a good momentum out of the corner for Kevin Bakker. Then Aaron Garcia replicate, entering just the corner of the grandstand. As further down, 3:44, that's Aaron Jacquet with Aaron Ueda in orange from the MP Karting team. Go to San Juan. Andy Rattel just made another place up to P9. Bran van der Vecken, and not the best of first qualifying heat he would have expected, having started from the front row of the grid. Now struggling to keep himself within the top 10. Matthias Mascout just a full second just behind. Oh, and is it? That's not Peter Stiller. This is further down, one of the two
Max
VDKs.
Max Lacroix indeed was spotted. Of the Swiss, the Swiss team with the French driver there, going round. There's Garcia San Juan, who a bit of a tough run a couple of laps ago, just saw out of the window out of turn 13. So that's why San Juan is a little bit further down the order. He's lost 8th place to Andy Rattel. He's with the CG Motorsport team this weekend, Guillaume. And you were saying earlier that Rattel is a bit of a reset this weekend, isn't it, for him?
Yeah, different team with CG Motorsport, as one driver unfortunately retiring that Birelot machine. Who is it here? That might be Egor Ivanchenko from London Motorsport retiring from this race. But as a 287 from RSD Karting with his bit, this is happening further down. Let's try to see who that is in a second. We'll get back to that. But yeah, Andy Rattel, picking up on what you said, the 360, that's Brand van der Vecken. And Matthias Merscott, sorry, just behind. That was a battle for P10, as the checkered flag is getting near. But Andy Rattel deciding to switch from Parolin to Tony Kart machine for the last 2 rounds, competing with the Belgium team CG Motorsport, having been with in the French team as well of KBK competition. And a bit of a switch after taking a break, but is back in good spirits, and the pace seems to be there as well for the driver 264. 14 places again up to P8. As we jump on board, so to speak, with the 224 of Matthias Merschot, San Juan, and Bran van der... Oh, and a bit of a driver error from Bran van der Weken, who's in trouble. The Bouvin power driver is struggling to keep himself within the racing lines. Matthias Merschot can feel him set inside in turn number 7.
Does indeed. It's a good move there from Matthias Merschot. Merschot cuts back to the inside and breaks up into the top 10, but how much longer? Because Van der Weken looking to fight back and gets a real good bit of drive off of turn 11 there. Goes back ahead of Matthias Merschot. Matthias Merschot, who just missed out on the podium here 2 years ago, gets back ahead of Van der Weken. The back and forth here that we're seeing with these conditions at Karting Genk, very much the order of things. Back at the front of the field, 7.4 seconds to the nearest 10th is the gap for Ruben Moya.
Yeah.
This is a statement and a half before the lunch break on the first race day of this 4th and final round of the IAME Euro Series 2026. Ruben Moya means business here this weekend, and well, it's not a surprise that he's here. He always comes to a race weekend looking to take the victory, but this is very impressive indeed. It does look like Merschot has got the measure of Van der Weken. He's now going to try and set about trying to move for 9th place and past Gautier San Juan as further back at turn number 6. One of the Crocs there having a bit of a moment. That's Geims Merkelbach in the 226. This is all around 20th, 21st position and further down.
Luna Claret and Harrison Stevens as well. Luna Claret, the 223 for the down. Oh, sorry, this is someone else, 223.
We should mention, good that Luna's back. Luna's Wackersdorf weekend ended in a rather abrupt manner.
Yeah,
she wasn't able to race for the latter part of that race meeting, but medically cleared and back. And that is very good news indeed. We're on the final lap of this one. I think we know who's going to win it. It's just a question of how the rest of the top 10 are going to sort themselves out. That got a little bit close between Taron Jacquet and Andy Rattel. But this has been marvellous Moya at his best. Maybe only a qualifying heat, but you couldn't really ask for a more impressive performance than this as Jacquet and Rattel go back and forth once again. This is over 6th place that they're fighting, but Ruben Moya, well, he's that far ahead. He's practically at the Belgian-Dutch border versus the rest of the field, and he will be very, very happy with his performance and the PB Karts team for what they've put down for him here in the early parts of Friday afternoon. Moya wins by a mile. Kevin Bakker will round the final corner now to take 2nd place. A great drive from Kevin Bakker, up 11 places. 9 seconds the gap, or 8.9 to be exact, but Moya won't care about that missing 10th. That was brilliant, and a very good start for the driver who won here 2 years ago. Could he be a factor in the championship fight again? He was very much a factor 2 years ago when he had that great one-on-one with Danny Caronini. A one-on-one that Danny Caronini actually didn't want to occur. He just wanted a nice clean run to the line to take the necessary points. But Ruben Moya is a little bit further down in the order. He can't win the championship unless something quite remarkable happens. But he very much could be in contention to get his first win since this place 2 years ago. That was mighty from Moya. Not spectacular, but very, very quick.
Mighty indeed, as it was this time around, once again winning with on an almost 9-second advantage on Kevin Bakker. Aaron Garcia, the championship leader, picking up the 3rd place from Peter Stiller in front of Zach Green, Andy Rattel, Tyron Jacquet, Aaron Wida, Matthias Merschot and Gautier San Juan. Your top 10 11th place for Bran van der Weken, for Matthias van der Kerkhoven, Morgan Moore, Aurelio Agustinelli, Shen Sekiguchi, P15 still, despite that spin in the opening lap, from Yannis Bouillet, Antoine Duval, Elias Lehmann, Adam Elbassioni, CG Bennett 20th, from Alexandre Mercier, Luna Claret, Jiménez Merkelbach, Harrison Stevens, Alex Martinez, Philippe Dinu, Max Lacroix, Kiana Juliotov, Antonio Sadad, Emile Poli, and Leandro Salija. With one driver off in Egor Ivanchenko Udintsov, unfortunately for Monlo Motorsport. Congratulations from the PB Cup mechanic for Ruben Moya. Race winner to get his weekend going for the strong Spaniard. Very fast in those conditions with an almost 9-second advantage for Ruben Moya, checking out on the classification. Let's see how things played out at the start with Garcia on the left, Bran van der Weken on the right. Shen Sekiguchi at some point was sent into a spin, potential result of a contact there involving two other drivers. The 212, the 268 I think were there as well. Luna Claret was one of them by the look of it, into that coming together with a couple of drivers. Aaron Garcia was having none of it and trying to pull away from the rest of the field. Look at some drivers sliding on the curve on the outside, entering the Europa LAN. It was a hectic opening lap, and very much so for the 367 of Alejandro Sarija, Spirit Karting. But Bran van der Weken, the 366 at some point, losing that third place to Ruben Moya, fighting his way through 8 places gained for Ruben Moya. And from that point on, for Bran van der Weken, despite starting at the front row of the grid, things went from bad to worse, and so much so for the 362 of Kiana Juliotov from Kuhn Racing, who would finish all the way down in P28.
Not what Kiana Jolie would have wanted. This was the unorthodox way through turn number 3 for Zach Green. He actually did really well to recover that. Will have just dumped the throttle to get the back end of the kart back round, do that 360. Recovered to P5 in the end in this race. Did Zach Green for Victory Lane. This was the battle for second place between Kevin Bakker and Aaron Garcia. In terms of the championship equation, early advantage does go to Danny Caronini after that first round of results. Caronini will be third in the intermediate standings. If it was to end this way, Garcia would be fifth, so that would be a few points trimmed off the lead for the Spaniard. There were problems as well for the 259 of Max Lacroix. And a good drive as well from Andy Rattel, showing that he's got good race pace, at least in these conditions here this weekend. Mattis Meerschout looking for at least another top 5 here at Genk, like he got 2 years ago on the way to 4th. He was up to 9th in this one, but there was nobody in sight behind Ruben Moya when the checkered flag came out. It'll be Roxanne Lantinga and Ruben Moya at the top of the table, 50 points apiece. The tiebreaker goes the way of Lantinga, virtue of time qualifying yesterday. The seniors will be back out again for their second round of heats. First of all, groups B and C on track at 14:40, 20 to 3 local time here in Belgium. And then at 3 o'clock, the second race of the second round for the seniors will occur. That'll be groups A and D. Before we get to those races, we've got the minis out in just over 25 minutes time. B versus D, and then A versus D 20 minutes later, and then the juniors as well, with that same order of the groups. They will go from 2 o'clock. We're going to take that break, a quick lunch break here at the circuit. Be back with us for more from round 4 of the IAME Euro Series 2026 here at Karting Genk, the home of champions in Belgium. Thank you very much for joining us. We'll see you very soon. Welcome back, everybody, to live coverage of round 4 of this year's IAME Euro Series. We're here at Karting Genk, the home of champions in the northeast part of Belgium. And, well, the latest piece of news, the weather has taken a turn for the worse. The rain, literally in the last 30 seconds, has started to come down harder than at any point across the day so far. Pretty much as heavy as it was last night during some of the thunderstorms that washed a lot of the rubber off the circuit. So this is the scene down in the pre-grid area for the X30 Minis. What a task for them ahead of their second round of 3 qualifying heats here today. This one's going to be a bit of a big one, Guillaume, for the main reason. There is Ilias Sami in the 420. Chester Fawkes, his teammate and titled rival, in the 427. They are both in this race. It's the one point of the day where they will meet. Before we get into this race, though, let's hear what Ilias had to say after qualifying yesterday.
Ilias, well done to you. Group number 2, fastest of that group, but coming very close to pole position, but certainly a boost of confidence for you heading to that big finale.
Yeah, I was very fast that session, but I didn't go pole overall, but I'm still good for the championship, so yeah, that's okay.
It's all to play for here in Genk. A sort of layout that you fancy quite a bit in terms of opportunities that it can provide?
Yeah.
Lovely. We saw you guys stuck in as a field to get into the qualifying. Things were a little bit complicated for you to have a tow, but in the end you managed?
It wasn't really complicated, it was just kind of the same as every round in Euro Series, so yeah.
All right. Best of luck to you for the rest of the weekend. Couple of races coming tomorrow, a good night of sleep, and you're ready for the battle?
Thank you, yeah, I'm ready for the battle.
Fantastic. Best of luck to you, Ilias Sami. Good to hear from Ilias Sami as we caught up with him after qualifying. A rather different weather that we had yesterday, Andrew. And as you can see, well, chaos in the home of champions. This is the heaviest rain that we've had so far. The wind has been picking up, pushing a lot of dark clouds above our heads, and heavens just opened before the start of the 12 more races we have scheduled. But there's more to scare our youngsters of the mini class as they leave the grid ready to go for the B versus C race. The second rotation of qualifying heats is about to start, which means that after this one more race for each of the groups to decide the starting order for the superheat of tomorrow. Here's how they will line up the grid in full. Ilias Sami, P3 in his opening race with Leo de Javier Garcia by his side. Arthur Ponte, winner of his first race. Chester Fawkes by his side, a win as well for the Briton. Third row of the grid, Ben Item and Siabil Basalama. Row number 4, Martin Rodriguez, Arthur and Darren Ghani. Row number 5, Keiten Akura and Olli Tersted.
Row number 6, Lucas van der Heeren and Bodie Batch. Row 7, Amar Tabaza and Ivan Zvoronins. Martin Chekin-Gomez and Axel Linders go from row 8. The 18-strong field is completed by row number 9, Alfie Davidson and Guillaume Agriar. So those are the runners in this one. We've got both of our heat winners from the previous round in this race, so that tiebreaker will be broken after this race. Will either Arthur Ponte or Chester Fawkes be able to hold on to their unbeaten records? Will they both lose those records? This is one of those races where you'd be a very brave individual to put your money on one of these drivers at the moment. None of the drivers will have driven in conditions like this. We talked earlier in the senior races before the lunch break that the drivers had similar conditions during free practice on Thursday. Well, Thursday didn't get anywhere near as wet as this, so this is a little bit of uncharted territory for everyone. It's 2 formation laps for everyone to get themselves up to speed. The wind has really picked up as well. It's blowing across the circuit at the moment, I'd say perpendicular to the direction of the main straight down towards turn 1. Look at that, you can see the brollies that were doing a good job of protecting the marshals from the wet weather in the morning and early afternoon. I'm not sure they're able to do that as much at this point. It is rather raining sideways here in Belgium. So this race will be another 7-lap race for the drivers. Another interested party
On the sidelines for this one, will be racing in the heat after this, will be Mason Hibbert, keeping an eye on how those DK Academy drivers do, keeping an eye on how Alfie Davidson does in this race as well. I mentioned earlier, Alfie Davidson didn't have a good qualifying, and that we didn't reckon he would be at the very front today in these races. Well, this might have just thrown him a bit of a get-out-of-jail-free card, because conditions like this, it almost doesn't matter where you start on the grid. It's all about keeping yourself on the circuit, on the island, and pointing in the right direction. So, the X30 Minis forming up the grid here. Heavy rain conditions. Probably the heaviest rain that they've had in the main championship so far this season. Into those tram lines, waiting for lights to go green. They do go green. I don't think we've got Arta Ponte on circuit. I can't see Arta Ponte on the run down towards turn number 1 and turn number 2, but it's Ilias Sami who will lead until Chester Forks is sweeping round the outside. Got a really good run out of turn number 2. Oh, the teammates nearly clashed there out of turn number 3, and there we get the early answer. These two have worked together so well across the course of the season, but now it's the final round. Now it's a championship battle. Are we going to see as much teamwork between Sammy and Forks as we have previously in the season? I think the answer is a resounding no. Forks down the inside into turn 7. Hasn't been able to get through. There's a squabble going on for third place. Looks like Devahive's had a decent start. Change for the lead.
Change for the lead as well between Elias Sami and Chester Forks. That's going to be a close one up until the end of that race, that's for sure. Confirmation of the DNF of Arthur Ponte, winner of the opening race in this class. And out of contention at the end of the second warm-up lap. But look at it, that's running inside goes Chester Forks and Elias Sami. Watch out. The DK Academy train is forming. But it's not about time to do anything unwise.
Oh, as Ilias Sami goes a little bit deep there through turn 14. That allows Forks to get underneath. And it's so wet out there. It's not like earlier where you had the transitioning racing lines and trying to go around the outside would get you a good run off of the corner. Look at the wind. The wind is so fierce. Yeah. It is blowing. Any spray that's being kicked up off the back of the cart is being thrown straight off the circuit. These are remarkable conditions here in Belgium. Forks leads this race from Sami. Basalama's had a really good start as well. He's up to P3. Ben Eiton 4th. All of them right to the edge of the circuit. Leo Devahive nearly runs off the circuit. I do wonder whether they may have to stop this, because this is biblical, and I use that word genuinely. Levels of rain here at Karting Genk. All of them are still on, though. No one's falling off the road at the moment. Full credit to the drivers. But I just wonder if this rain starts coming down in this kind of manner, what's visibility like for the drivers? Can they see the marshal posts? Can they see communications? They do have a lot of aids with the electronic lights now that will shine through this gloom. But this is worse. This is worse than IAME Winter Cup at the start of the season for the drivers. The track is now pretty much a lake, but again, full credit to the drivers. None of them are falling off the road here, Guillaume.
Yeah, none of them indeed. We keep on going on lap number 3, that is. But the pace is now 0.6 of a second between Chester Forks and Ilias Sami. Still very much on track. To be honest with you, I've seen my fair share of storms around this country as well in car racing, but this must be by far one of the worst I've seen in a while in Genk. Look at the wind, the rain falling all over the track. Now you can see it clearly on the picture as well. But incredibly, all those youngsters are giving us a lesson of driving. Forks, Sami, Basalama climbing 3 places up to 3rd. Ben Eiton, Devahive, Gomez, Sechin Gomez, Kachura, Davidson, Batch, and Lenders. Your top 10 at the moment, really trying to survive through those incredible conditions. The rain had been expected. It was feared in the morning. We had a bit of that as well in the opening qualifying heats, but now it's really falling like never before so far this weekend. But listening as well to, there's a change with Alfie Davidson. Let's keep a watch on the Fusion driver climbing 10 places. The 447 up to P7 at the moment. Great recovery for the young Briton. Seems to be enjoying those conditions indeed. But as for now, the racing is still going, and we were just keeping a hearing as well to the race director's decision, but so far so good, Andrew.
Again, no one's falling off the road, so there's no immediate problems for marshals and track workers to deal with. You mentioned I think Alfie Davidson will be enjoying the fact he's up 10 positions. I don't even think he will be enjoying actually driving in this at the moment. Martin Chequin-Gomez is also on the move. Here he is, the driver with almost like the old school Lewis Hamilton style helmet there back in his karting days, has just got through past Leo Davahive and up into 5th place. Drivers doing absolutely magnificently in these conditions. There is Ilias Sami in 2nd place. Chester Fawkes 2 seconds up the road now from his teammate, and Thiago Basalama, who's been building with confidence and building in speed all the time through the course of this season with the DRM Racing team, who are continuing to grow their operations in IAME X30 racing, do a lot of racing in Asia, of course. It's been a great addition to the Euro Series paddock here. Look at that. Look at the amount of water. I'm struggling to remember a kart race where I've seen this level of water. Oh, we've got a spin. It's Bodie Batch. Bodie Batch has had a spin out of turn 15, which normally is one of those corners that's not a corner. But in these conditions, it can catch out anyone. Chester Fawkes takes a new fastest lap of the heat so far, 1 minute 19.0.
Yeah, we might have some good news coming our way, Andrew, because after the storm, there might be some light and blue light coming our way as well, because the wind is pushing those clouds hopefully away from the track as we speak. So we might have improvement in terms of weather conditions. We're not there yet. Still very slippery, as you can see, onto the Europa Laan. With Ilias Sami pulling away from, Chester Fawkes pulling away from Ilias Sami, under pressure from both Basalama and Ben Item, doing what they need to do, driving together, pushing each other forward to try to decrease the gap on Ilias Sami. Don't forget that both Chester Fawkes and Ilias Sami are currently battling on equal points for the title in this year's series. But as for now, Chester seems to have the upper hand. The way he's been driving into those hectic conditions. At this point for Ilias Sami, he must be thinking, well, P1 is out of reach for good, but what matters now is to stay focused, keep that 2nd place alive, keep collecting the points, because there will be one more race after this one before tomorrow's superheat and final. So anything still very much on the table. As for now, if it wasn't for Arthur Pontet, going DNF into the warm-up lap, we would still have everybody on board.
Whilst it's calm out there on circuit, relatively, and we're not quite on the final lap. I don't normally point things out that I've seen out of the comms box window that you, the audience, can't see. But I just want to say, I hope the marshals at Marshal Post 2 are okay, because either their brolly has just been taken down for safety, or it's completely succumbed to the conditions, and they are in the open at the moment. But they're persevering on. They've been huddling together a little bit for the last couple of minutes. Thank you once again to the marshals for their continuous support and dedication to the sport. And we say that genuinely from 2 commentators who are stood in the dry in an air-conditioned room. Through turn 12 go the race leaders. There's Caden Hakura on your screens. There is Ilias Sami, the driver trying to hold on to 2nd place at the moment. Basalama, Aiton, Davidson, all not too far behind right now. There is Chester Fawkes, who starts the final lap, knows he just needs to bring this home. And this could be a really, really big win psychologically for Chester Fawkes. There is a move from Alfie Davidson down the inside of Ben Aiton to try and take 4th place. Aiton's fighting back here. This is a good scrap between the Fusion and the Spirit karting runners. But Davidson has made that one work, is up into 4th place. Martin Chequin-Gomez is now going to go down the inside of Ben Aiton for 5th place. Nice move there through turn number 6. Ilias Sami will have work to do in the 3rd round of heats. Remember, he and teammate Fawkes are tied on championship points at this very stage. Now, championship points will be handed out after the 3rd round of heats. It's 25 championship points to the driver top of the table for the intermediate scores from these heats. And right now, Chester Fawkes
is going to be in a position where if he wins the last heat that he competes in, he will take that full complement of 25 points. It'll extend his championship lead to at least 3. That's for later. This has been a very, very different kind of race. Chester Fawkes wins in torrential conditions here at Genk, takes a lead of 15 intermediate points over his teammate Ilyas Sami into the final round of heats later today. Sami makes it a DK 1-2. Former world champion Danny Curl will be very, very pleased with the work his boys have just done there. They had a good scrap, it was firm, it was fair, but crucially, they brought home the results for the team. Alfie Davidson, P3, he's starting to come into play now, despite that difficult qualifying yesterday. Will be sitting in 3rd place in the intermediate points as things stand. But remember, we do have another X30 Mini race to come immediately after this one, with the likes of Mason Hibbert competing in that one, who could move up the order. But that is another very, very professional job from Chester Fawkes, winning from 4th place on the grid. That tough moment in time qualifying seems quite a long while ago now.
Yeah, he came close to be only P15 of his group at some point before finishing qualifying on a much better performance with a P5. And ever since, he's been transforming his races into winning results. 2 victories to his name so far for Chester Fawkes. Ilyas Sami 2nd, Alfie Davidson down in 3rd from Shabil Basalama, Martin Chicken Gomez, Ben Item, Kaden Akura, Leo De Jaime Garcia, as well as Axel Linders and Body Batch running up your top 10. P11, Luca van der Eren from Audi Terstedt, Ivan Severonins, Amar Tabaza, Martin Rodriguez, Guilherme Aguiar, Darren Gani and Arthur Ponte, the only one of the 18 drivers we had on track to start with who didn't see the checkered flag after an incident in the warm-up lap. And as this race comes to a close, well, the sun is back with us with a bit of blue skies above our heads at the home of champions, but still rain and the wind falling down. So again, half and half conditions. We shall see how this will evolve from that point on. The wet tires will still be very much the only option available for those drivers.
Good news, everybody. The umbrella at Marshall Post 2 is still with us. It's being reconstructed now. So they will have a bit of cover for the next race. I think they probably just took it out just to make sure that it didn't fly out of its brackets and go across the circuit. And this is why, because these were the conditions at the start of the race, with Ilyas Sami getting a good start from pole position. Chester Fawkes, in fact, this is a great start from Chester Fawkes. How's he going to weave through here? So he goes from the outside through 3 karts to the outside for turn number 3. That is a magnificent piece of driving from Chester. And I say this as someone who's watched this young man race since he was 6 years old. You know, been seeing him race for about half a decade now, and he still does things that impress me every weekend. This was his first attempt at trying to get down the inside of Ilyas Sami. Ilyas really dug deep in here. It was a bit of a squabble through the chicane for Ben Eisen, who did well there to keep it on the road. This was the worst of the rain at about lap 2 into lap 3, when it wasn't a racetrack anymore. It was a motorboat race for this point. Puddle watch became pool watch on the roof here outside the commentary box, but all of them kept it on the circuit. Really good driving. Only Bodie Batch's spin for a little bit of drama in terms of spins and retirements. Only Arthur Ponte didn't see the end of the race, and Arthur Ponte had broken down before the green flag was out. Into the lead would go Fawkes. Sami holding on to 2nd place, and another good drive as well, Guillaume, from Alfie Davidson, who's got some good points on the board from the first 2 rounds of these heats.
And to do that, he climbed 14 places into this qualifying heat with Martin Gomez. Beautiful move on the inside to get his way up to P5 behind Basalama, but at the checkered flag, he will be only 4.3 seconds in the lead for Chester Fawkes. Ilyas Sami making into the 1-2 for DK Academy with Alfie Davidson 3rd, Basalama and Martin Chicken Gomez running up the top 5 of what has been a crazy first race to get us started for the second part of the day here in Genk. But look at the sun. Once again coming back up, still a bit of rain falling onto the tarmac as the marshals have been busy trying to clean up a little bit of the outside parts of the track in some of the corners. But as for now, the track seems to be clear enough for the rest of the afternoon.
We'll take a short break here at Genk. More racing coming up after this. Welcome back to live pictures here at Karting Genk. It's IAME Euro Series round number 4 for 2026, the final weekend of the season. And we're getting ready for another qualifying heat in X30 Mini. This time groups A and D will be heading out onto track. And the weather, it just continues to make us laugh in this commentary box. So if you've just tuned in, you've just missed one of the most monumental rainstorms I think both of us have either seen at a kart track, and we've both been doing this game for quite a while. We've now got blue skies. It's a lovely half of the circuit down towards turn number 7.
It's Genk after all.
It's still going to be very much wet tyres for the drivers, but hey, these are the lucky ones. They're not going to have to deal with a bit of power boating for everyone out there. So this is going to be Mason Hibbert's chance to take a little bit of a chunk into the lead of Chester Forks. He won't be able to take the lead in the intermediate points from Chester Forks, but he could have a good shot here at getting another race win. He'll start on the front row with Arthur Jassange alongside from second place on the grid. Albert J. Stubbs and Matt Cooper go from row number 2. Charlie Page, Dimi Uzanov there on row number 3. Row number 4 looks a little bit like this. Adam El Sheikh and Alice Surley. Harry Chapman and Leo Corcoles go from row number 10. Mattis Pearsons and Aaron Bordenova are on row number 6.
Row number 7, we'll have Eloane Poissonnet and Arthur Bowers. Row number 8, Laurent Sommerfin and Louis Paternot. Row number 9, Gabin Léger, Gilles de Waal and Milo Cornel. Running up the top 21 drivers that we have. Seems to me that Leo Corcoles Vicario is not with us onto the track. Or was he stuck onto the pre-grid? We didn't get to see that yet. But is nowhere to be seen on our screen, so maybe the result of an earlier incident in his opening qualifier heat. No, he's still with us, actually, onto the grid over there. You can see him from the left side of our box. And hopefully we'll be able, the Spanish driver, to join the rest of the pack.
So I'm struggling to see some of the reactions to the mechanics. Now, you bear in mind, whilst that previous race was going on for the X30 Minis in the other two groups, the mechanics for these guys will have been getting the karts ready. Yeah. They'll have been in the preparation area. They'll have then moved the karts. They all have been on the pre-grid whilst all that rain was coming down. They've now come out for their race onto the mechanics gallery. There is Dan Ashton from the race direction team, and they're now just looking at the conditions, going, "What is going on today?" And you can't help but laugh at when racing throws you this kind of scenario. So well done to all the mechanics who got the karts ready for this race, because I know, guys,
and girls, that will not have been easy in the last 20 minutes.
Yeah, a good thing is now with the sun, they can actually dry those clothes out after being in the rain. Hopefully, they don't get too cold, guys.
You say that. A number of them are in wetsuits, the same as the drivers would wear. And I know from experience, because not quite on that level, but I've experienced similar back in the UK. A little bit of my driving times. There's nothing worse. You've got your wetsuit on, and then the sun comes out, and it gets really warm, and you just kind of stew in a bag. Yeah. It's not a pleasant experience
on the inside.
Anyway, there's a race that's about to begin, and for Mason Hibbert, this is a great opportunity to propel himself back up the order. He was P2 in his first race, so a win here would put him second in the intermediate standings behind Forks and ahead of Sammy. And remember, Mason Hibbert can win the championship with some strong scoring across the course of the weekend, and he's been in tremendous form, and I mean tremendous form. He's got even stronger since that win at Wackersdorf. What was it, about 6 weeks ago? We're ready now for this heat in X30 Mini, Groups A and D, under somewhat sunny skies, but with a very wet track ahead of them for this 7-lap race. Into the tram lines, the lights are out. We're racing once again in X30 Mini, down towards the first braking zone. Hibbert will lead. Oh. No, he won't, because LBJ Stubbs is going to sling it down the inside. There's an incident towards the rear of the field. One of the PB carts involved. Is that the 418 of Laurent Sommer, who's not come through, but what a great bit of driving. Oh dear. 4 carts off,
a lot of them.
At least 1 fusion, possibly more. There's Arthur Bowers in there as well. Milo Cornell in the 450 is involved. I think Caden Hakura was the fusion involved, and was the Action Racing, possibly Ollie Surley involved as the 4th cart in all of that. They're down the inside across the curbs. Mason Hibbert down to 3rd place, trying to fight back here now with the 467 of Matt Cooper. That's one of the debutants in IAME Euro Series here this weekend. So a lot going on here, Guillaume, on this first lap.
Yeah, a lot indeed. Oh, and one of the PGM drivers have been clipped on the sidewalk there onto the curb, and he came close to go for a spin just before grandstand. And I think that might have been further down. Yeah, there was Arthur Jasson, actually, who was starting on the front row of the grid and tumbled down the order just a tiny bit. We're going to, once again, have a look at the classification after that one hectic opening lap. Here they come across in the lead, first of all. LBJ Stubbs, Mason Hibbert in second. Third, Matt Cooper in a battle with Dimitar Yuzunov. With Charlie Page further down, the 412 of Dimitar Yuzunov on Matt Cooper. Up to P3, Cooper is responding at the wheel of that Emerca machine. Powered by the engines prepared by Olivier Maréchal. Back to karting with a proper structure for the past few years now. He's being chased further down by Charlie Page, one of the new names as well, competing this weekend. With Arthur Jasson, that was almost going for a spin, still with us in 6th. As on the inside, goes for P1. Mason Hibbert back in good contention. He had dropped 2 places in the opening lap, the pole sitter. But after taking a 2nd place in this opening race, he's more than eager to go and chase for that P1. First step is done, he's back in the lead.
That's good stuff there from Mason Hibbert, fighting back to the front of the order. There you can see Jassange and Cooper and Charlie Page. Charlie Page running as a privateer here this weekend. Very good young driver there. Good to see him moving into the European karting stage. He's done a lot of national racing. Now to the final corner go this trio of drivers over the line. End of lap number 2. Hibbert leads from Stubbs, Uzanov, Page, Jassange, Cooper, Paternotte coming up through the order as well. And Harry Chapman, who could do with a good result in this one, had problems in the first race. There down the inside goes Jassange, through past Page for P4. Page has a little look into turn 3. Not quite able to get as much speed off of the corner as Jassange. Jassange, who had problems as well, if I remember correctly, from the first race. Now, number 411, Aaron Bordenova, under investigation for potentially overtaking after the red line. If you're new to the sport, that will be at the end of the formation lap. There's a red line that is across the track before turn 14, which says to the drivers, whilst they're forming up, you cannot move yourself further up the order. If you've say, had a problem on the formation lap and you're a little bit lower down than your qualifying position, you can't just go back into that qualifying position. So that is normally quite a hefty penalty for a driver who does that. We'll keep on top of that scenario and update you as and when we get more information. That's under investigation at the moment, so that's not saying it is a penalty yet. It's under investigation, but that's normally not good news if you're in the case of Aaron Bordenova.
Yeah, Bordenova, you can see him before 11 with that easily recognizable crash helmet, paying tribute to Michael Schumacher as well with those Ferrari colors on it. Very good taste indeed of livery for that helmet of the young Frenchman. And in the meantime, we had a change for 7th with Harry Chapman, the 449. You can see just got on the inside of Matt Kerper. Matt Kerper is very much on his tail, trying to respond. With Gilles de Waal and Gabin Léger just on the edge of the top 10 further down. And turn number 6 on the Europa line. You can see a racing line starting to slightly dry out. Still way too early to see or to decide to change for slick tires at this point. But you can see that as they move across, as they come on the same points of the track, well, it's very slowly drying out with a bit of help from the sun, obviously. A bit of a touch here for the CRG driver, the 465 of Gilles de Waal. Gabin Léger just behind, as CRG driver still stays ahead.
Your next question is the local expert here on this track in terms of how it dries out versus others. Is this a quick drying circuit?
Well, you're putting way too much pressure on my weather knowledge of Genk here. But yeah, we could see actually that because of the proximity of the forest just on the left side of the track. So my guess would be that the turns closest to the trees might take a bit more time to dry because of the humidity of the forest coming by. So I would think that on the inside of the track, turn number 1, but also in the first sector and the Europa Laan, might be slightly faster to dry out. But again, this is no exact science, and we can see that depending on how the conditions will evolve, that might still that might still change slightly, as the battle for P1 is still very much undecided on lap number 5. Mason Hibbert, Stubbs and Yusinov very much glued together. Mason Hibbert, we thought for a second that it was going to be in a position to control his gap, but the two behind have been working together to get a bit of extra pressure on the Fusion driver's shoulders. So nothing is done just yet.
Not at this point. Temperature's 20 degrees. It is still quite warm here this weekend. It's thankfully not as hot as it's been earlier in the summer, the European summer that was 2026. Wackersdorf being the peak of that in terms of this championship. Here are your 3 leaders into turn number 14. With 2 more laps to go in this one. Hibbert from Stubbs, from Uzanov. Dimi Uzanov in his new race suit. He trialled that one at Wackersdorf. It's a very nice all black number with a little bit of colour on it, as Stubbs goes down the inside of Hibbert, and that got a little bit close into turn 2. This could give Uzanov the opportunity to get through. He's already got past Hibbert. He now tries to cut to the inside on Stubbs. Stubbs will lead off of turn number 3 and towards 4 through 5. And, well, Mason Hibbert won't be too pleased about that. He's still holding second place in the points, but he wants to win this race to minimise the losses. And that's going to be difficult if Dimi Uzanov keeps driving like this. That was a great move from Uzanov down the inside of Stubbs. Here comes Hibbert into turn 7. Gets the crossover absolutely spot on there for Mason Hibbert. Uzanov was trying to cut back underneath. Instead, it's Stubbs that cuts underneath to take the lead again. Brilliant racing here once again in X30 Mini. Stubbs fights back. Uzanov will have good speed off of turn 11. Takes the lead of this race. We've still got another lap of this one to go. Hibbert's taken second place back. That was magnificent racing, back and forth, respectful between these 3. They've all had a go at being in the lead of this race.
Yeah, and Dimitar Yusinov is about to conclude that on a high. He's going to have one more lap to go after this one, but still the battle is raging. On the inside goes Mason Hibbert. Good momentum out of the last turn. The Fusion driver looking over the shoulder. Still 1.3 kilometer to go. Hibbert, Yusinov, Stubbs around the outside. There goes the DDK driver. Can Dimitar Yusinov surprise Mason Hibbert? Having to back off just a little bit on the outside of turn number 3. Mason Hibbert very much on the pace. He's going defensive at every turn. Always easier said than done, but now the 2 DK drivers can help each other out a little bit to get into the way of our leader. Long way around, and around the inside he goes. A good momentum for Dimitar Yusunov with that black helmet up back in the lead. Stubbs was keen on trying to do the same. But Mason Hibbert, look at him go. Oh, contact!
no!
They come together. We thought for a second that Yusunov was going to have the upper hand with Mason Hibbert chasing him and crossing the line. But those wheels bang together. But they're still very much in the race. But to who does it go profitable? Well, Stubbs up in P1.
I say Arthur Desange could still win this race at this race. He's up to P3 now. Stubbs takes the wet line round the outside of turn number 12. Has got a gap ahead of Mason Hibbert. I don't think he's going to need to defend here. Hibbert did not get a good run off of turn 13 there. J. Stubbs is going to take another step forward in his time here in the IAME Euro Series. To the line, Stubbs takes the checkered flag first. Hibbert second. Will have a 12-point deficit to Chester Forks going into the last round of heats. Third for Arthur Desange with a good drive there. Gets ahead of an unfortunate Dimi Uzanov, who will, I think, be a little bit annoyed at how that race has finished. Fifth for Charlie Page. Great effort there from Charlie. Luis Paternotte up 10 places in that one. Was your equal biggest mover was Gilles de Valle. Both of them up 10 places, but Stubbs takes it. Another win for the DK Academy. This is the purple, black and white version of the DK Academy livery. They all have their own little nuances in terms of the sticker kits. You can't see it right now because the wetsuit's on, but Albi also has a really cool, like, graffiti art race suit that'll be proudly displayed in the Parc Ferme area in a moment. A young driver who's got a habit of winning. He had a very strong 2025 season and his last year in the cadet levels. But when you step up an age category, as he has done in 2026, it's always a little bit of a learning curve. I would say J. Stubbs has got that curve traversed now and is becoming a bona fide contender at the front of the order. Only his second ever appearance in the IAME Euro Series at this level. Stubbs wins by half a second or there or thereabouts over Mason Hibbert, who still has second place in the intermediate classification. It's just that gap is a little bit bigger than he would have wanted to Chester Forks now. More on that later. Arthur Deschamps third, Dimi Uzanov fourth, Charlie Page fifth ahead of Luis Paternotte. Harry Chapman, Gilles de Valle, Gabi Leger, and Aaron Borden overall in the top 10. Laurent Samer recovers. That's a good drive from Laurent after the early problems. Back to P11. Eloin Poissonnet in 12th ahead of Leo Corcales, Ollie Surley, Milo Cornell, Arthur Bowers, Matt Cooper, Mattis Pearsons and Adam El Sheikh. Complete the 19 runners.
Yeah, everybody made it to the checkered flag in the end in a much better conditions than we had before, as Matt Cooper was the one that we lost at some point. I saw him from the corner of my eye. He ran into some trouble. Maybe we're going to have the chance to have a good look at it, but it tumbled down the order to P17 towards the conclusion of that race. At the start, Mason Hibbert from pole position, cracking start from J. Stubbs on the inside, taking the lead as early as turn number 2, as a bit of a tussle further down, and some drivers hitting each other quite unfortunately, with the 418 and 478 of Adam Al-Shake, as well as the 418 of Laurent Sommerfinet, who were both involved into that early incident. Then that moment of Arthur Jassogne. Look at the driving skills and the kart control that Arthur has been displaying there onto the curb on his way to what would be a P3 finish, while in the lead on lap number 2 there was battling between the two drivers in the lead, Mason Hibbert and J. Stubbs. Dimitar Yusunov just coming at him from further down. Battles are plenty with the recovery as well from further down of Arthur Jassogne, making his bit on the inside, as 49 having a good go as well. At some point on the it was Harry Chapman on Gilles de Waal, Cabaleger, and the rest of the field as well, with one of the CRG drivers, Gilles de Waal, finishing in P8. But the battle was raging, and at some point we will have a 3 driver involved into that tussle. J. Stubbs, Mason Hibbert, and Dimitar Yusunov. Arthur Jassogne at this point was still a long way back, and the switch of position at some point we thought that Dimitar Yusunov was going to have the upper hand, as the 484 of J. Stubbs at some point got his way down on the inside, at some point switching to lines once again. That was brilliant racing from those 3. Then that moment when Yusunov took the lead on the penultimate lap, entering what will be the last few corners of the track. Side by side they went with Mason Hibbert on the outside. Yusunov, quick look over the shoulder to take back the lead with LVJ Stubbs further down. Then that moment into the final lap, turn number 7, that contact as Yusunov was trying to go just around Mason Hibbert to take back the lead. Slight contact, and there he was to take advantage of that. LVJ Stubbs picking up what I think is his first qualifying heat win at this level for his second appearance in the championship.
That won't be the last time we see an incident through that corner this weekend. I hope it is, but having watched a good number of races around this circuit, I think there'll be more action around that part of the course. But yes, LBJ Stubbs takes the win in that one. How that affects the intermediate points. So Fawkes has a perfect 100 heading into the final round. 12 points is his advantage over Mason Hibbert. These scores are provisional, we should stress. That means Chester Fawkes doesn't necessarily have to win the final heat to get pole for Superheat A tomorrow, but more importantly, the 25 championship points. He could do it with a second place. We'll see how that plays into things later on. The minis will be back out at, as he consults the timetable, 20 past 3. 20 past 3, the minis will be back out for the first of their 2 races in the final round of heats. Let's move on to X30 Junior at Groups B versus C. Prepared and ready there in the pre-grid area for what is the second race for all of these drivers. And again, the continuation of the championship battle here, Guillaume, between Ivan Gonzalez there at the front, on the right-hand side of your screen, and Max Endicott, who will be a little bit further back, the third kart in line on the left-hand side.
Yeah, and the clear the grid sign is being shown for the second rotation of the junior class, B versus C. Zoltan Kouani will be alongside Ivan Gonzalez. Ivan Gonzalez, one of the championship contenders in the junior class this season, against Max Endicott. Those two split by only 4 points in the championship before the final round here in Genk. For Zoltan Kouani, well, he's not so much into the battle for the title this time around. 18 overall after an up and down season so far in the IAME Euro Series. But he was with us 2 weeks ago as part of the IAME Series Benelux to get himself so ready, showing a promising pace on the layout of the Home of Champions. Lorenz de Kock and Aurelio Longitano will be alongside each other on row number 2. Watch out as well. Max Endicott, the championship leader, is more than looking to improve on his first performance, a top 5 finish in his first qualifying heat. But some of the names as well will be worth looking at from further down, with Zoltan Kouani. And number 19 was going to have the inside coming to turn number 1 from pole position. Watch out as well from some big names coming from further down, like Priam Bruno, only 12 on that grid, as well as Andy Stewart, Lewis Boats, and the rest of them. The whistle is being blown, the green flag is waved, and the drivers now of the junior class make their way onto the track for the second rotation of qualifying heats.
Zoltan Kouani starts in pole position for this one with Ivan Gonzalez, who's one of the 2 heat winners from earlier on today. That is your front row of the grid. Lorenz de Kock and Aurelio Longitano go from row number 2 with Max Endicott and Sukmani Kira on an all-British row number 3. Jules de Creun needs a good result here as P19 in the first round of heats. Starts on row 4 alongside Alejandro Campos. Nilas Malik was strong after a spin on the formation lap earlier on today. Starts on this for this one on row 5. He's joined by Kaito Lloyd. Hugo Berner and Priam Bruno go from row 6, row 7, Lewis Boots and Sam Hugon.
Row number 8, Joris Verkerken and the Stewart. Row number 9, Mathis Musch and Aaron de Hoffer. And at the back end of the grid, row number 10, Victor Reutz, Karl Lundberg. Row number 12, Milan Cekin, Christian Corby, as well as Charles Candil and Johnson Stewart. 24 drivers onto the grid and onto the track as well. We do not have, we don't have no one stuck onto the pre-grid like it just happened on the race before. That can sometimes happen, that the engine is a bit late to switch on. But now with the sun very much back with us here, Andrew, the track is with that amount of sun actually onto the circuit. The racing line should be drying out very quickly than before.
I was thinking, it's all wet for everyone in this race, but if the weather stays away, how long do you think it'll be before we go to a dry tyre? I'll let you ponder that one whilst we go over the intermediate scores as they stand right now. If you weren't with us earlier on in the day, you can watch that racing back here on the IAME Euro Series channel. If you don't want spoilers, close your ears now. Pascu and Gonzalez on 50 points apiece after the first round of heats. Wood and Bruno on 44 for their second places. Grenier and Kobe on row 3. Kira and Malik, sorry, not on row 3. They finished third in their races, so they're on 41 points, Grenier and Kobe. Kira and Malik, 7th and 8th at the moment in the standings. 4th places for them from the first round, 38 points. Endicott and House complete the top 10 at the moment. In the intermediate standings, 36 apiece. Just to note as well, anyone who's starting on the pole side of the grid, 1st, 3rd, 5th, 7th, etc., these are the drivers that were involved in the red flagged heat earlier on today when the first rain shower came through. So they will maybe have a little bit of a tyre advantage on these wets over the others, because they'll have run less racing laps on their wet tyres than those on the other side of the grid who did a full race on their treaded tyres. Right, here we go, into the tram lines. X30 Junior, second round of heats upon us. Coyne and Gonzalez on the front row of the grid, and we're not quite going yet. That was a little bit too eager.
Oh,
and round they go again. The front row of the grid had pretty much fully partitioned itself from the rest of the order. So, again, an understandable decision there. We go around again for an extra formation lap.
Yeah, you could see some of the drivers in the second part of the grid gesturing in discomfort as well, signaling to the race director, okay, this is not right, we should go again one more round of warm-up lap. And so they go now. But it only keeps having a bit more pressure on the shoulders of those drivers in the lead. Zoltan Koigny, as the pole sitter, is the one who has to show a good example to both Dan Ashton and Martin Bean. He has the one who has to pace everybody down. A P11 for his first race, Zoltan Koigny, so we could easily understand how eager he is to get on the power soon, to get his advantage into turn number 1 and get away with it, and maybe go for that P1 finish, since it didn't go according to plan in his opening race. Unlike Ivan Gonzalez, 1 win in the bag for him so far, as Longhitano P10 and a P12 for Lorenz de Coq. So there's room for improvement for some of the drivers in the first three rows of that grid. Max Endicott, as we said, took a P5 and is willing to improve on that. Sukmani Kera, P4 in her opening race as well. Will the second time of asking will be the good one. The mechanics watching from the sideline. At turn number 7, the corner where you said, Andrew, you might expect no more contact to happen, but this is one of the tricky parts, certainly, of the layout of Genk. And fingers crossed. But now, Zoltan Koigny, this time around got the message clear and is holding everybody down. The question is now, not too soon on the pedal.
Nice formation here for the juniors. Nice steady pace into these tram lines, waiting for the lights to go out. No, not okay again. I think just at the end there. Oh, there's one driver. It's one of the action races. That's Charles Handel towards the back of the field. Did very well there to get that one back on circuit.
Well, this time Zoltan was indeed very slow, maybe too much slow to the liking of some of the drivers on the left side. And again, arms were in the air, and you could understand quite a bit what was happening beneath the helmets with a bit of gesturing. Somehow to say, keep going now. It's about time. Just hit that throttle as we can go. But yeah, Dan Ashton wasn't pleased once again with how things went for the starting procedure. So we go again. A third attempt of a start here for the juniors. Heat is on and off the track, that's for sure. As Zoltan Koigny and Gonzalez on the front row of that grid. A 112 from CRG. CRG Belgium present in numbers this time around, with a total of 2 drivers.
A spin for the number 31 Spirit karting machine of Carl Lundberg. So, now Lundberg's not going to have long to get back into position here. That's what he's trying to do now. And actually, no, I think he'll be okay, because the pace at the very front of the field is quite slow at the moment. So Carl Lundberg gets away with one there. The red line is a little bit further round this long left-hander. The
podium that you see. We'll be standing on that one on Saturday afternoon, not just for the round, but for the championship as well, and taking those pathways towards the IAME Warriors final as well for the end of the 2026 International X30 karting season. Zoltan Koini then, for
hopefully third time lucky, will take us round the final corner and get this race underway. We're under starters' orders once again. They'll flow into those tram lines. Gonzalez on the outside line, looking for a good start as well. Be conscious of Endicott a few places back on the inside. We are green. We are racing here in X30 Junior. And into the first couple of corners they go. Gonzalez trying to sling it round the outside. It's not the quickest of starts from Koini, but it's a controlled one. And it will lead off of the first few corners. Lorenz de Kock there in the sky blue helmet has got up into P2 immediately. Sukmani Kira has had a good start as well. It's a Fusion 2-3 at the moment. Where is Max Endicott in all of this at the moment? Gonzalez is trying to sling it round the outside. Where is Endicott? Is he a little bit further down the order? Nilas Malik's had a good start in the other of the BMRs. He's up to P5. Kira down the inside takes second place away from the Kock. Where is Max Endicott? I think Max Endicott's in trouble somewhere out there. I don't think he was there at the start. He's not registered through sector number 3. Is the number 11 in a spot of a bit of problem out there? Because right now it's not looking good on our timing screens for him. Now he's still not registered through the timing sector I would expect him to be. Zoltan Koini, no problems at the front of the field, though, leads this race. Here goes Priam Bruno down the inside. Another of the Fusions is in trouble there. Was that the number 26? And now drama potentially for the other championship contender. Ivan Gonzalez under investigation for a potential start line infringement. So, drama aplenty here in this race. We're on lap 2. Koini leads from Bruno, Kira, Malik and de Kock. And yet Max Endicott is not circulating this track.
Yeah, incredible piece of drama here on 2 different occasions with Zoltan Koini in the lead. Priam Bruno climbing 10 places at the wheel of that victory machine. Look at him go now, the Belgian driver in second place. Further down, Nilas Malik at a cracking start up to P3, 6 places gain into that opening lap from Sukmani Kira down in P4, up to P4 now. Whereas de Kock P5, Longitano, Ivan Gonzalez always down in P7. At some point he was running into trouble of Lloyd Campos and Berna, but where is Max Endicott? All the way down, we couldn't see him indeed, and this is a DNF for the championship leader, as we thought for a second that he was making his way past some of the drivers to stay within the top 5, but that was Nilas Malik. Max Endicott was soon disappearing from our screen and from the view, and at this point we don't even get to see him from a position under where he's located onto the track.
Oh, there he is, Marshall Post 6. So, yeah, there is a picture that confirms the situation. Max Endicott out of this race. Is that a turning point in the IAME Euro Series title? Bit of so right, there he is. You can see that the kart is just not getting going. I think that's the second start. Yeah, I think that is the second start that was aborted by the race director. And that'll have been the cause that Max Endicott's kart, for whatever reason, just would not accelerate. So he's continued on that formation lap and then got round to Marshall Post 6, which is the one just under, it's just under our view, isn't it? It's the one Marshall Post of the whole circuit we can't see. Yeah. So yeah, it's just coming up to this corner here that Max will have pulled off. Wow, that is a potential development in the title race. Meanwhile, out on track in this one, there is Zoltan Koini having a tough race again. Lorenz de Kock goes by, then they switch back. That's the transitioning circuit again in terms of the conditions and where the grip is. Lorenz de Kock gets back down the inside. In comes another Aurelio Longitano up to P5 now. Well, this is positive from Aurelio, who had a tough time in the first round of heats. He's going forward in this particular occasion.
And Longitano making his bit as well, with Koini following him through the 2 teammates. With the 173 of Lloyd. Vito Lloyd, one of the Japanese driver from GP as well, making his bit through. Finds himself P7. Campos and Helio Gonzalez. On the inside he goes, and beautifully made for Lloyd in front of the 43 of Lorenz de Kock. De Kock dropping a bit of momentum into this field now. Let's not forget as well that Ivan Gonzalez is under investigation for starting infringement. I do wonder if he maybe did accelerate a little bit too early before the yellow line, or did he put two wheels outside of the corridor? That might need double checking indeed. On the inside, this is what happened with Max Endicott.
This was Nilas Malik
Nilas
down
Malik,
the inside of Brian Bruneau, and then got a little bit close with Zoltan Koini. That allowed Bruneau to get back through. Back and forth.
So driving there. On the outside he went, Nilas Malik. Then number 4.
And that was for the race lead as well. So Priyan Bruneau back to the front of the order in this one. Gained 11 places. So Bruneau from Malik, Kira, Longitano, Koini, and Kaito Lloyd there in 6th place. I tell you, who's going to be quietly enjoying this heat, watching from the sidelines perhaps? Teo Policar, because now Endicott's in trouble in this race. Gonzalez is not having a stellar race, if we're being honest right now. Was fantastic earlier on in the day, but a P11 at the moment with an under investigation notification overhanging him. This could be the door that Teo Policar, who's playing catch-up in terms of the scores, this is the window of opportunity now for the next race. We've still got another few laps of this one to go. Here's a good scrap. Oh, that shows you how much water's in the curbs. That was Lorenz de Kock and Alejandro Campos. Campos gets through. De Kock nearly exited drivers right there, as down the inside on the CRG. Looks the number 50 of Jules Cohen, who's having a bit of a tough day out there. That was Victor Reutz in the CRG, who got into close quarters with. Bruno leads at the end of lap number 5 by half a second.
Yeah, there was a battle for P15. We just saw into the grandstand corner. Back in the lead, Priyan Bruneau, half of a second in front of Nilas Malik. As you can see, the BMR driver is putting the fastest lap in the race, putting the pressure on the shoulders of Priyan Bruneau. Look at how wide they both go into turn number 6 onto the Europa Laan. A little bit of work as well on the radiator for, certainly a bit of a cooling to the engine for Priyan Bruneau, who's not in the safest of place. Look at Nilas Malik going. 7 places gained for Nilas, 11 for Priyan. Took advantage of the hectic opening laps to fight their way through. Now it all comes down to these two. Looking at the gap of 2.5 seconds, and Sukmani Kera up in 3rd. And follows Longitano. Zoltan Koini, we've lost sight of the Swiss driver down in P5, as the checkered flag is getting near into that second qualifying heat for those two groups B and C. Start of the second rotation, don't forget. As Milan check-in all the way down in last position after some early troubles as well. Penultimate lap it is. Still 0.6 of a second, and the defense driving from the CRG driver further down. Victor Reutz in front of Jules de Koen, still battling for P15. And 112 as well, trying to find his way past, but not so easy at the moment. Sukmani Kera from 3rd is trying to respond and close that gap that might come a little bit late into this the course of that race, Andrew. So won't have enough time, unfortunately, to make the connection.
Probably not. It's Sukmani Kera in good form at the moment. Sealed the Champions of the Future OK Junior Academy title in the UK less than 7 days ago, and was on the podium in X30. So that was in the OK Junior category. She's been doing it as a dual program with her X30 Junior racing in 2026. Was on the podium about a month ago, or less than a month ago, at the British Kart Grand Prix. With a very good drive, and 3rd will do quite nicely. And it's a very topsy-turvy day in terms of the scores. You know, Gonzalez won in the first round. This one, P11. At the moment, Priyan Bruneau would lead the intermediate scores with 94 points from a possible 100, but then it's quite strung out behind Priyan. So some solid scores. You know, keeping yourself up in the top 5, but not necessarily winning races, will put you in a good position on the grid for the super heats tomorrow. Nilas Malik trying to close in on Priyan Bruneau. Not really within striking distance yet, as out of the race there. That
is one of the KRs. We'll try and just catch through. I think it might have been Milan Chakin retiring from this race. It was Milan Chakin, reliably informed in our ears. But Priam Bruno on his KR machine, looking very tidy and very quick here at Genk. One of the favourites for this week. He's just going to have to defend a little bit, though. And this actually, no, this is going to open things up for Nilas Malik. Nilas Malik uses the dry bit of track and steals one. Oh, fantastic driving from the Dane. Priam Bruno defended to the inside through turn 14, got on the damper part of track and simply couldn't get the power down through turn 15. Nilas Malik keeps things calm and takes 50 intermediate points. Great stuff there. Oh, Priam Bruno will be kicking himself with that. It's still a good haul of points, but he loses the lead in the intermediate scores as a result of that. And that one's going to sting, because in reality, he didn't need to defend there, Guillaume.
Yeah, he certainly didn't need, but the race winner in the last few meters of that last lap, Nilas Malik, take a bow. A race is never finished before the checkered flag, and Nilas Malik just proved this once again, getting the advantage on Priam Bruno. And I was looking down on my notes already, starting writing the name of Priam as the potential heat winner. But up until the last corner, things changed suddenly in the most unexpected of ways, going the way of Nilas Malik instead of Priam Bruno. Both on equal points, 88 points so far for those two, leading the classification. Sukmani Kera in third, Aurelio Lengitano down in fourth place from Kato Lloyd, Zoltan Kwani, as well as Lorenzo Koch, Alejandro Campos. Then we have Ivan Gonzalez all the way down to P9, still subject to change since it's being investigated. Christian Kobe down in P10 from Hugo Bernat, Andy Stewart, Samuel Hugon, Aaron Buchhofer, Lewis Boats, Johnson Stewart, Jules de Koen, Victor Heutz, Joris Verkerk, Mathis Mouche, Karl Lundberg, Charles Candil, and two drivers missing out in Milan Chekin and Max Andecott, the championship leader of the junior class before Genk. A DNF for him, one of the big drama of this race, won in great fashion by Nilas Malik, and even his mechanic certainly didn't expect that. The congratulations are in order for the BMR driver, who kept believing in his faith. And let's see once again how things played out. With at the start Zoltan Kwani on the left side, Ivan Gonzalez just trying to shake him off a little bit. That was a great start and getaway as well from Priam Bruno at some point. Would start building on his future second place result. A bit of a tussle further down. Ivan Gonzalez, as you can see on the left side, was starting to drop positions as he went the long way around on the outside of turn number 4, as the drivers fighting their way through, trying to get a good opening lap behind Zoltan Kwani. Fusions happening already as we're on the inside. Sukmani Kera, battling along with other teammates in Christian Kobe for the down, who climbed 12 places up to P10. There was Lorenzo Koch at some point as well, fighting his way through. But behind Kwani, the pressure already from Nilas Malik on the inside. As the moment on lap number 2 that allowed Priam Bruno to take the lead, with Kwani trying to respond, but the momentum was not with him, clipping that curb on the inside and around the outside of that turn number 4 went along both our two new leaders, Priam Bruno and Nilas Malik as well. But there were battles aplenty, but for Zoltan Kwani, unfortunately, it didn't go according to plan, as not so much so for the number 91 of Milan Chekin, the first of the two drivers after Max Andecott to retire in this race.
Very dramatic stuff there, is how the win transferred hands and went the way of Nilas Malik. We will see those drivers again later on. We're going to move on to the next heat in X30 Junior, and we'll be on pole position. We'll actually bring you that graphic in a moment. That is enough time for us to tell you what the developing story is. We've got a split tyre race here. There's probably about 40% of the grid on dry tyres, and I just thought that this would be the time to go. Let's go through the grid, let's get that piece of business done, and we'll try and bring you up to speed with who's on the dries.
Rary Pascu and Colby Patterson are on the front row. They're both on wets. Nico Schervers is the first driver on dries. Starts on row 2 alongside Teo Polican. Ludwig Grönqvist and Milan Beku are on row 3, both on wets. Antoine Venon and Tony Catrafiero on row 4, both on dries. Mason Kwong on the 5th row is on dries. George House has stayed with the wets. First half of the grid complete by Freddie Wood and George Quinlan. They're both on dry tyres.
Then we have further down in P on row number 7, Noah Grenier on dry tyres. Joshua Lorison on wets. Row number 8, Orion Meta and George De Smet. Row number 9, Tom Dalik and Luca Pellizzari on dry. Then we have Teddy Zoiwick and Jacob Bachelor. Teddy is on dry. Then we have Philippe Masser and George Clark on row 11. Row number 12, Santiago Barros. And Abdenour and Mahribi with Dorian Grandjean missing out, unfortunately, onto the track. So in total, we have indeed 2, 4, 6, 7 drivers that went on slick tires, and one out already.
And it's
before the
Antoine
race is
Venon.
starting. Antoine Venon.
It's the same.
What
It's
on
the
earth
same
happened?
problem. It's the same problem as heat number 1. Antoine Venons has lost a wheel on the formation lap. Now, this is the same kart that lost a wheel in the first heat of the X30 Juniors early today. That was the one that was red flagged. Came out after the red flag on wet tyres, dropped one wheel. Well, it's happened again. It's the other corner. It's the right rear this time. It was the left rear in the first race. What is happening today with that kart, and making sure that all 4 corners are all tightened, torqued and ready to go racing? Antoine Venon will be quite frustrated, to say the least, as a result of this one. Everybody else, though, they're ready to go racing. This could be very spectacular across the course of the next 8 laps. Rary Pascu will try and bolt away from the rest of the field. The trouble is he's gone too early there. That is going to go around again. That is good news for the dry runners. The dry runners are now going to be able to get a little bit more heat, spend a little bit more, well, a bit of more time will be spent with the sun blazing down on this circuit, which I've got to say, Guillaume, I will pass to your superior knowledge of this place. I think the dry runners have got this call right. Just looking at how the track surface has gone from a very dark grey to a much cooler colour, apart from on the racing line. And look, you can see the wet runners now. The wet runners are trying to find any kind of
looking for the patches,
Yeah, they're trying to find the puddles around the circuit, because they are going to burn through these wet tyres now. I think if you're on dries in this one and you can keep it on the island, you're looking pretty good for this race.
Yeah, some of the drivers, and you can see the rest is looking around from the sideline as well to see all those slicks will behave through the course of the next 8 laps or so. But yeah, there's certain parts of the track, especially behind that turn
This
of the
corner will
podium.
be a problem.
This corner is still a problem for some of the slick runners as well. You can see the racing line very much dry entering the last turn. The last turn, the racing line is going slightly on the outside of the turn. So you still want to avoid the clipping the curb on the inside.
Problems for Tony Catrafiero. The number 56 has just ground to a halt right in front of us here in the commentary box. All sorts going on here in X30 Junior, and the race hasn't even begun yet. We're towards the tram lines. Do we go green this time? Yes, we do. We're racing into the unknown, down towards turn number 2. It's Rary Pascu who will have the advantage in and through the first braking zone. Colby Patterson's held himself there in second place. Where is Miko Schervers? Where is the first of the slick tyre runners? Tony Catrafiero confirmed out of this race. Teo Polican's got a great opportunity here to capitalise on the problems for both Endicott and Gonzalez in the championship race in that previous race. Down towards turn number 7. Rary Pascu leads this race as Colby Patterson tries to go around the outside.
Yeah, believe he made it stick in turn number 7. Colby Pattinson up to that second place, just in front of one of the AGPs. Milan Beku further down as well in the pack. Teopolika up to P3, just in front of one of the Fusions. Could this be Freddie Wood? Indeed, fighting his way through that field. We're going to have a close call and a close look, shall I say, to the classification, as one of the MPs trying to shake up the order a little bit. The number 10 further down, that might be Ludwig Grönqvist indeed. Toppling on the order, dropping a bit of momentum. One lap completed, and for first, Colby Pattinson, Rory Pascoe on the run to turn number 2. Yeah, there he goes on the inside of 38 as well of Freddie Wood. That's the fusion that we saw fighting his way through. 8 places gained, and now he takes the lead from Colby Pattinson down to second. Then we have Freddie Wood. Now Freddie Wood still very much there. That is Pascoe down in 3rd place. 4th place, Theo Policon. Then Milan Bekou. Milan Bekou was 5th just before now, but he's dropping momentum. The former mini champion of Belgium. As on the inside goes one of the BMI. This is Jacob Beschle. And look at him, Jacob going around the inside as well, picking up places. Jacob didn't have the best of race early on in those tricky conditions.
Mika Schervers there, I reckon he's the first driver on the road on the dry tyres at the moment. So we'll keep an eye on his pace. The pace isn't necessarily going to be amazing at the early stage. I was saying that, is Ryan Meta. Oh, it's Ryan Meta pulled the same trick that he did at the IAME Winter Cup when he was one of, I think, 2 drivers to make the call to switch to dry tyres, and it gave him a heat victory. I should mention as well, Rory Pascoe is under investigation, I think, for potentially another start infringement under investigation underway there. So that's another matter that we will monitor. It is all going on here today at Genk, just what we expected for this final round of the IAME Euro Series. Here's the battle for second place between Patterson and Pascoe. Pascoe gets back down the inside, retakes that second spot from the young driver in the Excel Motorsport number 24. Plenty of experience in X30 racing, but it's really starting to kick on here in the X30 Junior category. I'm still interested to see what are these sector times looking like for the dry runners. George Clark has had the warning flag in the number 42. Still pretty much at the front of the field. The top 5 are all on the wet tyres, but I have a feeling that the number 57 of Orion Meta hasn't been reported into us as having dry tyres, but I think he might be on dry tyres. It's a trick that the premium karting team pulled off with Orion earlier on in the season, and the way in which he is coming through the field, let's try and get a closer look at that number 57 kart as to whether it is on slicks or whether it is on wets.
On wet
oh, he is on wets. Yeah. Okay, so cancel that thought. But either way, he's making a good fist of this, driving through the field. We're on lap number 4. There is one of the BMRs going through. That's Jacob Backler passing George Quinlan. Maybe it is just that turn 12, which we noted before, Guillaume, is still quite wet with the camber and the shape of the corner. That one corner alone is really, really putting the slick runners on the back foot. Having said that, though, Miko Schervers looked very good there through turn 12. Keep an eye on the red and white Birrell there for the Monlau Motorsport team. Is this the point at which Miko Schervers' tyres switch on? Somebody's off in the background. It's one of the MCKs that's going bouncing over the grass there. I think it was Georges Lemay who has had a problem. Now Miko Schervers' tyres have switched on. Now he will start moving forward. Has he lost too much time though, Guillaume? He's got 3-4 laps to do this. He's 8 seconds off the leaders.
Yeah, let's keep a good watch on his progression as the 62 run inside he goes. This is Kwong on the inside of George Clark as in the battle for the lead with Pascoe, Pattinson and Pascoe. This battle for second place. Freddie Wood still in front, the 38 just in front now. And as Pascoe dives on the inside just behind the podium. This is indeed battle for P1 as the premium karting driver back in the lead at the conclusion of that lap number 5 out of 8. But between Freddie Wood and Rory Pascoe, nothing is done yet. Further down as well, Macy Kwong up to
Mason
P9.
Kwong's also on dries.
Yeah.
Mason Kwong is the highest ranked driver on circuit with dry tyres. We said it was 8 seconds last time around. Miko Schervers was 1.6 seconds quicker than the leaders on that last lap. Noah Grenier.
Noah Grenier also is on dry tyres and is pulling up another fastest
lap.
He
is.
He just made his way past on the lap before on Theo Policon. Now he got past as well Colby Pattinson up to P3. Now the slick tyres are indeed paying off. Andrew, there he comes, again near the wheel of that Eurocut machine. Up to second place on Colby Pattinson. That was a close call indeed. Still a bit of wet patch on the outside of that hairpin, but Now, Noah Grenier, entering for the first time the IAME Euro Series this season, is up to second place. The bet is working. The slicks are the way to go for the next races, as long as the rain stays away from Genk. But as we get into the penultimate lap, Noah Grenier is on course, maybe to write his name in the season's history. On the inside it goes. No resistance whatsoever from Rory Pascoe. He knows that his rival is on a different set of tires, different pace altogether, and they're not fighting for the same result all throughout the weekend.
I'm just going to throw another spanner in the works though, Guillaume. How's that front fairing looking on the 166? It's had a bit of damage. Is that down? Was there a little bit of shuffling in the pack and more on the formation lap? Noah Grenier has this on the road. Oh, that looks a bit wobbly, that front fairing. So Grenier, let's set a bit of a time trial. Grenier might need to get 5 seconds down the road here. We're on lap number 7. We've only got one more lap to go. This is not done yet. Noah Grenier has got it absolutely spot on with the tyres, but he's still got to pedal away from everybody else. The gap is 1.7 seconds. Ludwig Blomqvist is desperately trying to find any kind of moisture still remaining here at Karting Genk to save his tyres. Noah Grenier will move away from the rest of the order. The question is, can he find the 3.3 seconds just to cover off any potential eventualities down the road? Mikko Schervers is now the fastest driver on circuit. There he is. Mikko Schervers could still be in range here. Mikko Schervers is 3.8 seconds behind Noah Grenier. If Grenier has problems and Schervers finishes within 5, we're speculating here, folks. This is not official, but just by the look of that the front of that 166, I'm not sure everything is all right at the moment for Noah Grenier. He will take the checkered flag first. This will be a provisional result, folks. What a drive from Noah Grenier. He comes across the line. It's going to be second on the road to Pascoe. The gap is 3.7. Mikko Schervers third. Brilliant drives from all three. Pascoe got the most out of those wet tyres. They must be properly chewed up now after those 8 laps. But this one may well be one we have to keep an eye on things as they go into the weighbridge.
Well, what a performance still for the young Noah Grenier. Picking up his first win at this level, still to be confirmed as always for the driver from Euro Karting. But as for now, that was indeed a strong showing into changing conditions. As we said, a couple of drivers out there, 7 of them decided to go for slick tires while the rest kept the wets. But now we'll descend very much back on the track of Genk and the racing line very much dry all throughout the layout. Well, slicks are the way to go, just as Noah Grenier demonstrated with a 12th place gain up to that P1, maybe to the cost of his front fairing position, but again, it remains to be confirmed. Pascoe up to second place, still having to make do with second place. Mirko Schwertz, third place after a difficult start to his race, but he was able to kick things off in the second part of the qualifying heat to secure that third place finish thanks to his slick tires. Freddie Wood up to 7 places to 4th from Louis Grankist, Mason Kwang, Luca Pellizzari, 11 places gained for the driver from Luxembourg with those slick tires. From Colby Pattinson, Teddy Ziewek, Theo Polican all the way down to P10 for the Frenchman from Dream Racing. From Josh Clark, Jacob Bachler, Josh House, Josh Kinlan, Santiago Barros, Abdenour El Mahidi, as well as the rest of the classification, Joshua Lorison, Orion Meta, George Smith, Chemzalik, Milan Beku, and Philippe Massard, the last one to see the checkered flag, with Noah Grenier, P1 on the road in the IAME Euro Series. Great result for him. Let's take another look with first the drama for Antoine Venant. 2 races, 2 wheels going off. Would you believe? Such a bad luck for the returnee to the IAME Euro Series. 2 weeks after his win on this very track in the National Championship. Well, his weekend is going from bad to worse for the same technical problem. That's something that really happens at this level, and hopefully he will have at least one more chance in his last qualifying heat to bounce back a little bit as much as he can. But one weekend to forget so far for the young Belgian of VDK Racing. Now, in the meantime, as the slick tires were getting the temperature up and trying for some of the drivers to find their way into that midfield. The battle was very much raging in the early stages between Colby Pattinson and Rory Pascoe, with Pattinson taking the lead, number 24 at some point in front of the overall pole sitter of the class. But those two kept on switching those positions at the advantage of Colby Pattinson at some point, as in the meantime, well, Freddie Wood had taken the lead as the 36 in a bit of a trouble as well. Freddie Wood, on his way past through the field into that turn number 7 at the end of the Europa Land, and number 62 going for the bid as well. Mason Kwang on his way to a P6 finish, and there's the number 75 in a good battle as well for Mason Kwang. 75 being in this race. Jacob Bachler will lose a bit of momentum all the way down to P12 towards the later stages of that race. But in the meantime, Noah Grenier, waiting for his slick tires to be in the right window, kept on putting those fastest laps, and at some point on the inside of turn number 1, going past Rory Pascoe for the lead. That he would be able to hold on to the checkered flag, taking his first victory in the qualifying heat at this level. This is the first appearance of the season in the IAME Euro Series. But now, the slicks will certainly be the way to go. The wind is still very much strongly blowing here on the home of champions. The sun is with us, and I guess these are slightly better conditions for you, Andrew, to talk to some of the drivers down in Parc Fermé.
Thank you very much, Guillaume. Here with Rory Pascoe again from the information and the scenes down here. Yeah, Noah Grenier did have a front fairing there. So, Rory, you were within 5 seconds of the 166. That is, at least provisionally, another win for you. Tell us about that race, though. That was not easy.
No, it's obviously not easy driving with the wets and the dry, but I made the most of it.
You did indeed. What was the most difficult element? Because there were other drivers behind you trying to search for damper bits of track. Was the tyre starting to give up a little bit in that one?
Yeah, definitely. Obviously, when you have tread and you're dry, you're sliding around, so you just wear the tyre out.
How are we feeling ahead of the third round of heats? It's been a strong day, hasn't it?
Yeah, it's been a very strong day, so I'm feeling very confident.
Good stuff. Well, we'll let you get back to the team. Thanks for your time. Rory Pascoe there. Another great result here in Genk. Guillaume, back to you in the box.
Thank you very much, Andrew. Thank you to Rory as well for talking to us. As the conditions improving, that will hopefully give us the occasion to talk to as many drivers as we can through the course of the afternoon. Now, next race is coming up, the seniors qualifying heat B versus C. It's time for the second rotation for the prime class of the IAME Euro Series. The green flag is waving as the drivers are now making their way back onto the track. We had the seniors this morning already with a win for the driver starting on pole position. Roxanne Lantinga, a win to her name. Here's the grid in full. Roxanne Lantinga, Aaron Garcia, side by side. Dani Karenini as Shun Sekiguchi on row number 2. Otto Pikkanen and Egor Ivachenko, row number 3. Row number 4, Eva Dorenstein and Gauthier Sanawan. Row number 5, Maurice Varkruis and Ruben Moya. Row number 6, Albert Lombard and Max Lacroix. Row number 7, Luke Taylor and Kevin Baker. Row number 8, Adrian Canal and Zach Green. Row number 9, Pepin Steiger and Tyrone Jacquet. Row number 10, Mirko Bouters and CG Bennett. Row 11, Sur de Vries and Kenna Jolie Ottoff. Row number 12, Javier Bosca and Emilia Poli. Followed on row number 13 by Charlie Glum, Alex Martinez. Row number 14, Seira Chima and Harrison Stevens. And row number 15, Elon Gonzalez, Alexandre Mercier. And at the back end of the grid, Thijs van Wijk and Philippe Dinu. Everybody on slicks at this point. To be confirmed, as always, into that second rotation of seniors. Yes, indeed. So no more wets, as you might imagine, looking at the conditions. Everybody on slicks. Roxanne Lantinga, already a name to herself. The other winner so far in the seniors is Ruben Moya. That will start in the next race coming up. That is on this very grid. Indeed, he's 12th on that grid. My apologies. So Ruben, 1 win to his name. Roxanne Lantinga, 1 win as well. So it's still very early as we start the second rotation for the seniors. Aaron Garcia, the championship leader, just a fraction of points, 19 to be specific, on Dani Karenini. Giannini third on that grid on the inside, coming to turn number 1 behind Roxanne Lantinga. Garcia on the outside. Once again, a close call when it comes to a championship battle. Eva Dorenstein from P7. She had not a DNF, but close to that as well after an early incident in the first race. Certainly looking for a revenge in this time around. And some of the drivers out there had some trouble in the early race. Kevin Bakker gave us one heck of a recovery as well in the opening race. Now, all comes down to Roxanne Lantinga being able to secure what could be win number 2. She did that brilliantly earlier. Can she do it all over again?
A lot of fresh tyres in this one because these drivers did not compete in dry conditions earlier on today. As, I don't think this one will be going live. Yeah, we've got the amber light flashing. They will go round again. Drivers who need good results in this one. Egor Ivanchenko is going to be one. Eva Dorstein as well, if we've not mentioned already. They did not have good results in the first round of heats. This is going to be the category hardest to qualify for the final for by the simple numbers game of how many seniors we've got here in Belgium. These 3 rounds of heats will set the grids for the super heats tomorrow. Results will carry over, and then results from the super heats on Saturday morning will finalise the top 36 drivers to make it through to the 4th and last final of this 2026 IAME Euro Series season. Roxanne Lantinga stands a very good chance of making it through to that final. Missed out at Franciacorta, but was then consistently in the top 6 across the course of that scorcher of a round 3 at Wackersdorf. Had good pace in Spain as well. Could this be a chance for Roxanne to make her speed count? And a good machine round here, MP Motorsport, who have the majority stake at the circuit in terms of ownership. Can Roxanne Lantinga own this race into the tram lines? This is looking better. This is looking cleaner. This is looking green on our screen. Racing once again in X30 Senior. Good start for Lantinga. Good start for Carinini as well. This is a key race in the championship with Carinini and Garcia going 1v1 here. Looks like Shun Sekiguchi is trying to get involved as well in the Eichmann's GP Racing team. Oh, Sekiguchi's off! Off back onto the circuit. Whoa. Keeps it pointing in the right direction. Somehow everybody avoids Sekiguchi, but there's problems further back. 3 karts involved, and out of this race, out have gone the 304 of Emilia Pauli. Jacquet is out as well.
Alexandre Mercier as well.
Yeah, so they're gone from competition in this one.
That's a shame.
And we'll go no further. Thankfully, everybody is okay down there. Karts are not, but karts can be repaired. I think the 323 is going to try and get back into the race. That's Alex Mercier at the front of the field. Lantinga leads from Carinini, then Garcia, then Pikkanen. Dorstein's had a good start as well. Eva Dorstein needs a big result, is up into the top 5. Biggest mover on that first lap. Eloy Gonzalez up 14 places to 15th.
Yeah, cracking start and a bit hectic for some of the drivers out there. Confirmation of Emilia Pauli, a DNF, unfortunately for the spray to karting driver, as I think that indeed Alexandre Mercier was able to get back onto the track, as you mentioned. Tyrone Jacquet might be the other one having to go DNF. A beautiful move there by one of the MDC drivers. Could it be Javier Boscoa, who is trying to fight his way through? We'll get back to that in a minute. As Lantinga, 0.3 of a second in front of Danny Carinini. Danny had a second place in his first qualifying heat, the 220 on picture. Otto Pikkanen, the flying fin, just behind Garcia. And Maurice Verkreuz. Dorenstein, who just lost a place to Verkreuz at the end of this last lap. And they come across once again 0.3 down. Ruben Moya climbing 3 places up to P7 from Lombard. Taylor and Ivanchenko dropped 4 places from the opening lap all the way down to P10. A couple of good climbers as well. Watch out from Elon Gonzalez. 15 places gained in the course of 2 laps. How about that? 29 on the grid and 14 already for Elon Gonzalez. Still everybody on slicks, so there's no strategy at play here. Pure driving from Elon Gonzalez. We missed it out completely in qualifying and having to go in recovery mode at every possibility. as further down, one of the victory lanes has been shaken up a little bit.
Yeah, it's Shun Sekiguchi nearly going over the back there. The Japanese driver having a bit of a tough race here. Roxanne Lantinga, though, is going to be under pressure. Danny Caronini's car looks fantastic. The Zanki Motorsport Prepare 202 is on the move. It's going to be down the inside. This is going to be easy for Danny Caronini, who's just been able to corner tighter, quicker than Roxanne Lantinga for the last lap and a half. And that is the difference now for the former IAME Euro Series champion. Took that title in 2024 on this very circuit, but it's the man who took the title from him in 2025 now down the inside for second place. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. It's Friday, it's qualifying heats day. Caronini versus Garcia is about to be on your screens for the first time this weekend. There is Ruben Moya as well. He's up 4 places now in this race to P6. These are big laps, Guillaume, in the title race, and don't count out Maurice Verkreuz. Verkreuz is looking rapid at this stage of the race, has been putting in purple sectors for the last couple of laps. He could still win this race as well.
Yeah, Maurice Verkreuz has nothing to lose into this pack. He's not playing for the championship, but the points are very much needed for Danny Caronini. And Aaron Garcia saw it coming as well. He saw Danny coming for the move, taking the lead, and he thought to himself, well, there's no way I'm letting the Italian going away with it. So just took that second place away from Roxanne Lantinga. Gonna have to go defensive as well. Verkreuz, but Pikkanen still in 4th place. Ruben Moya sees him just in front of him. Moya is really making the contact now on Otto Pikkanen. Those two just on the right side of your picture into the grandstand tribune. As for now, Lantinga puts herself checked on the rear bumper of Aaron Garcia. So we haven't seen anything yet into this qualifying heat, I'm sure. As we mark halfway through that race, 3/10 of a second between Caronini and Garcia. Lantinga, Verkreuz, no one dares to move just yet. And I have to wait for the second part of the race for things to click maybe between some of the contenders. Let's not forget that the level is so high.
Oh, Garcia's gone in.
Oh, there he goes.
Down the inside went Garcia from a mile back, wheel to wheel. It could be Franciacorta all over again. Roxanne Lantinga still there as well, trying to get her elbows out. Through goes Garcia. Through goes Garcia into the race lead. Is that a pivotal point at the moment? Roxanne Lantinga's hit a wet patch and spun. Roxanne Lantinga out of contention in this heat. There was a huge plume of water that was kicked up by the back end of the 208. There's nothing you can do about that when you're a driver in that situation. But Aaron Garcia, I was about to ask the question, Guillaume, how does Garcia tackle this? Because Caronini's not just going to let him through. The points advantage in the intermediate scores was only 6. Garcia needed the track position. Caronini needed to keep it as well. And he threw that move in at this very corner from so far back. Caronini had no option but to give him a bit of room there, otherwise the two would have collided. But Caronini's now coming back at the Spaniard. This is what we've been looking forward to since Wackersdorf. These two tremendous drivers in this fantastic sport are going to go wheel to wheel. This is what happened to Roxanne Lantinga there. Yeah. Big plume of water, next corner, no grip, round went the back of the cart.
Yeah, just before the hairpin of turn number 11, so unfortunate. She was slightly pushed out of the way by the look of it in that battle. Roxanne Lantinga, could it have been further down? We'll come back to that in a minute, but certainly the most unfortunate could have been Egor Ivanchenko from Mondial Motorsport, as Rani back in the lead. Aaron Garcia, Danny Caronini, and look out as well. Maurice Verkreuz down from P3. 6 places gain into the Europa Land. Different racing lines. Caronini with the momentum. Aaron Garcia is going defensive. He's looking over his shoulder. He's certainly not in a position for him to secure that victory just yet. Otto Pikkanen is seeing the opportunity as well, looming on his, just in front of his helmet. But watch out. We have a 5-driver battle on our hands, Andrew, with Taylor as well, very much back in the mix.
Verkreuz is trying to go around the outside there of Caronini. He's going to be out wide over the curb and then on the damper part of the circuit. That's not going to work. Remember, Garcia is a 19-point championship advantage. Karanini needs to start tripping it. Oh my
There he goes.
goodness, Karanini's gone round the outside of Aaron Garcia. How has he done that? Brilliant racing once again here at Genk. Danny Karanini has done it again, and Aaron Garcia now could be in trouble because Aaron Garcia has backed up the field. He can understand tactically why he did it. Karanini has broken the Spanish resistance. Otto Pikkanen's now up to second place as well. Guys, this is only the qualifying heats. We've still got another 1.5 days of this to go. This is unbelievable stuff. Now can Aaron Garcia find himself back together? Luke Taylor's having a day as well. Taylor's going in!
Contact.
Taylor's gone in on Garcia. Garcia's going to lose stacks of positions now. Tried to shut the door. Taylor was committed down the inside. Ruben Moyer's now coming through up to P3. What is going on here in X30 Senior? Karanini up the road. Where is Garcia? He's down to P8.
Yeah, disaster for Aaron Garcia. Luke Taylor, you could see him gesturing to Garcia. Let's keep on going. I'm not going to do anything. And then he went for that move, clipping the wheel. And for Garcia, that's a disaster. Around the inside goes Pikkanen. Beautifully made. Now this is Eva Dorenstein. Eva Dorenstein is back in contention as well. Ruben Moya under pressure. Verkreuz, Taylor, Garcia all the way down in 7 in front of Zach Green. Karanini, Pikkanen is in front of Eva Dorenstein now. But Dorenstein, we thought, we said earlier, she had such a drama in her early race. Now she's very much back at it, putting the pressure on Otto Pikkanen a little bit further down, obviously with the gap, but now up to P3. Ruben Moya still down in 4th. Verkreuz is going for his bid as well on the inside. And the Spaniard pulled 2 wheels on the standing water patch. That won't do good for the tires, that's for sure. We get into the last lap, ladies and gents. Still nothing is done yet. Karanini must still have this one in the bag, but Pikkanen is putting still a lot of pressure on the Italians.
And in crucial fashion in the intermediate scores, as things stand, Danny Karanini would take the lead, even with a race to go in this second round of the heats, because both heat winners from round 1 are in this one, and they are not at the front of the order. What a race this has been. The X30 Senior title battle has well and truly combusted here in this race. There's Roxanne Lantinga. Roxanne's not out of this race yet. She knows she could still be on pole position for a superheat tomorrow if she could find her way through. But what a performance from the Italian. Danny Karanini will have a big smile on his face. With that result, he takes this heat. Pikkanen second, Dorstein third, Luke Taylor fourth, Moyer fifth, Zach Green 6th, Aaron Garcia 7th, and oh boy, this title race is on. As things stand, that 19-point deficit for Karanini at the start of the day, if he wins in his third and final race, could be reducing by probably about 50%. If he takes the 25 and say Garcia stays in the intermediate scores where he is right now, which is P5, that would be worth 10 championship points towards Danny Karanini. And we've still got another heat in X30 Senior to go at this stage of the day. That was drama filled from start to finish. Karanini takes the win by 0.4 of a second. A brilliant drive as well from Otto Pikkanen. Eva Dorstein gets things going with a P3. Luke Taylor up 9 to 4th. Ruben Moyer and Zach Green all in the top 6. Aaron Garcia is not going to be a happy driver. Had the lead of this race. You can understand why tactically he backed things up, but the sheer number of cuts, whatever happened with the pace, it just disappeared from him in the second half. He finishes P7, drops down the order. Maurice Verkreuz P8, Albert Lombard P9, and Roxanne Lantinga, despite that spin with those wet, slick tyres, it still recovers to P10. Kevin Bakker 11th, Charlie Gloom 12th, Miko Vertes, Eloy Gonzalez and Shun Sekiguchi all in the top 15. Let's have a look at what could be quite a long highlight reel for that race. This was the race start, comfortably led by Roxanne Lantinga. Danny Karanini up to P2. That was Shun Sekiguchi in a spot of bother. This was Shun Sakaguchi in a lot of bother, out of contention, and then the stack up behind would take out others. Oh my goodness me, one of the Spirits was very, very lucky there to not have serious problems. Tyron Jacquet, Amelia Pauly and Alex Mercier would be out as a result of all that had happened there. At the front of the field, Roxanne Lantinga led, but Dani Caronini's kart looked good around lap number 3. Aaron Garcia was there as well in P3. This was the move for the lead. The first move for the lead by Caronini. Pretty textbook stuff at this point of things. Drivers running wide. That was CJ Bennett. Look at how far back Garcia threw the move in there. Wheel to wheel between the title contenders here in X30 Senior. They've already clashed before in this season. You remember back to the final at Franciacorta where they both DNF'd or off the podium and Freddie Lloyd took the win. This was the moment for Roxanne Lantinga there. Big hit on the water in the curb. No grip at all through turn 11, but she would recover back to a top 10 finish. There's nothing you can do. If any driver in the world would have had that same consequence out of that corner. This was another view. Oh, actually, no. Maybe it wasn't fully down to wet tyres. Was there a little bit of physical encouragement in that pirouette? This was the move from Caronini, though. That is one of the overtakes of the season. Aaron Garcia has been in superb form throughout the defence of his title, and it's still not over yet, but that was an absolutely brilliant move from Dani Caronini. Great driving as well from Eva Dorstein. She had a trouble in the previous race. A top 3 gets the scores running. The Kreuzer was on the attack as well, was unfortunate to only get P8, deserved more. Moya getting involved as well. A decent score for Moya, P5 to go with the win from earlier on in the day. But that result gives Caronini, as things stand, there is still another race to go in this particular part of the day, we should stress. But it's 8 points the lead over Ruben Moya. Otto Pukkanen is then a further 6 points back. Roxanne Lantinga drops to P4 in the standings right now. Aaron Garcia is 5th. We're going to pass down to Parc Ferme. Guillaume, take it away. I'm very, very interested to hear from our race winner, Dani Caronini.
Yes, indeed, Andrew. Dani, what a race. We almost lost for words there, but it felt very much like a final already.
Yes, for sure, it was not an easy race. They start to fight from the beginning. I don't know honestly why, but I'm really happy that I won the heat. The speed looks good. For sure, if today was not easy, tomorrow will be really hard. We will see how will be the weather, how will be the race, how will be everything.
A quick word about that move on the outside. Overtaking opportunities, there's plenty in Genk, but still, you need to get it done.
Yes, for sure, I make a really good overtake. Probably he doesn't expect that. I make a really good move. It's a move that possible come one times off 100, but this time happened.
At some point in your race, you went for the move for P1. Could you see Aaron making the same move very, very soon, considering that, okay, you guys are close in the championship, he needs to go as well and follow you?
Yes, for sure. I was in the front after Aaron was a little bit faster. He catch me back, he overtake me. And after, it's good the last laps, I make a good move and I win the race. I'm really happy about this.
Well, more of that, please. Thank you very much. Grazie mille, Dani Caronini. We'll see you back for the last rotation of the senior races a little bit later this afternoon. Andrew, back over to you. We still have a bit of breath left because a lot of races left on the table as well.
We just have a bit of breath left after that one. Let's get into it then. This is Groups A and D, ready to go racing in X30 Senior. And, well, what are we about to see in this one? On the front row of the grid, it's an all-Belgian affair with some great home advantage in time qualifying for the likes of Vince van der Hallen and Bran van der Wecken, the 2 surprises from TQ yesterday. They start on the front row. Dan Alleman and Matthias van der Kerkhoff, 2 more familiar names in the IAME Euro Series. They go from row number 2. Emmanuel Leodakis and Aaron Vader go from row 3. Mark Ganada and Peter Stiller, they're on row 4. It's then Elvis Kozauskas and Antoine Duval completing the top 10. Julien Savillo looked quick earlier on today. Starts on row 6 alongside Luna Claret. Row 7, Sam van der Heyden and Morgan Moore. Rafa Boulard and Elias Lehman go from row number 8. Dylan Patel and Mattis Meerschout are on row 9.
Gabi Teixeira and Yanis Brulé, they both start inside the top 20 for this one on row 10. It's Anthony Bongartz and Andy Rattel on row 11. Angelo Melli will go from row number 13 alongside Geims Merkelbach. Belen Garcia on her return to the IAME Euro Series, one of the OGs 10 years ago at the start of this championship. She starts on row 13 alongside Adam Elbassoni. Bo Alrix and Aurelio Gustinelli are on 14. Row 15, Jan Rodriguez and Antonius Haddad. Row 16, Paco Sarmiento and Leandro Saliai. Ellie Dax completes the 33-strong field. The drivers out of turn number 12 and 13 and down towards 14 for a race start, hopefully at the first time of asking. And yeah, great to have Belen Garcia back. 10 years since the start of this championship. She was on the grid 10 years ago. What history you're about to see in this one that could change things for the course of the round. Away we go then once again for 11 laps in X30 Senior. Brave run round the outside being attempted by Van der Wecken. One driver has got some problems at the back of the field. Van der Wecken's attempt wasn't quite pulled off, so Vince van der Halen leads in the early stages as wide. There goes one of the VDKs.
It might have been Matthias van der Kerkhoff, hopefully not for the one of the local heroes. No, still very much reversed there. All easy now.
I think it was Peter Stiller. Stiller running wide, but was able to get back onto circuit. Belen Garcia, I think, was the driver in trouble off the race start. So, just as we mentioned, that was a moment between the MP and the VDK. That is an alternative way of getting through if you're Aaron Vader.
Yeah, Aaron Vader and Matthias van der Kerkhoff. Those two, we might need to see that again, but the heat is on, that's for sure. Between those two, with Peter Stiller just further down. One lap completed, Andrew, as Vince van der Halen is pulling away 1/6 of a second. Round the inside goes Marc Granada on Danderman. The battle for second place already raging. Granada up to second. Danderman down in third. Aaron Wida in, as you put it, a very unorthodox way to make a move happen, and unusual, shall we say, as well. But now he finds himself up to P4, just in front of the two VDKs, Van der Kerkhoff and Stiller. One of the RSDs further down is making his move stick on the inside. That was beautifully made by might have been Aurelio Gustinelli on Luna Clary for that P18. We'll get back to that. As a 297 further down is another RSD in trouble. Jan Rodriguez, 277 that was. He was the driver who was going slow onto the grid. Back with the drivers stuck together pretty much as one of the VDKs, Peter Stiller, is about to lose that positions to the 221 of Elias Ludakis. With Antoine Duval further down from Euro Karting. First appearance in this season of Antoine Duval, son of former rally legend François Duval, who's here this weekend, watching along the performance and the progress of his son for the past few years as well. Doing great things on national level and trying his bit at the IAME Euro Series. Ludakis on the inside after Stiller, Van der Kerkhoff.
I'm very happy to see this. Emmanuel Leodikis' overtaking has gone a little bit under the radar so far this season, but we've noted it, Emmanuel, who often says, like, hey, why aren't you talking about me? You know, I made up 15 places in this race. It's like, well, we're going to talk about you now, because right at the front of the order is the Zanki Motorsports 221, and has been pulling moves off like that all season. It's not necessarily been what we've had right on the screen. There's a move from the aforementioned Duval up to P7 now with that one, and on the move again there,
Stiller.
Peter Stiller. Stiller on the recovery drive. Through goes Sven van der Heyden there as well in the 297. So Duval drops back down to P9. Into turn number 6 again. Sven van der Heyden, currently fastest driver on circuit. Oh yeah, the kart looked good there through turn number 6, able to turn tighter and quicker than Peter Stiller, and Sven van der Heyden is on the move. Here comes Julian Sorvillo as well in the yellow and black helmet, impressive in the first round of heats, and looking for another strong result for the MCK Racing team. Just kicks up a little bit of water there. That's the danger right now. If you start taking liberties with some of these curbs, some of them are still quite full of water from the deluge earlier on the day. Hard to think, if you've just joined us in the last 20 minutes, that we had very heavy rain earlier on here today, given how dry it is now. But if you stray into some of those serrated curbs and further, like, you definitely don't want to end up in the grass today, because that is going to be very, very moist, to say the least. The race continuing on here. Big send down the inside. Love that. That's great stuff from Antoine Duval up to P9.
Yeah, beautifully made from the Belgian, with a bit of a gesture further down. And Peter Stiller, look at the battle raging. Van der Weken, Lehmann, and Zelskas as well. The 229 by the look of it from, no, this is from the Fusion Motorsport as well. This is Dylan Patel, down in 14th place. Now, on the inside goes the MP drivers for the down, the 311, Aaron Ruida, that's for the second place. And for more racing, Mark Granada having to not be able to respond. Third place for now for Mark Granada, having the pressure of Dan Halleman further down as well. But for Aaron Ruida, up to second place now. Oh, the 367, unfortunately, running into trouble. Leandro Salija from Spirit Karting didn't get to catch what happened there. But he finds himself at the very last place. And as a result, fastest lap for Aaron Ruida was able to make that move on Granada. And Dan Halleman, in the meantime, might want to go and try to emulate the move of the Dutchman. But the Swiss driver is still stuck behind the Spaniard in fourth place for now. Then we have a bit of a gap. And Emmanuel Yudakis still in P5 from Van der Krakov. Sam van der Eyden, championship leader in the IAME Series Benelux this season for Sam. He's recovering 6 places now. As run inside goes Peter Stiller. That's one heck of a move done on Patel indeed. This is Lehmann, Stiller further down. Sorry, my apologies. This is the 233 further down. Raphael Bourlard and Dylan Patel battling for P15. So there's a couple of PDKs into that field definitely. But for Patel and Raphael Bourlard, 15th place for Raphael Bourlard, the Belgian from PDK for now.
And down the inside goes to 35. I just want to come back to Dan Halleman in terms of the championship scores once this battle calms down. As through goes Morgan Moore there on the attack. At the moment, Dan Halleman in dropped score territory. So if you just need a bit of a reminder, at the end of the year, all the drivers, if they've been every single round, drop their worst final, their worst position in the final intermediate classification at each of the rounds, and then same for the intermediate classification for a heat state. Oh, that's a sizable off. That's how we lost Salayai.
Yeah.
That was getting on the curb, kicking up that water that we were talking about, and then instantly losing any grip from the front end of the car, straight to the scene of the accident. There's a move from Sam van der Eyden going through again and up to P7. But Dan Halleman right now is 7th in the intermediate classification. His worst intermediate classification score so far this year was 6th back at Franciacorta. So unless Dan Halleman were to move himself up by at least 2 positions in those heat points, this is going to be no more points gained in the championship for Dan Halleman. This round will be his drop before the worst intermediate classification. And the trouble right now is that is quite a sizable gap to Van der Hallen and Vader up ahead. It's 1.2 seconds. Dan Halleman could really do with either A, finding a really big bit of pace now, or these two starting to fight with one another to bring Halleman back into play in this heat.
And Vince Van der Hallen in the meantime trying to shake up as well. Aaron Ruida coming back at him with Bran van der Weken, the fastest in this race from P8. But watch out, Aaron Ruida. This is the best position we've seen the Dutch driver from MP Motorsport so far this weekend, as he's not the championship contender. Aaron Ruida, as for now, didn't have the best off-season so far at this point in the IAME Euro Series. But now he's going to come back at him and going certainly for the battle for the win. Vince Van der Hallen, for his first appearance at this level, more than willing to translate his pole position into winning results. That will be win number 1. As for the down, there's a change as well with Mark Granada and Julian Sorvillo further down. Another man still very much close of Mark Granada. 0.3 of a second. This is 2 battles at once. Aaron Ruida is waiting in the wings as we're about to get into the last lap of that second qualifying heat for the A versus D. We're going to have back the juniors and the minis and the juniors after that with before one last rotation. This will be the last rotations after this race for all three classes, which means from this point on, well, this is gloves off for the battle for the pole position and the championship points as well. Now, into the last lap. One last kick of the throttle through the 1.3 kilometers of Genk. Van der Halen 3/10 in front of Aaron Weda. Daniel Aman seems to have this one in the bag as well in P3 from Marc Granada. Then the rest of the top 10 relatively steady so far, Andrew.
Oh, indeed. Just to note as well, Julien Sauvillo with the move up to 5th place has just dropped Aaron Garcia down another place in the intermediate classification. Now, these scores will grow in importance as we go through the third and final round of the heats. We will keep you up to date with them. But this is why that drop down the order for Aaron Garcia in the previous race was so important. It could be something that translates through into championship points. That's all for later, though. This has been a great drive from Vince van der Halen, who really has got a turn of pace in the dry conditions here this weekend. Was on pole position last night and takes this heat to move up to 2nd place in the intermediate scores. Vince van der Halen is here not just to play this weekend, he is here to beat the regulars, to use his knowledge of this karting Genk track to beat the likes of Aaron Vader, to beat the likes of Dan Alleman. A very impressive drive there from the MTK Racing pilot. And, well, we'll go into the third round of heats with a very good chance of being on pole position for at least Super Heat B tomorrow. And if he can find 6 intermediate points on Danny Caronini, he could still be top of them all at the end of the first stage of this competition for the 4th and final round of the IAME Euro Series 2026. The drivers will retire into the Parc Fermé area, get a little bit of refreshment. We'll see them again later on in the day. Here is your provisional result from that qualifying heat for Groups A versus D. Van der Halen from Vader by half a second. Dan Alleman third will need a strong result in the third and final heat if he's to improve his championship score at this stage of the weekend. Marc Granada fourth, Julien Sauvillo fifth, Emmanuel Leodakis a solid 6th ahead of Sven van der Heyden, Brand van der Lecken, Matthias van der Kerkhoff and Peter Stiller. Aurelio Gustinelli up 17 places in that race. Brilliant try for the Aristide team. To 11th, Antoine Duval, Elias Lehmann, Rafa Boulard, Dylan Patel. They're all in the top 15. Yanis Bourlet, Matis Meerschout, Gabi Teixeira, Luna Clary and Elvis Krasauskas take us to 20th. Difficult race there for Morgan Moore, P21 ahead of Andy Rattel, Angelo Melli, Anthony Bongartz and Bo Alrix. That's your top 25 times. Merkelbach in P26, Jan Rodriguez, Adam Albertoni, Paco Sarmiento and Ellie Dax in the top 30. Antonius Haddad, Belen Garcia and Leandro Saliai completes the runners. All 33 drivers who started finished that race.
It doesn't happen every day, that's for sure. That's what we like to see. And even though we had some trouble early on for one of the drivers out there that was going slow onto the grid, everybody just managed to make it to the checkered flag, even though Leandro Saliha had a bit of a moment. We're going to see that in a minute. But at the start, Vince van der Halen and Bran van der Weken already pulling away just a tiny bit. One of the VDK drivers that got into trouble, and we do think that might have been further down into the classification. Rafael Bourlard, who ended up finishing in 13. That's the moment between Matthias van der Kerkhoff and Aaron Weda. An unusual way to make a pass just in front of the grandstand. So that's certainly a bit of a show for the spectators and many of you gathering here at Karting Genk. I'm pretty sure you've enjoyed that. Aaron Weda was able to get away with that up until that second place. For Matthias van der Kerkhoff, things didn't go so well, losing positions down to P9, as the 287 of Sam van der Heyden would make it stick in turn number 7 at the end of the Europa LAN, just in front of Peter Stiller, as the battles were aplenty still after the Sam van der Heyden again was making his bit on the inside of Peter Stiller, 318 from VDK, allowing one of the MCK drivers to make his way past, as it was happening further down at some point in the race. But for VDKs, things have been going left and right into this race, as Antoine Duval made a beautiful move on the inside of Peter Stiller to finish Duval all the way down in P12 at some point after dropping a bit of momentum in the second part of the race. As Sven van der Reyden will keep on going. That moment when Leandro Saleja from Spirit Karting just went wide, but a little bit too wide onto the barriers and the tire walls there, but he was able to see the checkered flag in the end. As in the second part of the race, the 264 in the middle of the pack as well, making his bid, fighting for what was left on the table. But in the end, Vince van der Allen was able to shake off the order and keep Aaron Weda at bay for just half of a second on the line. Aaron Weda having climbed 4 places up to that second positions from Dan Alleman in third.
Good stuff there from the seniors. We'll see them again later on in the day at 20 to 5 and 5 o'clock local time here in Belgium. And wow, absolutely speeded through all of these heats today. We've got one more round of heats to go, which will start straight up after this.
Now, I've been excited to try this model for some time, the Playseat Formula Intelligence F1 edition, because it's been designed with the help of real F1 drivers and also some of the top sim racers on the planet. Let's see what it's like. Being in this seating position definitely makes it so immersive that you feel like you genuinely are in a race. Your mind takes over and tells you that you're in an actual race. You feel very much at one with the car, as a part of the car, and as a part of this race. The Formula Intelligence has the monitor built in and integrated into the frame, and that really means that your field of vision and your depth is very accurate and truly immersive. Tell you what, my palms are sweating, so I think I've gotten a bit too immersed in this experience. The force lock system allows you to move everything around to really create a bespoke seating experience and make it super comfy for exactly how you would want it as a driver. The seat padding is obviously of a very high quality material. It feels very comfy, very supportive on my lower back. Racing is all about chasing the last 100th of performance and looking for marginal gains. And if you can be comfortable and if you can be fully immersed in the car, you could really unlock some extra speed, I think. So on the whole, it's been very impressive in terms of how you feel at one with the car, how you can be consistent with it as well, lap after lap, because the frame doesn't move. You feel it's solid, so you can just keep working on your own driving and try and improve. Whatever you're looking for, you can secure your seat for next season at playseat.com. I'll see you on the track.
Welcome back, everybody, to live pictures here at Karting Genk, the home of champions, round 4, the final round of the year for the IAME Euro Series of 2026. And we're switching back to the X30 Minis for the start of their third and final round of qualifying heats here today. It's Groups A and C heading out on circuit. This could be a very, very key race in the story of the championship for this year. Let's first of all take you through the grid for this one and how they line up. Mason Hibbert has pole position once again and is joined this time on the front row of the grid by Leo Devahive. LBJ Stubbs and Chester Fawkes starts on row 2. If Fawkes finishes in the top 2 in this race, he'll be on pole for tomorrow. Charlie Page, Siebel Basalama, they go from row number 3. Adam Al-Sheikh and Darren Ganny on row 4. Harry Chapman and Ollis Telsted go from row 5. Mattis Pearsons and Bodie Batch go from 6. Row 7, Eloan Poissonnet and Ivan Svoronens on row 7. Laurent Samer and Axel Leanders go from row 8. Gabi Leger and Guillaume Aguiar go from row 9. Milo Cornell completes the 19-strong field for this one. So, the job at hand for Chester Fawkes. He has a 12-point lead in the intermediate standings, is unbeaten through the first 2 rounds. The conditions completely different to what these drivers had earlier on in the afternoon, the first set of races after the lunch break with that torrential rain. But Chester Fawkes was up to the test. And as we say, if he either wins this race or finishes second, even if Mason Hibbert was to win with Fawkes second, it would be pole position for tomorrow's first super heat for Chester Fawkes. But
actually more importantly at this stage of the season, he would take the full complement of 25 championship points from today's racing. It would guarantee some form of outright lead in the championship for Forks. The question remaining would then be, how big is the lead going to be over Hibbert, over his teammate Ilias Sami, who races in the next one after this. Now that is all just what could happen. What will actually happen could be completely different.
One driver
problems
out
for one of the spirits.
5, Guilherme Aguiar, the Portuguese, the newcomer to this year's IAME Euro Series. Again, the card is failing on him apparently. We didn't get to see what happened. Mechanical trouble or a bit of wheel banging into the pack.
I think that's happened as he's come out of turn 11. I said that's a long way from the race circuit,
Yes,
and I think there's a bit of a
might be still a bit of
grass.
standing water patch somewhere that caught up Roxanne Lantinga in one of the senior races earlier. But this seems to be a little bit far from that specific point, so I don't know if it's related or not.
Okay then, into the tram lines. Are we ready for a race start at this time of asking? Yes, we are. Away we go for the third and final round of heats here today for X30 Mini. Down towards the first braking zone, and once again, Albie J. Stubbs pulls to the inside, takes the race lead. There's drama in the background. One of the action carts is involved. I think it's Ollie Telsted in the 448 who came off worst in all of that. There were another 2 drivers involved, which we'll try and identify in a few moments' time. But Albie J. Stubbs has got his starts right today. That's 2 heats in a row here, Guillaume, in very different conditions, where he's got that line down the inside on Mason Hibbert and taken advantage. Chester Forks has not had a great start. Hibbert back to the race lead with a nice move there through turn number 10. Forks has got work to do. I reckon he's down to about 6th place at the moment.
Yeah, that was neat and clean from Mason Hibbert. Watch out on the outside. Change for third with the 481 driving through. This is the Garza, the 431 taking back 3rd place just in front of the grandstand and the podium. Watch out from the back, the answer coming from behind as well. Gonna have a full look at the classification once again. Lap 1 completed and another driver in trouble. Is it the same one as before?
Driver, yeah.
Yes, indeed. Guilherme Aguiar. Mason Hibbert, Albie J. Stubbs, split by 0.3 of a second. Then Charlie Page is the one who made his way past Leo de Javier Garcia. Then further down, Ari Chapman, Chester Forks, championship leader, all the way down to P6. Not the best of opening lap for Chester Forks, twice winner so far. You can see him at the hue of that line of drivers. On the inside goes Stubbs into turn number 7. Just make it stick beautifully, but Page could make his return. That's in the best position we've seen Charlie Page, a newcomer to the series, also fight at the forefront. And the first train of drivers is slightly trying to pull away. Charlie Page going the long way around. If he can carry a better momentum just behind the podium, that could maybe launch a move into the last turn.
This is good for Chester Forks. This is keeping the pack tight as Charlie Page round the outside. Oh, that's fantastic. From the privateer to the head of the field at the end of lap number 2. Hibbert back up to P2. Stubbs now 3rd. Forks trying to slip his way down the inside to take P4. That's a good positive move from Chester Forks, who's now through into 3rd place and ahead of his teammates, and now just needs to get one more position to be in that spot on the road that would secure pole position for the superheat and that full complement of championship points for tomorrow. Out of this race as well, we said we would try and identify who was in trouble on lap 1. It's Ivan Svoronins and Axel Leenders. They've lost out in the early stages of this race. Milo Cornell's on the move there. Up 11 places now, going through past Mattis Pearson's in the white and gold helmet there. But if we can wind that up on the replay machine, we want to have another look at that move from Charlie Page. That was sensational. That is what you can do on a day like today where grip's at a premium. Charlie Page carried the speed, got the momentum. He's got plenty of confidence as Charlie's another driver that I've had the pleasure of watching for many years. Here it is. So Stubbs on the inside. That's going to be a little bit of a greasy line. Charlie Page on the wider line gets on the rubbing in part of track. That is fantastic. Absolutely brilliant from Charlie Page.
1 and 2, one after the other. I'm sure he might have looked at Danny Caronini pulling that brilliant move early on some of the drivers in the senior class. But now it's all about trying to keep that first position alive as much as they can. Because Charlie Page still very much under pressure. Mason Hibbert, Chester Fawkes close on points, split by 9 points as for now, at the advantage of Chester Fawkes. If it stays like it is, as you mentioned, Andrew, that would be pole position and the maximum points for Chester Fawkes in championship. But now Chester wants some more. Going around the inside, 1 and maybe 2 at a time, clipping that curb on the entry of the last turn. Chester Fawkes takes both Mason Hibbert and Charlie Page in just 2 turns. How about that from the minis? Chester Fawkes back in the lead, and that pulls again all the drivers back together. Coming to turn number 2, that's all to count for Chester Fawkes. Not only was he able to get that move, that double move done, but already now is pulling away from the rest of the field.
What have we learnt in this category over the past 150 or so days? One does not simply stop Chester Fawkes in 2026, despite that slightly slower start. Has got back into the lead. Oh, Basalama! Oh, what happened there to Sybil Basalama? Was that just a little bit too late on the brakes? I think there was a touch with another driver. I'd question whether Sybil was going to be able to get that cut stopped, but either way, that is a real shame for one of the front runners here today, out of contention in this heat. Mattis Pearsons is coming up the order as well in the Fusion 436, out wide there, wheel to wheel between Harry Chapman and LBJ Stubbs over 7th place. Chapman down the inside takes that position. End of another lap, 2 to go. Fawkes lead. Hibbert in 2nd place. Hibbert could still be on for Superheat B pole position, and another really useful number of points in this one. So he'll try and hold at least there in 2nd place.
If he stays the way it is in 2nd, you know, with Elias Sami will be the one in the next one who still has a chance, Andrew, to pick up pole position for Superheat number 2. Because if Elias Sami wins, he's currently at 85. Plus 50, that would put him in 135. That would put him 2nd overall and pole sitter for the 2nd Superheat, according to what's going to happen in that race.
Indeed. So it wouldn't be over for Ilias Sami. Such a result would also trim and minimise the losses in the championship as well. It's 25 championship points to a driver who finishes today top of the intermediate standings, 22 for 2nd, so on and so forth, down the order, top 15 scoring points of some description. I tell you what, Chester Fawkes has not got this race won yet, and the other problem he's got is that Milo Cornell, who's got really good race pace in this one, is right there in 3rd place. Fawkes has got work to do here to secure this pole position and those crucial championship points. Hibbert's trying to get him off the racing line. Hibbert might have a run out of turn 6. The informed man for Fusion Motorsports is right on Fawkes' tail. Milo Cornell's there as well, trying to go around the outside. That's really well dealt with by Hibbert. Not easy to both attack and defend. Back comes Charlie Page as well. Charlie Page doesn't need a second invitation to slot down the inside and take P3. Fawkes is holding on for now, but there's still a good couple of big stops on the brakes to navigate. That's one of them done through turn number 12, through 13. There's a good gap now to 3rd and 4th. This is looking good for Chester Fawkes. This was the job that he needed to do at the start of the day. Chester Fawkes makes it 3 from 3 and will have an outright championship lead of some description going into the final day of the season. Hibbert P2 may well be at the front of the grid for the big final race on Saturday. But Chester Fawkes, that is job done for Friday. Tomorrow will be the decisive day, the decisive 24 hours in the journey of this young man in terms of whether he can secure this title, and his teammate Ilias Sami will have a lot to say about that in the next race and across the course of tomorrow. But 3 wins from 3 for Chester Fawkes. You cannot ask for more than that, Guillaume.
You cannot ask for more indeed. A beautiful piece of performance for Chester Fawkes, who didn't let himself be shaken up by Mason Hibbert. Just 600 of a second on the line for those two. Charlie Page down in 3rd place from Milo Cornell. What a recovery this is from the Spirit Racing driver Milo Cornell. 15 places gain, as you can see, up into the top 4. From Mattis Pearsons P5, Chapman down in P6 from LBJ Stubbs. Might be certainly disappointed after that cracking start of his from third on the grid, finishing on the P7 for Buddy Batch, Darren Gani, Laurent Sommer-Finet, Leo de Garcia, Elion Plassonnet, Gabin Léger, Ivan Voronins, Oltelsted, Adam Alsheikh, Axel Lenders, and Siabil Basalama. After that, coming together in turn number 7. Guilherme Aguiar, the Portuguese driver, is the only driver that we lost through the course of that qualifying heat. One more race in the minis, but what happens? Well, this young man, Chester Forks, race winner for a third time in a row, has secured the championship points of 25 and the maximum confidence as well, entering the superheat with the lead in the classification, 150 points. That's all he could have taken at the end of those races. Pole position, the lead, and the points for a championship. Now it all comes down to Elias Sami in the next race. Now, there was a cracking start indeed from Mason Hibbert, with LBJ Stubbs making his way past in first place. Guilherme Aguiar, unfortunately, couldn't even go for battle into that last qualifying heat of his two groups. At some point, well, Stubbs made his way past Mason Hibbert in the Europa LAN, but then getting involved was the brilliant recovery from Charlie Page around the outside. He went on lap number 2. How about that for one heck of a move? It was before Chester Forks got involved, going the long way around. A quick look over the shoulder, side by side. 3 of them, they went just in front of the grandstand. First, Mason Hibbert fell into the trap of Chester Forks, who carried his momentum, clipping the curb slightly, winning the racing lines, and as he was having the upper hand in the last turn of the track, he was able to make it stick beautifully and gain the momentum and the lead back. That's what happened, and it was cost the race to Siabil Basalama. Unfortunately, a contact with another driver on lap number 5 put him suddenly to the back end of the field. Then some of the moves entering the later stages of that race, from the 449 of Harry Chapman, getting ahead of LBJ Stubbs for P6. But it wasn't over up until it's over for good. Chester Forks, Mason Hibbert, and Charlie Page, with Milo Cornell getting involved at some point. Charlie Page making his bid to get back in P3 on the inside of turn number 10. Milo Cornell did what he could, but having to make do with 4th place despite a great recovery of 15 positions up into the top 4. But in the lead, Chester Forks managed to cross the line first, 63,000 of a second from Mason Hibbert. Let's get down to the Parc Fermé under the sunshine, Andrew, to hear from the drivers.
Thank you very much, Guillaume, here with our top driver in X30 Mini through Friday, Chester Forks. Chester, whoa, big sigh of relief. That wasn't easy.
No, it wasn't easy. It was quite hard. I had to push my way back through the pack, but I was able to do it, so I'm happy. And I think I showed that I had the pace that when I dropped back, I could come back through.
And 3 very different races today in terms of the weather. How's that been to deal with?
Friday today was very mixed conditions. Like one bit it was wet, then dry, then wet, and it's hard to adapt to the driving sometimes, but I think I've nursed it very well.
Depending on how your teammate Elias Sami does in the next race, it's going to be a championship lead for you going into the final day of the season of some description. Sum up that feeling for me. How does that feel?
It feels great. It's my first year in the IAME Euro Series. Most of them are in their 3rd or 2nd season, so I think that to be able to come here and be leading it straight away feels great, and I've got confidence, so yeah, I think I can win it.
Good stuff, Chester. Best of luck for tomorrow, and we'll see you out there. We'll let you go back to your dad on the tools. We'll get Mason Hibbert to step in. Mason currently 2nd in the points. Mason, you could be on pole position for one of the superheats tomorrow. It's been a good day, hasn't it?
Yeah, it has, to be fair. Really confident for tomorrow and see what I can do.
And that race as well, you were right on Chester Forks' tail there. Do you reckon you just needed one more lap?
Yeah, probably.
And the Fusion team running well. You've got teammates coming through the order. This championship isn't done for you, is it?
No, it's not. I've still got one last chance to do tomorrow, and if I do well, I'll do well.
Fantastic stuff, Mason. We'll let you get back to your team. We've still got another X30 Mini race coming up after this ad break. Don't go anywhere. More action coming up here from Genk.
it makes life a lot easier out the track, so you don't have to worry about school and on-track performance and grades and all that sort of stuff.
The school understands exactly what I'm doing. They understand, how important it is for me, and the schedule that they, created for me is really well balanced, and I really enjoy it.
It's a very fine balance between his sporting career and also his studies. He doesn't have to compromise on either. I'm very happy that Meneva has supported us through this journey.
The communication is great, and yeah, I'm enjoying it. I think MVA would help a lot of other races. A lot of people come into the track and asking about it. What do you do for homeschool? Like, how does it work? And I always say, Minerva, you need to contact them and get going with them, because it's made my life so much easier.
And welcome back, guys, under the sunshine of the home of champions. Next race coming up, if you're joining us, well, this is the second rotation of races for the minis. Then we're going to have the juniors and the seniors with beautiful weather here back with us. 20 degrees still in the air, very much dry on through the track here. 1.3 kilometers of length. The home of champions has never been brighter there, but it wasn't always the case so far this on this second day of racing. If you were not with us, well, you might want to look back on our streaming to see what it was about. A lot of rain, a lot of wind, chaos onto the track, and then some mini drivers as well as the juniors that went through the storm and managed to get onto the track in a brilliant fashion. But now, conditions hopefully shall remain as they are up until the end of the day. As we get into the last rotation, the most important of all qualifying races, which means in the minis, we have the overall leader and pole sitter for here Superheat number 1 tomorrow. Chester Fox, you heard him. He has the maximum points for the weekend and for the championships. Now, Mason Hibbert, 132, cannot get his hands on the points anymore for the championship, but second overall as we speak. The only driver who can steal that second place and the second pole position for tomorrow, he's Superheat number 2, is Elias Sami, starting from pole position. Who is going to have on the grid? Let's have a look. Arthur Jassogne will be by his side with Arthur Pontet and Matt Cooper on row number 2. Row number 3, Ben Eyten and Dimitar Yuzunov. Then we have Martin Rodriguez and Oli Sorli on row number 4. Row number 5, Caden Akura and Leo Corcoles Vicario. Row number 6, Luca van der Rin, Aaron Bordanova. And row number 7 as well, Amar Tabaza, Arthur Bowers. Row number 8, Martin Chicken Gomez, Luis Paternot. Row number 9, Alfie Davidson and Gilles Dewau.
I think this is a must-win race for Elias Sami. I'm not a massive fan of using that phrase, but in terms of the round, he can only secure pole position for the second of the superheats by winning this race. Second place, the intermediate points for that would not be enough to overhaul Hibbert. But then you look at it in terms of the championship as well. We always knew one of the two DK Academy drivers was going to pull ahead of the other at the start of the day, just by virtue of how championship points work. If Elias Sami could restrict that gap, well, we now know that that driver is going to be Chester Fawkes. If Elias Sami could minimise that deficit to 3 points, that is as next to nothing at this stage of a season. It would still be a case if Elias Sami was to win out on Saturday through the superheats in the final, he'd still be champion, irrespective of what would happen to his teammates. So to keep the situation as simple as possible for Elias Sami, that's why I'm saying I think this is one he has to go out and win. The useful thing, though, is starting from pole position. He should have a clean run down towards turn number 1, and he does have teammates in this one as well. Just had a quick sight of Jason Dredge there in the T-shirt, in the centre, the mechanic of Dimi Uzanov, who is the next DK Academy driver in this race. Just see him there in the green and white kart, the black suit, black helmet with the red legs. He could be a big factor in this race, but Arthur Jassogne has been in a very good bit of form so far today. He's one of the home favourites. Could be good value for a race win in this one. Let's find out who's going to be on pole position for the second of the superheats tomorrow. We're green. 7 laps of racing underway here in X30 Mini. Elias Sami leads down towards turn 1. Good start for Arthur Pontet, who was up to second place. It's Ben Eyten who emerges from the first proper braking zone in second place. A good start there for the Swiss driver.
The rest of them through into turn number 6 now, all looking pretty good for the X30 Minis. Exemplary start there from Ilias Sami. That is exactly what Ilias Sami needs.
And further down, Arthur Ponte is going to try to shake up the order already for second place. And they're not quite able to do so just yet. As I said that, run inside into number 11 he goes. On the 417 of Van Item. Van Item has opened that door, certainly not intentionally, because it is allowed through one of the fusions further down. That could be Caden Nakura, actually, who had a cracking start as well, as the 479 seems to be in trouble by the look of it. This is Leo Corcoles Vicario from Auto Club Vallis. He wasn't with us at some point yet. He was late to join the party in his previous race. Seems to be in a bit of a trouble. He's dead last, unfortunately, for the Spaniard. A weekend to forget as we conclude lap number 1 and a full second for Ilias Sami. As you said, Andrew, this is the perfect scenario right now for the British driver.
Yep.
Pulling away as much as he can, really leaving the battle behind him as much as he can, not thinking about defending, going fastest lap after fastest lap, securing that second place overall. And someone lost a chain guard by the look of it. Oh, that could be a problem indeed.
Now the question is, whose chain guard is that going to be? When they find out who it is, that is going to be race over. The mechanical flag will come out, and that is not an issue that you can just get fixed in the repair area. Here is the battle for second place. Arthur Ponte, Caden Hakura. Caden Hakura having a really good drive here. One of the youngest competitors in this X30 Mini category is being coached and mechanicked by Reggie Dewey this season. And I tell you what, this is a young driver to keep an eye on for the second half of this season. Dimi Uzunov making a move in the background as well on Rodriguez for P5. Because Caden Hakura is getting stronger and stronger every single time I see this young driver compete. Ilias Sami has just set the fastest lap of the race at 1 minute 2.977. Is doing a brilliant job at the front of the field, just marking out his rivals right now, making sure that they've got no opportunity to challenge him, and just keeping it nice and calm at the front of the field. Just to note, Alfie Davidson, if we've not mentioned already, has had a problem. Davidson is 16 seconds off the back of the pack. That is not reflective of the pace that we know that Alfie has. There's Aaron Bordenova in the replica Michael Schumacher helmet. Should know Aaron Bordenova, we were talking about IWF tickets today. Aaron Bordenova already has his ticket secured to the IAME Warriors final through being the victor of the IAME Winter Cup. There's a move from one of the Action Racing team, the 452 of Ollie Surley on the move, and having a good scrap there with Martin Chekin-Gomez.
And we have an investigation, for the 467 on Ben Item. Matt Cooper. It is Matt Cooper all the way down in P15. He dropped 11 places for a driver, which weekend didn't go so well so far, with 12 and 17. Could this be something related to that chain guard that went flying at some point? In the meantime, we keep a watch on the battle with Aaron Bordanova in the middle, the 411, trying to go the long way around. Shaking up the order with 3 drivers just behind him, as Martin Rodriguez, Luis Paternot and Lucas van der Reen as well are trying to make his life slightly harder than it's supposed to be. And 2 of them coming together. The 495 of CRG, Lucas van der Reen, and the other one from the PGM by the look of it. Who could that be? They're gonna try to unstuck each other. It's not gonna work. One of them is gonna have to get out of his cart, and I'm afraid that might mean double DNF as long as they're able to get going. They might be able to get going, but that's race done and over. Don't get to see them just yet. Now you can see them, and they're both back on track.
Yeah, but well out of contention. Here is your front pack. Sami from Ponte, Akura, Desagne, and Uzunov. Uzunov now the fastest driver on circuit.
We have an answer to who lost that chain guard, Andrew. That's the 452 with the mechanical flag being shown to Ole Shorley, running in P6, unfortunately, after that 2 places gain. And is going to have to come back to the pits within the next 3 laps.
Not a good moment there for Ole Shorley. It's been a tough day. And there is a cut-off for this class, with more than 36 runners in it here this weekend. I think Ollie will be okay, but may need a bit of a better result in the superheat just to make sure that he goes through into
the big race on Saturday afternoon. Gessonnier looking to try and find a way through past Ponte here. Akura now running in 4th place, just ahead of Dimi Uzanov. Sweeping into turn number 6. No moves yet from this quartet. And Ilyas Sami continues to do a very strong job. Here goes Uzanov down the inside of Hakura. Textbook move into turn 7. Nicely done up to P4.
Yeah, 1.5 lap from checkered flag. That's 1 position's gain indeed for Dimitar Uzinov. Finds himself P4. This is lost for Akura, despite that good recovery earlier in the race. 6:10 still between Ilyas Sami and Arthur Ponte in the lead as they made their way into the last turn for the penultimate time. Arthur Jassoin down in 3rd. One more lap to go as we still have the technical flag, as you can see, for the 4:52. Ole Sorli from P6. He might have seen this. Might have seen the lights. Now he sees the flag as well. But there's going to be certainly a penalty coming his way because he didn't respond to the order from the race directors. As round inside goes Arthur Ponte. Beautifully made. Arthur Jassogne just further down as well. But Uzanov might be the one taking advantage of that situation. Jassogne is going for the blocking. The defensive line into the Europa line. That's part of the show. That's part of the game into that last lap. He wants to keep that 3rd place alive. That allows, gives a bit of fresh air to Arthur Ponte as well. Securing a 2nd place, quick look over the shoulder. Oh, the 465 run into some trouble by the look of it. And that's Gilles de Waal, who was doing a great job climbing 8 places to P10. He's going to lose all the fruit from that, as one driver is diving through the pits at the same time. That might be Ole Sorli. Checkered flag is waving, and Ilyas Sami has done the job. 1.1 second, the 2nd place overall. Only dropping 3 points in the championship, but securing a very important pole position for Superheat number 2 tomorrow.
Great drive once again from Ilyas Sami. And, well, I think he's still going to be very happy about this because the speed is there, the confidence is definitely there for this young man. And it's a continuation of the theme that we saw early on in the season. The DK train rolls out of the station that is the qualifying heats 1 and 2. And they will have their drivers on pole position in both of the Superheats in X30 Mini tomorrow. Tomorrow, they will fight for the championship between the two of them. And it's going to go all the way. In fact, mathematically, it will go all the way to the final. Neither of them will be able to get ahead by enough against the other to close things out in terms of the championship through the Superheats. So this one will go to the last race of the season then. With that result, Ilyas Sami wins by 1.1 seconds over Arthur Ponte. Ponte has a best day of the season so far. Will be in a useful position on the grid. I reckon he's going to be on the inside of a 2nd row for one of the Superheats tomorrow. Gessonnier 3rd, Uzanov 4th, Caden Akura, really good drive there to P5. Aaron Bordenova showing that speed that we've seen previously this year, P6. Martin Chakagoma 7th, Ben Eiton, Arthur Bowers and Matt Cooper all in the top 10. Good drives there from Bowers and Cooper. They're both on debut this weekend in this championship. It should not be forgotten. Here are some of the highlights then from that X30 Mini race. Nice and calm at the front from Ilyas Sami. That was a great start. That is how you do it from pole position. Moves from Arthur Ponte down the inside of Ben Eiton. That was for P2. Caden Hakura had a strong start. Chain guard off. There'd be a little bit of a wait, of course, to confirm who it was, but it was that cart there, the 452, with no chain guard on. You can just see on the right-hand side of the cart the sprocket spinning round, exposed. It would be a mechanical flag a few moments later for Ole Sorli once it was confirmed by the race officials that was the case. Other moves going on involving the likes of Lucas van der Heeren and Luis Partenotte. Wouldn't quite go the way that either driver would have desired. That would take them out of the running. This was another look at it, just popping up the air. I think the front fairing just making the slightest bit of contact with the rear wheel of the CRG 495. And that would be the result for both of them. But they'll be back tomorrow and looking to qualify through
from the superheats into the big race on Saturday afternoon. The rest of the drivers would continue on, looking to secure points and positions for the start of the superheats tomorrow. Good race again from Dimitar Uzanov, driving down the inside of Caden Hakura for P4. Good battle as well between Jassonnier in the almost Lando Norris style helmet there with Ponte. This was the fight for second place. Ponte would respond back down the inside, retake that position. Dimi Uzanov nearly getting involved there as well. Unfortunate moments late on for Gilles Doal in the other of the CRG Belgium entries, but it was Ilias Sami's win. Ilias Sami's 50 intermediate points, and he does overhaul Mason Hibbert's tally from the Fusion drivers, 3 heats to secure second place in the standings for these intermediate scores in the heats. That will be pole position for Superheat B. The championship lead will be 3 points for Chester Fawkes over Ilias Sami tomorrow. In terms of Mason Hibbert, his odds of winning the title, they reduce a little bit, but you never know what could happen on the last day of the season. There's more racing to come up here at Genk, but right now we're going to pass down to Parc Ferme and over to Guillaume Alvarez.
Thanks a lot, Andrew, here with Ilias Sami. Ilias, well, a job well done for you. You had the result you needed, and you second overall and on pole position for the second superheat. How about that?
Yeah, that's very good. Second for the first one and then first for the second one, so that's really good. So, yeah.
Well, from the outside, it looked like a sort of easy race because you had the job done from the start and the opening lap. You pulled enough of a gap. From then on, was it like easy peasy, so to speak, in the sun?
Yeah, what you say, that's correct, yeah.
Well, that certainly won't be the case tomorrow. 2 more races to go, the superheat and then the final. You're still very close on points with Chester in the championship, so it's still very much open for you.
Yeah, we're very close on points, but I still think I can win the championship. Yeah, so I don't think Chester's going to win that, so yeah, I think I'm going to win.
Lovely. Thank you very much for talking to us. Best of luck to you tomorrow, Elias. As we're going to have a short break, ladies and gents. Don't go anywhere because we have the most important races left for the juniors and the seniors just after this.
Let's start with the Play Seat Challenge. With a quick 10-second storage and setup, this seems like the perfect gateway into sim racing for gamers of all ages. There's only one way to know for sure though. I like the fact that we can adjust the steering wheel angle and move the pedals around, so actually I could get it the way I would like in terms of the steering position. The steering is really stable. I'm putting quite a bit of force through these fast corners, and likewise for the pedals as well. You keep thinking it's going to slide away from you, but actually I'm pressing the brake pedal pretty hard and it's not moving, so I'm quite impressed. I really do like driving Zandvoort. It's such a cool circuit. Given how roomy this chair feels, I am a bit surprised at how compact it can be. When the Playseat Challenge arrived, I was a bit confused because the box was actually really small and compact, but it does genuinely fold that small. I think if you're new to sim racing and you wanted a first touch point with the game, this is probably a good option for you. And actually, because it's comfy, you could spend hours at it before you decide to commit more money to it. The Playseat Challenge is super convenient and user-friendly and seems like the perfect way to start your sim racing journey.
Welcome back to Live Pictures here at Genk for the IAME Euro Series. Fourth and final round of the season, getting into the latter stages of qualifying heats day here on Friday. Next up, X30 Junior, the start of their 2 heats that will determine who will be on pole for the super heats tomorrow. Groups A and C will be out on track shortly for another race. There is Rari Pascu in the Premium Karting 105, looking to potentially wrap things up for today. Pascu is not a championship contender, so I haven't seen Rari through the full season. But the driver alongside him on the front row is definitely a championship contender. Ivan Gonzalez will start second for this race. It's been a really topsy-turvy day so far in the X30 Junior competition, and the weather as well. If you're just joining us here in the northeast part of Belgium, not too far from the Dutch border, it's been a challenge for everybody here today, Guillaume. And well, what do you think we're about to see in this next set of heats? I feel for Ivan Gonzalez, he's got to get a good result in this one, got to bounce back.
He needs to bounce back indeed. Rari Pascu will be one to watch as always, having picked up his first win of the weekend earlier today after that 5-second penalty for Noah Grenier. We'll get back to that. Here's the starting grid info. Rari Pascu for his first appearance on pole position once again. Ivan Gonzalez by his side. Mikko Schweers, Aurelio Longitano, row number 2. Ludwig Wankist and Sukmani Kera, row number 3. Row number 4, Antoine Venot, Alejandro Campos, row number 5. Mason Kwang and Kato Lloyd. Row number 6, Freddie Wood, Priam Bruno. Row number 7, we have Noah Grenier and Samuel Hugon. Row number 8, Orion Metab and Stewart. Row number 9, Tendalik and Aaron De Hoffer. Row number 10, Teddy Seawake and Carl Lundberg. Row number 11, we do have Philippe Massard and Christian Corby, followed by Santiago Barros, Johnson Stewart, as well as Dorian Grandjean. Do we have Dorian with us? No. If my screen wants to update, yes, Dorian is with us. By the look of it, it wasn't the case earlier.
Just to bring up to all of our viewers up to speed, the reason why we say a bounce back is required for Ivan Gonzalez. Ivan Gonzalez did get a 5-second penalty for overtaking the pole position before the start was given, effectively jumping onto row 0, as we call it. And that resulted in Ivan Gonzalez dropping to P13 in the classification of that race. That was the Group B versus Group C one. However, Max Endicott, if you weren't aware, retired from that race earlier on today. It really wasn't a good heat at all for 2 of the 3 championship contenders. Just to refer to Teo Polican, Teo Polican took a P8 in that race as well. So it's been a bit of a strange day for all of the championship contenders, and had wildcard drivers with a bit more experience perhaps around this challenging Genk circuit coming to the fore. Well, as we said at the start of the show, the fact that we've got a title battle in X30 Junior at this stage of the season, we haven't had that be the case the last 2 years. Yeah. Riley Cranham last year, Harrison Mackie was watching from the stands here at this very circuit 2 years ago. It is wide open this year in X30 Junior. We are about to find out what the next chapter has to tell in terms of story. Ooh, this doesn't look quite ready to go racing. Well, there's one kart looking like they've got a few problems in the middle of the pack. We are going to go racing then. Green lights on the screen. I think it was Ludwig Gronquist who's had a problem in the early stages of this one. Pascu will lead through the first couple of corners. Good start for him. Good start for Gonzalez as well. Has been able to hold on to P2.
That's a disaster for Ludwig Rankist indeed. He's stuck in the middle of the field there. He wasn't in position by the look of it and complaining about that. Oh, and contact. Oh, and Toggenburg Rankist coming together with one of the spirits, the 31 by the look of it, the Karl Lundberg. Oh, what a shame this is. Going from bad to worse for Rankist at the start of his last qualifying race. And he's going to find himself dead last. We've had a chance to properly fight in this one.
No, not the kind of start that the Swedish driver would have wanted in both respects there. Down towards turn 14 go the race leaders then. Jari Pascu, quite simple job for Pascu, win this race and it'll be pole position for the first of the super heats tomorrow. Ivan Gonzalez though would love to take that advantage away from him. Won't be able to overhaul Pascu in terms of the intermediate points because of Gonzalez's 13th early on. Simply too many points between the two of them at this stage for a win to make the difference if Pascu is to stay right behind Gonzalez. And of course, Gonzalez has got to make the move first to get past the Premium Karting 105. And generally speaking, Premium Karting prepared machines have been very quick indeed across the course of competition in 2026. Here's Ludwig Ronquist trying to fight back now. That's him going wheel to wheel with the number Santiago Barros that he was having a fight with. Santiago Barros has slipped down a little bit here. So end of the second lap. Pascu leads. Oh, Gonzalez under investigation again. Now, this early in the race, Guillaume, could this be a repeat of what we saw in heat number 2? Could this be race start related?
Yeah, that's a big question. We had the assumption in the early race as he goes round the inside. Gonzalez on Pascu. Right, Pascu fighting back. Side by side they go into the Europa LAN. But having to stay behind. A bit of slipstream was helping out there. As the 26th it was. Mirko Schweers who made his way past Sukmani Kera by the look of it. But now, change for the lead, but under investigation for a potential starting infringement once again. And two drivers coming together just after the turn number 7 and 8 and 9. Who did we get involved there?
Dorian Grandjean and Johnston Stewart. Stewart was facing the wrong way there out of turn number 8. Here's Sukmani Kera in the number 44. Trying to find a way through past Priam Bruno, or maybe just electing right now to work with the Belgian. Priam Bruno, very talented young pilot, and trying to close in at the moment on Miko Schervers. Miko Schervers has just missed out on making matters work with that drive on the slick tyres on a drying track earlier on. Through goes Kera. That was Kera returning back to 6th place ahead of Alejandro Campos. There is Johnston Stewart. That is in the runoff out of turn 14 into turn 15. That is not part of the race circuit, so Johnston has just come to a stop there. But Johnston's okay. And sadly out of this race. Back at the front of the order, there'll be yellow flags out at Marshall Post 7 into this final proper turn. Pascu got a good run there. This could be a go for the race lead. As we go to replay, what happened here? So this is going to be the Johnston Stewart, Dorian Grandjean incident. It's going to be another one off of turn 8. We said that there were going to be more examples. Oh, wow. That was a very, who was that shooting off to the left-hand side? Doing very well to avoid Grandjean. Meanwhile, back at the front of the order, change for the race lead. Ivan Gonzalez back through past Pascu. So Pascu had taken the race lead. Gonzalo wrestles it back. Longitano has gone through to P2, and suddenly things are looking really good for Monlau Motorsport. Schervers up in 3rd place. We were talking in the minis about how heavy teamwork could influence the championship. Well, how about it here in X30 Junior? If Schervers can get through past Longitano, Gonzalez will have a rear gunner.
Yeah, as what's left on the table as the checkered flag is getting near at the end of lap number 5 it is. But how many drivers do we have there? 3 pretty much glued. Longitano looking for a way in on the inside of turn number 2. That would have been a bit optimistic. As further down, the 44 Sukmani Kera from Fusion being split by Roy Pascu, splitting Roy Pascu and Alejandro Campos further down. And on the inside, Mirko Schweers, beautifully made upper place. There comes a 1-2 from Monlau Motorsport from Spain. with Nico Schwerz up into place in front of Aurelio Longhitano. And you could see him gesturing to the Swiss driver. Okay, don't just go for another move just yet. Stay with me. Let's work together. Let's work this thing out because Ivan Gonzalez is still there up for grab. Even though he was able to pull half of a second of a gap outside that podium turn into the last corner of the track. Ivan Gonzalez, Schwerz, Longhitano, Priam Bruno stays behind the distance. Is not far behind indeed. Watch out from the move. And you can see Longhitano is trying to push Nico Schwerz slightly and launch his move into turn number 2, opening that door for Priam Bruno. Then the Belgian opened that door once again into the next turn, but that was quite shut. He has to stay behind, and there's the response. And once again, the door is open, and this is the right time for Priam Bruno to make a stick as well and taking that position. Maybe one further up. He's going to have to stay behind. Watch out from the contact.
This is very good news for Ivan Gonzalez, because whilst this scrap is going on, Gonzalez is disappearing up the road. Schwerz, in terms of the team role, is doing absolutely the right thing at the moment, making things difficult for everybody else. Kira is through there, has got past Pascu. Pascu goes back through, and Kira finds herself out wide out of turn 13. Through onto what will be the last lap then. Ivan Gonzalez will be up to 3rd place in the standings right now for the intermediate scores. Pascu would still lead right now, but there's a little bit of a threat here for Pascu in terms of just how many drivers are not that far behind the 105 at this present time. Through out of turn number 6 is the battle for 2nd place. Priam Bruno back ahead of Mika Schwerz. Schwerz trying to get down the inside. Schwerz on for a best result of the season so far in terms of championship points. Has only got a couple of points on his championship tally right now. At the moment, he'd be in the top 6 in the intermediate scores. That would convert through to a lot more than 2 championship points. But in terms of those championship standings, Ivan Gonzalez is looking good to be in the fight with Max Endicott tomorrow. For the 2nd time today, Gonzalez takes the checkered flag first and does so by 3 seconds over Priam Bruno. Mika Schwerz there in 3rd place. Performed a very good team role there to make things just a little bit easier for Ivan Gonzalez, and comes home with a good set of results himself. The German will be way up the order for the superheats tomorrow. Pascu 4th though, that leaves him in a strong position at the top of the standings as things are right now, but still got more racing to come later on this afternoon for the juniors.
And nothing to see here, plenty of domination for Ivan Gonzalez, almost 3 seconds in the lead to pick up win number 2 out of 3. But because of that 5-second penalty, P13 in his previous race, while Rory Pascu, the other driver with 2 wins and 4th place, is your current point leader and pole sitter for the first of the 2 superheats. The 2nd superheat, well, it's still to be discussed and decided with 1 more race to go in the juniors. Now, Ivan Gonzalez, a winner in front of Priam Bruno, Mirko Schwerz, from Rory Pascu, Alejandro Campos, Sukmini Kera, Antoine Venant, P7 for Antoine after 2 DNF for mechanical trouble from Mason Kwang, Andy Stewart, Freddie Wood, P10 from Samuel Hugon, Kato Lloyd, Aurelio Longhitano, Santiago Barros, Noah Grenier down in P15 from Christian Corby, Ludwig Rankist, Zemzalik, Aaron Buhofe, Orion Meta, Teddy Sewick, Karl Lundberg, Dorian Grandjean, and Philippe Massa with only Johnson Stewart missing out on that race. But for Ivan Gonzalez, after that penalty that he picked up earlier, well, that 2nd win will do him good, and let's see how he achieved such a result. Rory Pascu at the start. You could see that Ludwig Rankist in the middle of the grid wasn't happy at all, as were some of the other drivers gesturing and raising their hands to get the attention of our race director, who decided still to let the race go. So that was the start on the first attempt. That didn't play well for Ludwig Rankist. Not only was he badly positioned onto the grid, but he got hit right now into the turn number 6 of the Europalan with another driver of Spirit Racing, Karl Lundberg, that tumbled down the order, as well as Ludwig Rankist, which finished all the way down in P17 with less opportunity to fight properly into this race. at some point, despite an investigation still ongoing at this point of in time. We cannot confirm nothing when it comes to Ivan Gonzalez, but still taking the lead from Rari Pascu early on into this race. As further down, the battle was still heating up between some of the contenders to a point of no return, unfortunately for some of them, including the 83 of Dorian Grandjean, with Philippe Massard involved as well over there with the VDK team. And at some point, Justin Stewart was left on the left side of the track at the exit of the pit lane. Bit of a tussle as well over there for the number 39 with Sukmani Kera. It was the battle between Campos and Sukmani Kera for P5. There's the DNF for Justin Stewart in the pit lane. Halfway through and run inside went Rari Pascu for the lead in front of the 61 of Ivan Gonzalez. At some point, Gonzalez fighting his way back and switching this position, opening that door as well for Alejandro Campos to make his way past. Then shaking up the order came Mirko Schwertz, the number 26, up to P2. At some point that would turn into P3 as Aurelio Longitano got himself, Alejandro Campos, got himself involved as well in the pack. Longitano would tumble all the way down to P13 at some point in the second part of that race. The number 18 over there, you can see him being overtaken by both Priam Breno and Ivan Gonzalez before some trouble run his way. But in the end, Ivan Gonzalez was able to clear the gap, or to almost 3 seconds on Priam Breno and Mirko Schwertz. Now, before we turn our attention to the next junior grid, let's head down to the Parc Fermé with you, Andrew.
Thank you very much, Guillaume. We've got a bit of time to talk to quite a few faces. First of all, Ivan Gonzalez. Ivan, 2 wins on the day. That's a solid start to the weekend.
Yeah, solid start to the weekend. We had the pace in the last heat, and I guess we overtook for P1.
How does it feel fighting for the championship as well? It's been the aim all year. You've been so quick all the way back to IAME Winter Cup, but now you're here fighting for the championship. How does it feel?
Feels good fighting for the championship, and let's see if we can be crowned as European champion at the end of this weekend.
A lot of difficulty with the weather today. What's the biggest thing that you've learned ahead of tomorrow?
That you have to push as much as you can in all conditions, and we'll see tomorrow.
Fantastic stuff. Ivan, best of luck for tomorrow. We know you'll give it your all. I'll just ask you to step out, and we'll have Priam Breno step in. Priam, first of all, great to see you back here in the IAME Euro Series. You're on home soil. The Belgian weather has done Belgian things today, and you've come out pretty well from it all.
Yeah, the weather is Belgian weather. In the lane, I'm fast, and the drive same. For tomorrow, I don't know. I look the weather. I feel the race.
How's the track evolved over today? Is it much different to what it was yesterday? Are you expecting more changes on Saturday?
Yeah, today is the weather is difficult. Maybe for tomorrow it's good. It's good weather maybe. I look the weather, maybe it's good.
How would you rate your chances of a win tomorrow? I know it's the thing you're here for, to win here at Genk. Chances out of 10?
Yeah, maybe yes.
10 out of 10?
Yeah.
Good stuff. Thanks for talking to us, Priam. We'll bring Rari Pascu in. Rari, a good day, looking good in the standings, could well be right at the front of the order for tomorrow's Superheats. You must be pretty happy.
Yeah, obviously it was a good day. This heat could have been a lot better, but I made a mistake that cost us the win.
But you'll have learned from it, won't you? It's been a tricky day for everyone. I don't think anyone in any of the classes has really had a perfect day. So you in good form for tomorrow?
Yeah, definitely going in tomorrow. I'm very confident and hope that we can bring it home.
Fantastic stuff, Rari. We'll see you again tomorrow. That's some of the thoughts from our X30 junior drivers in that first race. We're going to take another short break. More racing coming up here from Karting Genk.
And welcome back, guys, in the home of champions. As it is almost 20 past 4 local time. And as you can see, the sun is still with us. The wind has been picking up quite a bit. And a little bit of blue skies around, but also some darker clouds coming our way. Let's not jinx it once again all over. But as you can see, it's not looking very promising. As I might have heard that we could have rain coming back our way in about 1 hour from now. Now, it remains to be confirmed. This is Belgium after all, and you can never be too sure. But we still have a couple of races, 3 to be specific, left on the clock, with the juniors coming up next for the last qualifying heat of the day. As you heard from Ray Pascu and Priam Bruno, they are your 2 current point leader with 138 and 132, which would make them, if that would be the last race, the 2 pole sitters for the Super Heat tomorrow. But we have 1 more race to go, and things could be still shaken up a little bit, so we're going to have to wait slightly longer than that to have the overall starting grid for the 2 Super Heat of the junior class coming up tomorrow. Colby Pattinson, number 24, will be starting alongside our pole sitter Zoltan Koigny for that last battle before the final phase of tomorrow to get the names of the winners of this year's championship. Zoltan Koigny, Colby Pattinson, front row. Second row, Laurens de Kock and Theo Polican. Max Endicott, championship leader, and Milan Beku by his side. Jules de Koen and Tony Cachaferro, row number 4. Row number 5, we'll see Nilas Malik and George House alongside each other. Row number 6, Hugo Bernat and George Kinlan. Row number 7, Lewis Boats and Joshua Lorison. Row number 8, Joris Verkerk and George Desmet, followed by Mathis Mouche and Luca Elizari. Then on row number 10, Victor Reutz, Jacob Bachler, Milan Chekin and George Clark on row 11. And row number 12, Charles Candil and Abdenour El Mahidi. A total of 24 drivers for the last 8 laps in qualifying race mode. As conditions are met now, that's what we like to have. 20 degrees still in the air on this dry track of Genk. And the 77, you don't see him just yet. Now you can see him. Josh House. Oh, what's happening for the mini champion of 2025? Trouble on the way for the XL driver. Yes, it looks very much like it. Josh House was supposed to start 10th on the grid. The engine's still running by the look of it, but now coming to a stop. Will he be able to get back on his own? It looks unlikely. He's looking over the shoulder to see where his mechanic might be. But Josh House coming out. Yeah, that's a race done and dusted. Unfortunately, with a bit of help from the marshals and Russ Hapton, master of the grids. But Josh House out of this last race, even before getting the chance to properly fight. That's quite a shame indeed for the 2025 mini champion of this competition.
The saving grace in a way for George is he's got decent results so far today. Yes, he'll drop down the order a little bit, but I don't think that's going to be into the realm of not making it through to the final, as long as he has a good super heat. A shame for George House, but he will try and fight back tomorrow when we go racing on the final day of the season. For the remaining drivers, though, this is a good opportunity for them to show us what they can do. Keep an eye on Nilas Malik in this race, and that is lovely to see. That is George Clark wearing a tribute helmet to Lynn Geidel. George has designed this helmet himself. He's been really excited to wear this one and do it in Lynn's honour. That is absolutely fantastic, and we may well see that one coming through from the back of the field. We are racing here for 8 laps in X30 Junior for this qualifying heat for B and D, and a little bit of shuffling in the pack. Delays a few, but not Max Endicott. Max Endicott has come through to lead in the early stages of this race. Very good start for the reigning IAME Warriors final X30 Junior champion.
Good starting it away for everybody here. As on the inside goes one of the XLs, the number 55 of Theo Polican. From Dream Racing it is. Almost similar liveries from the side. But Theo Polican making his bid on the inside to take second place. Just in front of the number 50 of Jules de Koen from PGM. De Koen is trying to resist because there's pressure coming from further down as well from Colby Pattinson from XL Motorsport. Colby Pattinson on the outside on the Belgian drivers, shutting that door. That allows one of the fusions, the 43 of Laurens de Kock, to make his bid on his time as well. Lorenz de Kock coming through, and he gets the position done right now.
Good stuff there from Lorenz de Kock. So Endicott leads at the end of lap 1 from Polican, De Kroon, de Kock, Patterson, Malik, Koini, Berner, Pelizzari, and then Trafiro completing the top 10 at the moment. There is a switchback move from Jules De Kroon. Needs a good result in this one. Has not had strong point scores so far today. Hasn't got the pace really to draw alongside the Kock. Actually loses out to Nilas Malik. Nilas Malik, who I reckon still has a chance here with the scores and a strong result of getting a pole position for one of the superheats tomorrow. As things stand, he would be on the front row. He'd be on the outside of the front row for the first of the superheats. Meanwhile, fight between the championship contenders. Teo Polican, the outsider, the dark horse, has taken the lead of this race away from Max Endicott. Endicott, who needs the points, had a DNF in the previous round of heats on the formation up, didn't actually make it to the race start. Is he going to get a bit of support in the form of teammate Nilas Malik in the not too distant future? We'll wait and see, but that's good stuff from Teo Polican. The French driver not giving up here in Belgium has the lead of this race.
And that's interesting indeed. Nilas Malik, in the meantime, the more places he can climb, the more points as well he will get in his pocket. And that means potentially shaking up the order and in the lead of the points. We're not there yet. Polican, 0.3 of a second. Malik down. It's going to be an interesting one with the pressure of Lorenz de Kock, Patterson, De Kroon, Zoltan Koigny all the way down in 7th place, or pole sitter of Bernat, Lewis Boots and Pelizzari. Great work as well for Luca Pelizzari, climbing 8 places. He had done the same in tricky conditions before a contact set him spinning. But Pelizzari has been very much on the move with an interesting pace all throughout of his qualifying races. So he's very much on a strong form here in Genk. Let's see if he can take it all the way. Now, also for drivers, change for second with the number 24. This is folded down, sorry. Pattinson on Lorenz de Kock. This is change for 4. And Pattinson's ready to fight back, and so he does in turn number 7.
Good stuff there from Lorenz de Kock back into that P4. There's a bit of a move behind. Zoltan Koigny going wheel to wheel with Jules De Kroon. De Kroon down the inside into turn 12. But the drivers on the move. We mentioned Pelizzari. Jacob Bachler is on the move, up 8 spots to 12th. Milan Chekin is also up into the top 15 now, having gained 7 places. Charles Candil, 7 places as well, up to P16, and George Clark as well on the podium. But Franciacorta was overjoyed with that result and just wants to race in remembrance for Lynn Geidel here this weekend. So 4 places gained with that brand new tribute helmet is good to see. And a little note on that race helmet, a little bit further down in the order. There it is, number 42. That helmet will be raced for 1 weekend only. That helmet will be going to the Geidel family at the end of the weekend. As a tribute to the wonderful life of Lynn Geidel. That is a helmet that has been designed, as I mentioned, by George himself, and the work has been tireless to get that helmet ready. It's literally arrived here at the circuit over the lunch break, and George is wearing it now in honour of Lynn. That's a fantastic thing to see.
Yeah, indeed, absolutely. One of the lovely stories of a weekend full of emotions already. As if you are with us tomorrow, we'll pay some more tributes as well to the late Lynn Geidel on track as well. So make sure to tune in as well for speed and the final phase tomorrow. Lewis Boots, the fastest on track, 78 from Belgium. Lewis Boots currently P8, climbing 5 places as the 51 on picture. We're just behind the number 19. Zoltan Koigny, Jules De Kroon as well in the mix with the 78 of Lewis Boots, the fastest, who makes his bit, at least trying to. He's switching the line on beautifully mean on De Kroon, and no upper place up to P7 for Lewis Boots now, with Bernat just behind, Frenchman from Diamond Racing Team up to P9. Back with the leaders, Teo Polican, Max Endicott still split by 4/10. Now, that's interesting because I was making some calculations on my corner, Andrew, considering the position of Malik in the overall classification. Nilas Malik is third on the road. He's third in the classification and is missing only 3 points on Priam Bruno overall. He's qualified better than Priam Bruno to get the weekend started. I'm saying this because in the case of him climbing to second place, taking 3 more points, that would mean he could have secured pole position for the Superheat number 2. That being said, he finds himself now under the pressure of further drivers behind him. So that's going to be a little bit of a mission impossible, I'm afraid, for Nilas Malik by the look of things, with Laurens de Kock and Colby Patterson just behind. So I'm sure he would have preferred a different scenario, even though, as if he stays where he is, that would mean still the front row start of the first of the Superheat.
And the other aspect of it as well, the driver that he's got to catch is his teammate Max Endicott, who, no offence to Nilas Malik and his supporters, who's driven fantastically today. Max Endicott's got a slightly bigger need of these points in terms of the championship. So, you know, Team BMR, Ben Platten and the squad, they will want to make sure that they're maximising the opportunities for Endicott going into tomorrow. I just wonder if there have been some discussions in the team to say, look, Nilas, you've driven great today, but if there's this scenario where Max is ahead of you and he needs those points on the road, you've got to support him. And in a way, he's doing that right now because de Kock and Patterson, they can't get through.
They cannot get through indeed into that final lap. The last few corners that will go the way of Theo Policon for the first time this weekend. A little bit of a look on the inside. Checkered flag is waving. Theo Policon sees it first. First victory of the weekend for Dream Racing. Max Endicott, championship leader, taking his best result, one of his best results so far this weekend. Second place for Max Endicott. Third place for Nilas Malik, securing the points, protecting his teammate run as well up to P2 for the championship. That's important because Max Endicott is currently not within the top 10 of the classification as we speak. Nilas Malik, with that third place on the road, secures what could be third place and the front row start for the Superheat 1 of tomorrow alongside Rory Pascu. If it change, but for now, job well done, as that was a close call indeed on Laurens de Kock and Colby Pattinson on the line.
Good stuff there from Policon to take the win. Endicott will be second in that order. I reckon that is going to be a drop score though, because his qualifying heats have been pretty strong so far this season, so he will not improve his points tally in the championship so far from this weekend. Rest of the running order: Nilas Malik third, Laurens de Kock fourth, Colby Patterson fifth, Zoltan Koini, Luis Boots, Jules de Crone, Hugo Berno and Tony Cacciafero all in the top 10. Lucas Pellizzari in 11th, ahead of Jacob Backler, Joris Verkerk, Matisse Mrouche, Milan Trekin, George Clark, all in the top 16. A good number of those drivers from 11th to 16th, all moving forward. George Quinlan, Georges Deme, Victor Reitz and Joshua Laureson, all in the top 20. Abdenor El Majidi, Charles Candil and Milan Baku completing the list of finishers. One did not start, was George House, who had technical problems before the start of the race, would sadly grind to a halt and not compete on this occasion.
Yeah, it's such a shame indeed for the former mini champion of the IAME Euro Series. In the meantime, the start was given, and it was Zoltan Koini leading the pack to the first turn with Laurens de Kock, Colby Pattinson by his side. Took it away pretty much, even though a little bit of a wheel banging in the middle of the pack into the Europalan between turn 6 and 7. Some of the drivers trying to shake off the order, trying to find a bit of space as well as the 55 on the inside of Theo Policon. That was the first move. First on Jules Decoun from BGM, picking up that second place. Decoun was then overtaken, at least resisting first to Colby Pattinson. That opened the door to the Fusion driver further back behind. Laurens de Kock making his bit as well. In the meantime, the move for the lead that would turn out would be turned into a victory in the end for Theo Policon in front of Max Endicott. Change as well further down with the number 42 that made his bid. George Clark with that beautiful tribute helmet as well, making his bid through the field, recovering 6 places up to P16 at some point. Number 78 battling as well. That was Lewis Boats finishing P7 after that great battle with Colby Pattinson and Zoltan Koini. But in the end, The gap was sufficiently extended by Theo Polican, up to 0.8 of a second on Max Endicott. Theo Polican, who didn't have the easiest of runs so far, still securing 6th overall in the classification as for now, to be all confirmed once the day is done. Max Endicott for second, and Nilas Malik certainly the one with the biggest affair, certainly, as he was able to secure 3rd overall. That means a front row start if it stays like it is for tomorrow's superheat. Now, this is what we have left on the table, ladies and gents, at quarter past 4. So in about 6 minutes time, we'll be ready for the last rotation of qualifying heats, the seniors. Don't go anywhere, because now we need to have pole sitters for the 2 superheat of tomorrow, and this is at the end of those 2 races that they will be decided. Just after this, we'll be back. Stay with us.
Now I'm going to try the Playseat Formula Instinct F1 edition. Now, as soon as I've got in it, it immediately feels familiar because it recreates the driving position I felt throughout my career. Let's see what it's like when I get going. The X Adapt frame is really handy because you're able to really customize every part of the seat structure for your own body. You can adjust the angle of the steering and of course move the seat forward and backwards to get it exactly where you want for a long night of sim racing. Just coming through the final corner. Yep, get the DRS open. The Moduform pads that I've got in my lower back are really good actually, which is ideal when you want to get on the brakes, especially for the slower corners. The steering wheel is super rigid on the frame, which is great because when you're going through these fast corners, changing one direction to the other, that's exactly what you want. You don't want the thing moving around. Oh, it's a decent lap, let's keep going. The seating position with your bum going low and your legs coming back up high is exactly how you have it in all Formula 1 cars, really. On the whole, I think the seat is super comfortable. I think for someone who's a bit more serious about their gaming and simming, this is really impressive because you feel genuinely like you're sitting in the cockpit of a race car.
It makes life a lot easier out the track, so you don't have to worry about school and on-track performance and grades and all that sort of stuff.
The school understands exactly what I'm doing. They understand, how important it is for me, and the schedule that they, cater for me is really well balanced, and I really enjoy it.
It's a very fine balance between his sporting career and also his studies. He doesn't have to compromise on either. I'm very happy that Meneva has supported us through this journey.
The communication is great, and yeah, I'm enjoying it. I think MVA would help a lot of other races. A lot of people come into the track and asking about it. What do you do for homeschool? Like, how does it work? And I always say, Minerva, you need to contact them and get going with them because it's made my life so much easier.
Welcome back, everybody, to Karting Genk, home of champions. in Belgium for the 4th and final round of IAME Euro Series 2026. So the juniors are done for the day. We'll confirm in due course. We do think we've had a change in championship lead in juniors, with Ivan Gonzalez improving his score from earlier on in the season and Max Endicott not doing so. More on that when we get to tomorrow. Keep an eye on the website for all the latest scores as the results are ratified and confirmed. We're going to switch our attention to X30 Senior, and oh boy, wow, wasn't this a set of races for the second round of heats that has really shaken things up in this category. And you've got this great mix of the regulars, the championship contenders, and the local heroes, such as this driver, Vince van der Hallen, who will start this race from pole position. Aaron Garcia, the reigning champion, you just see him there in the background alongside for the MDC racing team. Dan Alleman starts just behind Van der Hallen. It's just to the left of this. In fact, there he is on the other shot. Dan Alleman needs a big race here, in my opinion, Guillaume, because at the moment, this performance through these intermediate classification standings, whilst good, would be a drop score. He would not be improving his championship tally through this stage, and he could do with doing so because he has got a bit of a deficit to Garcia and Caronini. Here's the grid.
Here's the grid in full. Vince van der Hallen, Aaron Garcia side by side on the first row. Dan Halleman and Shun Sekiguchi, row number 2. Then we have Emmanuel Lidakis and Igor Ivachenko, row number 3. Row number 4, Marc Granada, Gauthier San Juan. Row number 4, row number 5 it is now, Elvis Krasovskas and Ruben Moya. Row number 6, Julian Sorvillo and Max Lacroix. Row number 7, Sam van der Reyden and Kevin Bakker. Then we have Rafael Bourlard and Zach Green, Dylan Patel and Tyron Jacquet on row number 9.
Gabi Teixeira and CJ Bennett go from row number 10. It's Anthony Bongartz and Kiana Jolie up top on row 11. Angelo Melli and Amelia Pauly there on the 12th row of the grid. And it's then Belen Garcia and Alex Martinez and on all Spanish row 13. Bo Aldrich and Harrison Stevens, they go from row number 14. Jan Rodriguez and Alexandra Mercier start on 15. Paco Sarmiento and Philip Dinu are there on row 16. Ellie Dax completes the 33-strong field for the penultimate race of the day, the penultimate heat for X30 Senior, and a big, big race for the particular likes of Aaron Garcia and Dan Alleman. No Danny Caronini in this race. Caronini competes in the last race of the day, so the pole positions can't be confirmed in this race because your intermediate standings leader at this present time is in that second race. The lead for Caronini right now is 6 points, 94 for the Italian, 88 for Van der Hallen, your pole sitter in this one. Moya also out on track, if I'm not mistaken. Yes, he is. Further back on 86, Plikkinen 80, Sorvillo 77, Garcia 76 in 6th place at the moment in the intermediate scores. Dan Alleman 75. That would be a drop score if he stays in 7th place. It would be his lowest intermediate classification score of the entire season. You will drop that in any case for all these drivers. They also drop their lowest final intermediate classification for the season once we get to the end of tomorrow, and their lowest result in a final. So drivers trying to improve on where they are currently. Vince van der Hallen just wants to take it to the established names and see if he can secure at least Superheat B pole position for tomorrow. We're into the tram lines. We're ready to go racing again here in X30 Senior. Away we go down towards the first couple of corners. Van der Hallen will have the advantage. Alleman side by side with Garcia, and there's a bit of a pile-up towards the back of the field. Everybody's going to rejoin. One of the KTRs, I think, was involved there. Was that Kevin Bakker in a bit of trouble? Started right in the middle of the pack. End of the first half of this first lap. It's a good start for Van der Hallen. Aaron Garcia defending from Sekiguchi. Sekiguchi's had a much better start than the previous round of heats. Alleman there as well, P4. And keep an eye on Emmanuel Leodikis. Emmanuel Leodikis could play the team role here. We know he likes to go for the overtakes. We know he likes to go for the big sends. If he could get ahead of the likes of Dan Alleman and Aaron Garcia in this race, his teammate Danny Caronini would be very pleased.
And confirmation that Gauthier San Juan was the other driver involved with Kevin Baker at the start of that race coming together. Sadly for them, dominating down the order. 1 lap completed. Vince van der Allen, 4/10. Aaron Garcia, the 201. Sekiguchi just behind under those Eggmines Racing colors. Dan Aleman, Liudakis, Moya, Granada, Ivanchenko, Kraselskas, Max Lacroix. That's for your top 10 as for now. A couple of good climbers as well in the second part of that classification. Aaron Garcia, you could see him gesturing with the index to Sekiguchi. Now is not the time to play the fool. Just stay with me. Let's work this thing. Let's work together. Let's try to push each other forward because Vince van der Allen, that's all he's been asking for. Try to pull the gap, leave the rest of them fighting. But Sekiguchi is not listening. He feels like he has maybe a little bit in him to go even faster than Aaron Garcia. Garcia is playing for a championship. Sekiguchi, that's his first race of the season. Wild card against championship leader and reigning champion. So two different races, two different strategies at play. That being said, Aaron Garcia doesn't want to let those two run away with the points.
I'd just say for Aaron Garcia's kart, the rate at which that kart can rotate, can pivot round the corners, doesn't look quite as good as Sekiguchi's. Sekiguchi can turn tighter, carry the speed. That is the kind of setup that you really, really want today. And Sekiguchi is going to use that speed to take the race lead away from Van der Hallen. So it's two teams at the front of the order who know this place well. The Eichmann's GP team in the hands of Sekiguchi, rather. The MCK team in the hands of Van der Hallen. As here comes Garcia, who still got good speed. He's got good flow off of the corners and good power down the straight. It's just the tighter corners where he seems to be struggling right now. Dan Aleman goes down the inside, takes it to his title rival, and Garcia is wise to it, overlooks his shoulder to say, who was that? Oh, it was Dan Aleman, that 222, that there's been a thorn in the side of Aaron Garcia all season. Emmanuel Leodakis is still there as well, running P5, and there he is, Ruben Moya on the scene, P6 at the moment. This is going to be a good duel.
Yeah, can't wait to see that happening indeed, as Sekiguchi, as a result, putting the fastest lap in the race, allowing through for that P1. Let's not forget as well that the tires have been put under a lot of pressure with the rain coming into play as well, so there might be still a bit of life left in those tires before the drivers will switch them on for the final phase, with the superheat coming on tomorrow morning. But it's about tire management as well still at this point, with Aleman under the pressure of Eliadukis. Ruben Moya coming ever closer. They come again, once again, on the start-finish straight. 4 laps completed. Sekiguchi, half of a second on Vince van der Allen, Garcia, Aleman, Liudakis. This is the long game. No one, I do wonder if anyone will be willing to go for the move that early. Halfway point into that last race for those two groups, with one more to go after that. At this point in the seniors, no one has been able to make it to win so far. Sekiguchi could be one new name on the table. We had the victories for Roxana Tinga, Ruben Moya, Danny Caronini, Vince van der Allen. Van der Allen has still a strong chance to make it two, as the 362 further down is making his bid. That's casually off for P18 on Sam van der Eyden. Difficult start for the RSD driver, all the way down to P18 after dropping those 5 places in the early stages. Sometimes, it goes well on national level for Sam van der Eyden, not so much in the IAME Euro Series for what is his first taste of the competition.
Julian Cirillo down the inside there. That's a nice move on Alex Mercier for 16th place. And just whilst you've been going through some of the bits in the midfield there, Guillaume, it's arithmetic weekend at the end of a season. I've got Aaron Garcia at the moment heading towards this stage, this first championship point stage of the weekend, being his drop score for intermediate classification, unless something quite dramatic happens in the race after this and the likes of Caronini and others don't score significant points. I think Garcia is going to drop out of the top 4 in the intermediate classification, and a 4th place is his weakest performance through a qualifying heats period so far this season, which, funnily enough, was back on home soil, was back at Zuera. So unless Garcia holds where he is at the moment, P3, in the intermediate standings, he's not going to be improving his championship score. on the flip of that, Danny Caronini, actually his weakness in terms of scores so far this season, you could argue, have been his intermediate classifications. He's had a 9th at Zweira, a 9th at Franciacorta, and then a 5th last time out at Wackersdorf. If Caronini's able to convert this opportunity in the next race into a full complement of points, that is a massive switch over in championship points. We'll continue to do the arithmetic. Could well see him take the championship lead here tonight.
Yeah, that would be one heck of a change indeed, as Garcia still under the pressure there. The leader, Sekiguchi, sorry, under the pressure from Vince van der Halen. Garcia still down in 3rd. Still has a chance to secure that even better than the P3. Aaron Garcia, by the look of it, to doing good when it comes to the overall classification.
Arithmetic check complete. We could be seeing a championship lead reduced to 1 point after these races. Remember, it started the day, is currently still, as these last few heats are going through the motions, 19 points. So Aaron Garcia needs every point that he can get, not just on track in these heats, but in the championship. And I tell you what, Aaron Garcia is not giving this one up. He's just set the fastest lap of the race. He's just set a personal best through sector number 1. There's Ruben Moya down the inside of Emmanuel Leodakis for 5th place. The race is on now with 3 laps to go. Aaron Garcia can see Van der Halen and Sekiguchi just ahead of him. At the moment, those 2 places could make the difference between being champion at the end of Saturday or not. It is that close in this championship. Sekiguchi and Van der Halen not title contenders. They're going to keep pushing on. They want to win and win only the round here today. That is their focus. Van der Halen has been very strong in the second half of races here today, Guillaume, and he's starting to put Sekiguchi under a lot of pressure.
Yeah, for his first weekend at this level, that would be certainly the biggest accomplishment so far of Sekiguchi. Coming to the fore in the IAME Euro Series in great fashion indeed. It takes one to hold off Vince van der Halen. We're not there yet. First season for Vince van der Halen at this point for the MCK driver. As you mentioned, those two are nowhere near battling for the championship when it comes to this final round. Aaron Garcia still very close as we get into the penultimate lap of this race. There will be no more chance for those 2 groups after this. Garcia, Aleman split still. Just about half of a second. Aleman down in 4th place, out of contention for the top 3. You can see him now just outside the top, the corner number 6. So Ruben Moya still putting the pressure on the Swiss driver. Rudakis, Green, Granada, Martinez. Martinez, another place in the book. 18 positions gained up to P8 for Alex Martinez, having passed Marc Granada. With down in P10. A couple of interesting climbers as well, with Alexandre Mercier up to P17, having climbed 13 places. So interesting climbers, despite the length of the day and the length of pressure and use on those tires. Those drivers will still need them, at least a bit of a rubber left for the superheat tomorrow. But for now, where can Vince van der Halen make the move?
He's running out of opportunities here. We're on to the last lap of this one. Seki, oh, he's going to go for it there. Down the inside into turn 6. Van der Halen retakes the race lead from Sekiguchi. Does that open things up now for Garcia? Van der Halen defends into turn 7. Exits the chicane, still in the lead of this race. Plenty more places to overtake, though, into turn 11. Van der Halen holds it off of that corner. That wasn't a great exit from Sekiguchi, and Garcia knows it. Garcia trying to find his way through, trying to get the switch back done. He's going to be side by side through turn 13. Van der Halen's got this race won, and here comes Garcia. Garcia's got 2nd place. That could be really key for the championship. Van der Halen will be on pole position for one of the superheats tomorrow. The question remains which of the 2 superheats it will be, and how important could that move for Aaron Garcia be in terms of the championship. 2nd place instead of 3rd gives him enough intermediate points to overtake Ruben Moya. He's now 2nd in the standings with another race to go. That could still be worth 2 or 3 championship points once the next race goes through the motions. Aaron Garcia does not give this up lightly. He wants to remain championship leader overnight. That move, it's just a little mistake from Shun Sekiguchi out of turn 11 that all flowed down to turn 14, and Garcia making that move. Really, really good stuff once again here in X30 Senior. Alex Martinez was your biggest mover in that race, up 18 places to P8. That's what we like to see from a driver who has changed teams recently. Is now with the Monlau Motorsport team. But what a story. Vince van der Hallen on home soil is top of the pile right now. And I think we'll be no worse than second overnight, which, if that is the case, would be pole position for Superheat B. And well, if Danny Caronini isn't able to convert his points opportunity in the next race, it could be Superheat A that we see Vince van der Hallen race from. There is the results. 6/10 the gap to Garcia, Shun Sekiguchi third, Dan Aleman fourth. That is going to be most likely drop scores territory for Dan Aleman. He will not have been able to improve on his third strongest intermediate classification score of the year so far. Emmanuel Leodakis fifth, Ruben Moya sixth, Zach Green, Alex Martinez, Rafa Bular and Egor Ivanchenko all in the top 10. Mark Ganada, Elvis Kozauskas, Julian Savillo, Gabi Teixeira, Semver Hayden take us to 15th. The next five down to P20, Max Lacroix, Alex Mercier, Dylan Patel, Anthony Bongartz and Angelo Melli. Kiana Jolie-Obthoff comes home P21. Good recovery there for Kiana Jolie. Harrison Stevens, Jan Rodriguez, Bo Alrix and Tyrone Jacquet complete the top 25. Here are some of the highlights from that latest heat in X30 Senior. A good start for van der Hallen. Keep an eye on Sekiguchi on the outside. Oh, I'd never like to see that. A kart going right up to the shoulders of another driver. That was Kevin Bakker losing a lot of positions. Gautier San Juan, thankfully okay in all of that, would rejoin and come back into the top 30. Sekiguchi looked very quick in the early stages of that one. The kart setup was on point in the first 5 laps or so. Garcia maybe just playing the long game with the tyre pressures and the caster angles and all the things of that nature. Julian Sorillo moving up the order as well in the 2:45. Other exchanges in the midfield would roll on across the course of the 11 laps here. This is how Kiana Jolie-Obthoff would lose out. Ruben Moya went for a move as well, because that's what Ruben Moya does to get through past Emmanuel Leodakis. Leodakis would strike back, though, later on in the race. This was the key move. Van der Hallen down the inside of Sekiguchi. Similar move to what we saw Aaron Garcia pull on Danny Caronini earlier on in the day. And then just this moment here, Sekiguchi was offline from turn 11. Just was never quite able to get back into the rhythm. Garcia took his opportunity, got his nose ahead by the turn of the apex of turn 14. Van der Hallen takes the 50 intermediate points, goes to 138, and can only be beaten by Danny Caronini, who currently sits on 94. Aaron Garcia, second in the intermediate points now, has got past Moya. And I think he's he's already ahead of Dan Aleman at the start of that race. So we'll see how that all shakes out. We won't have to wait too long, because the next race is coming up shortly. We'll pass down to Parc Ferme, over to Guillaume Alvarez.
Thank you very much, Andrew, here with Vince van der Hallen. Vince, this has been another strong race for you. Let's talk about this move, because we thought for a second that you were going to keep yourself behind, but then you went for that change of position. Well done.
Thank you. Yeah, I got overtaken. He was clearly faster than me, so I tried to learn a bit, but I saw in some corners that I could overtake. So at the last lap, I managed to get myself through and got the win.
So as for now, with one more race to go, you find yourself in a good position to be on pole position for one of the 2 superheats tomorrow. Fingers crossed, but that puts you in a prime position in terms of confidence, heading for the superheat in the final.
Yeah, I'm very confident. I mean, the speed is here. The team has done an amazing job. Also, my engineering, the engine man, very good. So yeah, I just want to thank them all, and I'm very confident for tomorrow's superheat.
Certainly one good way to finish a strong day of racing for your first taste of the competition. What do you make of the overall level of the field so far?
The field is very strong, of course, with Garcia and the people that are really long in this category. I mean, I think we're also very fast, so yeah.
Lovely. Thank you very much, Arthur Bedankt, for talking to us, Vince. If we do have Aaron with us, Aaron Garcia is just behind me. If you can quickly join us to have a quick word with the championship contender, Aaron. Well done to you so far. One more race to go, but still things are looking quite good for you when it comes to potentially being on pole for tomorrow for the championship as well. So how's the confidence level?
Well, I mean, I think we are doing pretty good this year. I think we have some ups and downs, but yeah, we are there. I think maybe Danny will be on top. So yeah, we just need to focus on tomorrow. We will be maybe 3 or 4 on the overall. So I think we are quite good for tomorrow.
Not the easiest of days with the changing weather conditions, but you managed to find your way through the field still.
Well, I mean, first hit we finished P2, then the second hit we had some mistakes and some problems. So yeah, I think we are quite good for tomorrow and we are ready to fight.
Lovely. We can't wait to see that happening. Thank you very much. Muchas gracias, Aaron Garcia. You heard him second as we speak, but things can still change with that one last race. And Danny Carinini, the big favorite in the senior for the pole.
He is indeed, but the job is not done. One more race to go here today. The X30 Senior qualifying heat for Groups B and D is coming up right now. Just been doing some of the calculations in the box. 2 drivers can beat Aaron Garcia. One of them, Danny Carinini. We know about that. The other is Otto Plikkonen. So let's keep an eye on Plikkonen in terms of the championship story in this race. Let's take you through the grid as well then for this last race of the day. Roxanne Lantinga starts on pole position. Brand van der Vecken joins her on the front row of the grid. Danny Carinini starts on row 2. Matthias van der Kerkhoff will join him. Otto Plikkonen and Aaron Vader go from row number 3. Eva Dollerstein and Peter Stiller start on row 4. Maurice Verkuyser and Antoine Duval on an all-host nation row number 5 there. Albert Lombard and Luna Claret go from row number 6. Luke Taylor had a good run in the previous race. Starts on row 7 alongside Morgan Moore. Adrian Canal and Elias Lehmann go from row number 8. Pepijn Steiger and Mathis Meerschout go from row number 9. It's then Miko Reuters and Yanis Bourlet going from row 10. Sjoerd de Vries and Andy Patel starts on row 11. It's then Javier Barasca, who's had a tough weekend so far, starting on row 12 alongside Grimes Merkelbach. Charlie Klum and Adam Elbassoni go from row 13 ahead of Sarah Kojima and Aurelio Gustinelli on row 14. Gustinelli has had a lot of positions gained in races so far today. Eloy Gonzalez likewise starts on row 15 alongside Antonius Haddad. And then Thies van Bijsk and Leandro Saliai complete the 32 runners on row number 16. The points as they stand: Van der Halen 138, Garcia 120, Moya 120. Tiebreaker goes in the direction of Garcia based on time qualifying performance 24 hours ago. Dan Alaman 4th, Zach Green 5th, Sorvillo 6th. Now, the crucial bit for Garcia there, he has overtaken 2 drivers from the last race. So he was behind Sorvillo and he was behind Moya as well before that race was run. So in terms of net gain, that would take him from 6th to 4th. That wouldn't improve his championship score. He would have 2nd, 4th and 4th as his intermediate classification scores for the whole year. So one of those 4ths would go in the bin. However, if Otto Plikkonen doesn't score well in this race, I reckon Garcia will jump Plikkonen as well and convert that 4th to a 3rd. That'll be worth a couple more championship points. And then there's the question of Danny Carinini as well. Can Danny Carinini get enough points to get back ahead of Van der Halen? I reckon he's got to finish top 2 to do that. That is not going to be easy in this race with the likes of Lantinga, Van der Kerkhoff, Van der Vecken, all looking good. We're racing for the last time here today at Genk. Into the first braking zone we go then in X30 Senior. Great start for Roxanne Lantinga. Good start as well for Danny Carinini, who's up into 2nd place straight away. That is exactly what the Italian wanted, Guillaume.
Yeah, let's see how things will go, but 1 place up is already a half job done. And you could see him just turning to Plikkonen. Okay, the race is long. Let's keep it good. Let's keep it moving. Let's not fight just yet. And some of the drivers trying to find a better racing line. Some of the RSD being shaken up. Andy Rattel as well in the middle of that pack. You've seen him trying to work his way through that field. Roxanne Lantinga in the meantime as well. She's the one in the lead. For the downs, this is Aaron Wheeler, a teammate who is battling along as well to try to climb from that 6th place finish. But Lantinga very much in the lead. She picked up a 5-second penalty earlier. You might have seen this in a previous race for a push to pass. Someone has lost one of his rear bumper components. Yeah, this is the rear part by the look of it, from the rear bumper, the right part of the rear bumper.
That looks like an MDC Racing rear bumper block to me. Is that Javier Borrasca having another bit of drama? We'll find out soon enough, because like a chain guard, that normally leads to a mechanical flag coming out. There's Luke Taylor on your screens in the 274, who's really growing in confidence here this weekend. A very good run in his national championships recently. We're on lap number 2 for this one right now. Oh, okay, so the points have been updated. Big thanks to our colleagues in timekeeping for this. Carinini needs to win this race to secure pole position in Superheat A. At the moment, it's a tie, 138 apiece between Carinini and Van der Hallen. That would bring the tiebreaker into play. Van der Hallen wins that one as a result of the time qualifying performance yesterday. So Carinini needs to find a way through past Roxanne Lantinga, as it's all going on in the midfield there on your screens. Morgan Moore in the 211 up 6 places. The Irish driver has had a rough few weeks with Fusion Motorsport, but is always capable of a result. Thies van Weijske's up the order as well. 55.647 is the time from the Dames Racing driver. Pace still a little bit off what we would expect for dry conditions, but that just indicates that it's not fully dry out there yet. We did have a lot of water on the circuit earlier on in the day, if you've joined us for the last hour or so. But coming around to the end of lap number 3 here, Guillaume, it is all in the balance, but Roxanne Lantinga continues to lead this race nicely by 0.4 of a second.
She just doubled a gap by the look of it. That coming down to 0.3 of a second now, with a purple sector 3 for Dani Carini. So the hunt is very much on from the 2024 IAME Euro Series champion. Van der Kerkhoff ran the outside on Antoine Duval with the 563 as well, getting into the mix. That was Duval involved. Eva Dorenstein in the mix as well. Van der Kerkhoff being pushed slightly on the wrong side of the track on the Europa land. Look at that battle taking form. We have Maurice Verkreuz, Eva Dorenstein, Antoine Duval, as well as Van der Kerkhoff, all in the mix. Peter Stiller down there as well, the 318. So that's going to be interesting. In the meantime, Aaron Wida is taking 3rd place from Otto Pikkanen. That's an interesting one as well, because that means he's able to open the gap. He has a bit of a breather just in front of him. As further down, the 249 is making his bit. Verkreuz and Duval.
And that is an important move from Vader in terms of championship. It pushes Pikkanen behind Aaron Garcia in the intermediate scores. So Aaron Garcia, this is what you get at this stage of the season if you're not familiar with the drop score system. What the drivers at the top of the table are trying to do, they're trying to beat their relative performances to earlier in the season. So for Aaron Garcia, he's trying to improve a 4th place in the scores right now, as Luke Taylor's looking down the inside there on Albert Lombard. That's a nice move up to P13. So now Garcia is looking at 3rd in the intermediate standings. Morgan Moore has a bit of a nibble at the back of Eva Dorenstein's 363 there. It's also swinging the other way for Dani Carinini. So a few moments ago we were talking about Dani Carinini taking a maximum 25 championship points. As there down the inside goes Verkreuz on Pikkanen. Pikkanen's now not even in the top 5 in these qualifying heats points. This is shaking up to be quite a change in terms of championship. However, it could swing back again if Dani Carinini is able to get through past Roxanne Lantinga. To put it in a straightforward way, for Dani Carinini, that move past Roxanne Lantinga, if he could pull it off, is worth 3 championship points. And 3 championship points could be the difference between 1st and 2nd come Saturday evening.
And 1st and 2nd as well, indeed. For the pole position, that's what's up for grab for Dani Carinini, as he qualified overall P6 to Vince van der Hallen, our current and overall pole sitter. That's where lies the difference when the 2 drivers, like it is the case now, are on equal points. 148 for each for Carinini and van der Hallen, and 1 more position is needed for the Italian to call himself the qualifying heat leader with the 25 points that come with it in the championship and the pole for the first of the two superheat. Vince van der Allen has a strong chance pretty much to be the other one, but of which of the superheat that was remaining on the table past the halfway mark of that last qualifying heat. Caronini responds with the fastest lap in the race, 54.6, with the gap coming down to 0.2 of a second. Aaron Wida down in third. Not only that move was important as well when it comes to the point, but also is really certainly pushing forward as much as he can to try to give a bit of a help, to give a bit of a hand to his teammate Roxanne Antinga. Could we see maybe two MPs against one Zenki Motorsport? Always easier said than done. There's still a couple of laps remaining. We get into lap number 8 out of 11. You can see Aaron Wida pushing. Let's see about the lap time respectively. 54.737 for Aaron Wida. 54.7, slightly less faster for both the leaders, Roxanne Antinga and Caronini. So that's for now. Aaron Wida is pushing like never before, but still, and there goes the move! Caronini on lap number 8 goes for it. Takes P1 out from Roxanne Antinga. Caronini up in the lead, both on the race and both in the classification.
Great move once again from Danny Caronini. How does Roxanne Lantinga respond? We've seen Roxanne's race pace be really strong, particularly in the latter stages of races at several points of the year so far. But having race pace on your own is good. Having it against the likes of Danny Caronini, well, that's a little step further over the line again. This is going to be a really telling lap, this next tour of the circuit, as to whether Roxanne Lantinga has got enough performance to take the battle all the way to lap 11 against Danny Caronini. Just looks so smooth, so calm, majestic at times does Danny Caronini round this circuit. It was a big part of how he took the title at this very track 2 years ago. Wants to take that #1 position back. He lost last year, the runner-up 12 months ago. Roxanne Lantinga's not being dropped here, Leon. This is a really good performance from Roxanne. A lot of pressure on her shoulders. She had a really good run at IAME Winter Cup, and I think it maybe made some predictions change for what Roxanne's season would look like, and there were difficulties there in terms of getting the results over the line. Franciacorta was particularly a tough weekend for her, but since that point, she got a really good run at Wackersdorf, was consistently up in the top 6, and now is a bona fide contender for the wins here this weekend.
Ever since she joined NP Motorsport from the Croc Promotion team, things have changed. Something has clicked in the head of Roxanne Antinga, and she's been one of the top contenders in the class, both on national and international level, as we have a technical flat confirmed for Javier Broscar. That's what we thought in the early part of the race. The MDC driver, 27 and almost last of that race, lost the side part of his rear bumper, and he has within the next 3 laps pretty much the end of the race now to make it back to the pits with a penalty that comes with it. But now we get into the last lap. Danny Caronini, if he stays in the lead, he would get the maximum points for a championship and pole position for superheat #1. Roxanne Antinga, she wants a different ending to that race. She has 1 win to her name already. Why not make it 2 at the end of that day, and making another strong statement against one of the most experienced drivers in the class, in the series history. 10 years of IAME Euro Series history. This weekend we celebrate. Aaron Wida is pushing behind as well. He's gonna lack time on his hands to try to decrease the gap enough. But half of a lap remaining. Caronini Lantinga, there's a pole up for grab for Caronini. The championship points that come with it as well. He's looking over the shoulder. Round the outside goes Lantinga, just in front of the grandstand. Caronini goes defensive. Does he have this one in the end?
This is close. This is really close for Danny Caronini. Roxanne Lantinga's late race pace is giving him problems, but he has answered those questions, takes the win, and will be on pole position for Superheat A tomorrow morning, and has dramatically trimmed the lead of Aaron Garcia in the championship. Garcia, the reigning champion, will still have the points lead at the start of the day. But based on this performance, Danny Caronini will back himself
to try and take that IAME Euro Series title back tomorrow. It will go to the last race of the season. You better be with us for every single lap of tomorrow's action. It's going to be fireworks, and it will see Danny Caronini start tomorrow on top.
Andy Rattel, in the meantime, gained 11 places from 22nd to 11 to secure another strong result for the Frenchman. For the first time this season, Danny Caronini is finishing the qualifying heats in the lead. We had Dan Alaman twice in Zuera and Wackersdorf, Freddie Lloyd back in Franciacorta, as Aaron Garcia did in the Winter Cup to get this season started. But for Danny Caronini, that's her first in this year's season of the IAME Euro Series. Can he translate that into the final tomorrow? He did that twice in Zuera and Wackersdorf so far. We shall see if things will come into play for Danny Caronini in the quest for what could be his second title in the series. Caronini wins, Roxanne Lantinga second. She fought to her best until the very end, until the crossing of the line, split for just 1/10 of a second. Aaron Wida behind for 6/10. Maybe one more lap could have been a different story. But Maurice Verkreuz, P4, P5 finish for Otto Pikkanen, Erva Dorenstein, P6 from Matthias van der Kerkhoff, Peter Stiller, Antoine Duval, and Lias Lehmann, and the rest of the classification. Let's take a quick look at how things played out into this last qualifying heat of the day. Good start for Roxanne Lantinga from pole position, on her way to potentially victory number 2, but things will play out differently. Javier Boscoa lost some part of his rear bumper that led to DNF, unfortunately, for the MDC driver. First few laps were hectic, as you might expect, in the X30 senior class between Luna Claret and Andy Rattel. At some point, Rattel climbing 11 places to P11, with Luna Claret finishing all the way down in P30. Unfortunately, a race to forget for the PB driver, as things got heated quite a bit into the midfield as well, with the VDK drivers of Peter Stiller, Matthias van der Kerkhoff getting ahead of his teammate on lap number 5. That move on lap number 8 for Danny Caronini on Roxanne Lantinga. That was the move that would lead to Danny picking up what is his second win of the weekend in the qualifying heats. His second, it is indeed, equaling the results of Vince van der Halen and Caronini. That was enough for him not only to secure pole position for the Super Heat 1 of tomorrow, but also 35 points for the championship, shaking things and shaking the gap that was existing before this round with Aaron Garcia. So the decorum is set as the drivers make their way back to the Parc Fermé, as we're gonna get down in a minute with Andrew Mallet for one last driver reaction, hopefully with Danny Caronini. That we heard him earlier this weekend, but the Italian driver finished the vice champion of the IAME Euro Series, second to the classification last year, after picking up the title in 2024. For the past few seasons, he's been one of the top guns of the X30 senior class. Can he do it all over again? Let's hear from him down in Parc Fermé.
Thank you very much, Guillaume, here with Danny Caronini. Danny, in your long career in this championship, where does that rate in terms of difficult days, but pleasing days to be on top?
Yes, for sure, it's not really easy. We are everyone was really close. Roxanne was really fast, but the way that I was looking at, he was really fast. Tomorrow we'll see how we go. The final day, the most important day for the championship. I think we are on the fight, and we will see what happens.
By our very unofficial maths in the commentary box, we reckon it's 3 points. It's a handful of points between you and Garcia now. What's your impression on that ahead of tomorrow's final day of the season?
No, for sure tomorrow will be hard, because both we know that we can win the championship. We are on the same Super 8, I just saw, and we will see tomorrow.
You won the title here 2 years ago, this very circuit. I remember it being quite a stressful race for you. Is that almost a little bit of a weapon in your arsenal at the moment, that you know how to secure a championship round this circuit?
Yes, for sure. The memory looks good for me. I was really fast 2 years ago when I win the Euro. We try to make the same tomorrow. The speed is on.
Good stuff, Danny. Thanks for your time. Best of luck tomorrow.
Thank you so much. Tomorrow.
Danny Caronini there in good spirits ahead of tomorrow's final day of the season. Guillaume, back to you in the comms box. What are we waiting for tomorrow's racing? It should be brilliant stuff.
this should be indeed brilliant. And thank you, grazie mille to Danny Caronini. Thank you to you, Andrew, as well. Here's what lies ahead tomorrow, Saturday, with the big phase of races coming our way. We're going to have at 10:10 the first of the superheat. We're going to have a run of those superheats, 6 in total. 2 for the minis, 2 for the juniors, and 2 for the seniors. The first one 10:10, and the rest at 10:30, 10:50, and the rest as well. The juniors, the seniors, all the way up until at some point lunchtime to separate the schedule. And then we'll fix you rendezvous at 1 o'clock for the first of the 3 final phase, starting with the minis, the juniors, and the seniors. Make sure to tune in, as we will be live 15 minutes, as always, before the start of the first race at 12:45, as always, on the YouTube channel of the IAME Euro Series. Make sure to tune in, make sure to be with us, because tomorrow is the last day of this year's IAME Euro Series. This is the final showdown, this is final day, and in all 3 classes, well, nothing is decided yet. This is the final showdown for the 2026 title, and you don't want to miss it. Be with us tomorrow, Saturday, live on YouTube. In the meantime, this is a goodbye, and see you tomorrow from the entire RGMMC family here live from the Home of Champions. See you tomorrow. Bye-bye.
We enter into the tram lines. Is it lights out? We race! And down the inside, it creates another move down the inside. With a photo finish across the line, he wins! That's an astonishing move. What a drive! Oh, comes back, round the outside, he's done it!